And we're now live. Cool. Okay. Alright. Yes, we are. Hello all. Sorry. I was extremely late. I do know that we're in top 16. Good. I'm no stranger to it because I've been having my phone blown up all fucking day. Because
now, what are you
Labyrinth
most excited about this
is
weekend?
literally the best
the
deck.
recent trend of all the Temple of the Kings players I've been seeing, whether that's with Fiends,
Oh, and my
whether it's like
keyboard,
your
little
really
ashy
fun
boy.
trap decks. I'm excited to see if that makes a big wave here this weekend.
On my keyboard, we're not gonna know none of this shit, huh?
So I'll just jump into it, since there's a lot of these questions are about the YCS and like what you're playing and stuff. But we're going to talk about the anime. So the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. If you could be any character in the Yu-Gi-Oh anime,
What if it wasn't about the YCS and what he's playing, huh? What then?
Battle City Finals, and the reason why I would be him is I want to purposely lose to Joey like he deserves and give him the W, so that way it's a Yugi versus Joey Finals.
What if it's not?
Now, give me your best Yami Merrick.
Okay, Wheeler, I summon the Winged Dragon of Ra!
Awesome talking to you. Can't wait to be back there at the commentary booth with you this weekend. Thank you for joining us, Steven.
Like Japanese. Yo, what the hell? Oh. The fuck? Oh, God damn it. Do I have to have it up at all times? Is that the fuck's going on here? Cancel.
Everyone, Billy Break here at YCS Houston. We're mere moments away from going to the top 8, and I'm here with one of our top 8 competitors, Kevin. How's it feel to be in top 8?
So we're gonna be in top
Thanks,
8.
feels good so
I missed top 6.
Yeah, so where are you from?
I'm from Switzerland.
Okay,
This
so
is
tell
the
me
most
about like
important
that
part,
journey
Eddie.
coming all the way over here for the YCS. Why did you make the trek, and are you happy with where you're at right now? Imagine so.
Of course, I'm happy where I am right now. So we decided to get to go to more American YCSs because there's some kind of a lack of YCS in Europe, and we figured let's try this this year. So we went to Orlando, Las Vegas, and now to Houston, and it's I like it very much.
Nice. So what is like the competition difference between playing in Switzerland and coming over to the States? Is there a difference? Is it about the same?
I'd say it's about the same. What I like about Americans, they are kind of open, you know, and they are very communicative. So I like playing against American people, sometimes more than against European players. I guess like some of my European colleagues can maybe relate.
That's awesome to hear. Okay, but you made it all the way to top 8. How were the Swiss rounds for you? Were they difficult? Did it go as planned? Did you play against the decks you expected to face here this weekend?
I started off playing against more of like the first 4 rounds were more some of the rogue decks, so this was more difficult. Then the deeper the tournament went, so the more Ryzen and Malices and the decks, so I prepared for I was facing. So it was getting easier, like easier. Not you know the decks better, so you know how to play against them. It went all right.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Is there like a key card or something that you feel like has been like your victory card that's been getting you all these wins here to make it all the way to top 8 this weekend? Or has it just been your whole deck as a whole?
Not one card particularly. It's more like how the card connects in the deck. So it's more about the deck itself. Yeah, it's not one card particularly.
Yeah, but you got a well-built machine there. It's obviously done well for you. It's awesome that you've been coming over here. This is your 3rd American YCS in a row, pretty much, it sounds like, with Orlando and Vegas. So you want to win the YCS here, but do you have any like big ambitions for your Yu-Gi-Oh career as a whole, or is the YCS like your main goal?
Well, I think every competitive player wants to win at least one YCS and go to Worlds. So probably this is like what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, eventually maybe we'll see you at the World Championship this year. You're only a few wins away from becoming a YCS champion. Can't let the nerves set in just yet. You're still focused, remaining. Any advice you'd give to anyone else out there that's thinking about going to a YCS in the future?
Definitely do go, because like the experience is amazing, and like we travel like almost 20 hours, but it's totally worth it. And the only thing I could like really say is never give up. Like sometimes you may end up close of winning or topping or whatever. Don't give up. Play more. Go to more events, and eventually you'll do good.
All right, it sounds good. I hope you do well. I mean, you've already done well so far. Only a few more rounds left for you. We're going to see if we have more from Kevin in store. Stay tuned. Our top 8 feature match is coming very shortly, so don't go anywhere. We still have to find out the conclusion of YCS Houston. We'll be back shortly. Thank you so much.
I don't know my buddy is. He tells us fucking. I know exactly what he's doing. If y'all don't know, my buddy, then was in top 32. I don't know if he's in top 8. It's not likely, but I hope so. I hope he's in it. We'll find out. That's actually Connor. Connor normally fine. Connor's a pretty good dude. Depends on who you talk to though. Yes, extra shave. First time in forever. Oh, great. Really too close. Yeah. Yeah, we'll not use a pillow. Unless the fucking blanket's on. Wrapped up like why? It has to be straight. Well, that's cat.
And welcome back to YCS Houston. It started with over 1,400 duelists, and now there are a mere 8 here as we are in the top 8. And what an incredible top cut has been so far, right, Steven?
Absolutely incredible. We've seen Labyrinth, we've seen Mermail, we've seen all kinds of amazing upsets from this weekend in this Ryzeal and Malice dominated event.
And I gotta say, there really isn't any clear victor of this format yet, right? Because we've seen a lot of Malice decks on the main stage not be able to make it, but somehow on the secondary stage we're able to do just fine. Vice versa with some of the Ryzeal stuff, sort of a commentator's curse. We're not trying to curse the decks, but it just rolls out that way. We've also got to see Mermail gameplay. We've seen Memento. This is a really wide open format. And now we're about to crown a champion. Well, after a couple more matches, of course.
That's right. Speaking of the matches we have to play, let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets. Update you guys on what matches are happening right now in the top 8. We, of course, have Anthony W. facing off against Aditya D that we saw earlier, piloting that impressive Mermail deck. We have the matchup for you guys here, which is going to be Manuel K versus Nathaniel V. We're going to see them in just a moment. On the other half of the bracket, we could have other matches like Pascal M. We saw him qualify today playing Goblin Biker Memento, and he's fighting against Kai Huang, who we saw playing Labyrinth earlier. So a lot of duelists we've seen throughout this weekend. Hopefully we can see them keep doing well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, did that bracket just update in real time? I believe Kevin Z was the only one up there, but as we were speaking, Christian just advanced against Edwin, so we finally know the rest of our top 8 duelists.
It's going to be super exciting to see. I have no question that we're in for some amazing dueling gameplay.
Just great, great stuff. And, you know, you mentioned, look at that top 8, how diverse it is, right? You know Mermail's there, you know Labyrinth's in there, you know Goblin Memento is in there as well. We've got Ryzeal, we've got Bestial Malice. So again, it's one thing to just say, the format is diverse, and then, you know, you see the top cut, and maybe it's not as diverse as you think. These are literally multiple decks, and all of them are in contention to win it.
It's one thing to say that all that matters is playing and playing your best and playing with whatever you feel comfortable with, but it's another thing to see that work for people, you know? We heard that Kai Huang was like, I just really like this deck. This is the deck that I wanted to play with and win with, and I know what I need to do against these matchups. All I have to do is do it.
Definitely got to sing the praises of a fellow cosplayer, but I love that he loved the deck first and then decided to cosplay from it already. He wasn't one of the cosplayers just from the get-go. So really, really cool stuff. Oh, I can't believe he can't get all of their trophies and giant cards and everything, because all of these duels are amazing.
Oh yeah, these are all kings of the game in their own right.
Just incredible, incredible stuff. But with that in mind, we do still have to get through the top 8 bracket. And since all of these decks and duelists are known at this point, are you excited for this particular matchup?
Oh, yes. The matchup we have for you guys today between Nathaniel and Manuel is going to be really exciting. We have Pure Ryzeal versus Ryzeal Fiendsmith, kind of the 2 winners of the Ryzeal strategies. Things like Mitsurugi were around during Supreme Darkness, and while that is still an amazing deck, I feel like for this format in particular, these 2 are the ones that duelists have been sort of gleaming to.
It's true that we kind of saw Mitsurugi Ryzeal sort of fall off the format. Sometimes things just kind of like fast fashion go out of vogue, but these 2 decks were kind of asking the same question, right? Which is the better version of this? And it's going to be really exciting to see these 2 go head-to-head.
One sort of prioritizes like very low-to-the-ground, resilient gameplay. That's the pure Ryzeal one. And then the Ryzeal Fiendsmith tries to add to the already impressive way to play.
Do you have a preference between the 2 of them? Not trying to play favorites, of course.
Well, you and I got to play during Team YCS, and I love the way you played the pure Ryzeal deck, and so ever since I've been like very attracted to how that strategy works.
It's kind of slow and steady wins the race, which I know, again, I've said it, it's a weird thing to say again about that particular deck, but it's just so crazy. So one of those things where you really want to see the deck do what it does best, but it seems like just like the Fiendsmith engine does so much to push it over the edge, so I guess we'll have to find out when we find out.
Yeah, we're actually going to be throwing to a break in just a moment for you guys, that way we can get this top 8 matchup set up for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
8周年遊戯王デュエルリンクス、最初は何の変哲もない1枚のカードだったはずだ。それが誰かと戦うたびにその歴史がカードに刻み込まれていく。歴代のエースモンスターをクロニクルカードでプレゼント。そして俺のとっておきレインボーネオスも君の力になる。さらに豪華プレゼントも。遊戯王デュエルリンクス8周年。
Hello, everyone, to all the duelists out there. We're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. It's an unreal feeling. We've been playing since I was 4 years old. And finally
I love this yugioh community, huh?
It's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, even that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Was there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from
May just be delayed.
and I had no doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always have there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for it say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row, win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It'd be amazing. Like go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back to back. So that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So that's something that's on your mind. Was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
There's something to prove.
Yeah, after you get that feeling,
it's not in a top
you just
right?
want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you're 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how it was like you had a kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
The last YCS was fucking joke.
Discipline, definitely.
Not the Las Vegas 3.
Understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons.
Gosh,
like,
this guy should go game
time after time.
Never giving up. Yep, I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So, how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff.
Nice.
You're full of shit.
And
no one want to talk to you after
that. Gave me more confidence. And
I know the people.
Not even just in the game, but in life in general.
This guy got so much fucking hate for sure.
That's awesome to hear. You realize like you believe in yourself and
achieve
what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. I'm moving away kind of just more specific about the YCS, but then just like format in particular. Are there any decks or tech cards that you've seen out there that deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
Who's asking about the card? He wasn't asking about the card. He was sharking.
I don't think
that's exactly what he was doing.
I think it's just comes
you
down
can hear
to,
it on the stream. In fact, if you don't believe me, go back and watch Orlando. You'll hear
of the tournament.
Yep, so having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
He accidentally moved the wrong card and
he won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, well, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you defeated?
No, because it works towards the goal of the archetype.
He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that's
explain to me.
Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick. But ambitious, but I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing, first and foremost.
Practice makes you have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory
play.
can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new
things. Explain to me how to help turn on combo.
Like when it's necessary.
Let's cook.
You never know if you don't try it.
Yeah.
Want to see you motherfucker cook.
Trying things, staying
it's not.
definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
And welcome back. We interrupt what I was previously saying to bring you more important information. Apparently, we're not doing the Rizal mirror match. We're actually going to be showing you Kai Huang versus Pascal on the Goblin Memento. So we get to see Labyrinth versus Goblin Memento instead, which is really exciting.
So are you saying
because I woke up when it was happening?
You were going to be commentating the Memento and the Labyrinth player who's a cosplayer? Interesting.
No, I didn't have anything to do with it. Don't give me that look. Don't give me that look. Just because I play Memento and I cosplay doesn't mean that I canceled the Rizal. I also play Rizal. Rizal for some of you in the chat, I understand. But yeah, no, we are going to be showing Kai Huang versus Pascal, so my apologies for the previous thing. We've got those players ready on the stage, so you know what to do, fam.
Let's go ahead and see Jackie and talk to those players.
If there's a guy I want to win this
pressure
thing, it is
building,
him.
hundreds
I want him
sent
to
home,
fucking win.
and now only 8 remain. Are we ready for this top 8 feature match? Well, let's begin with the blue chair. And we have Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. He loves weightlifting, and his PR, 380 pounds for squats. Now to the red chair. Kai Zhang from Alhambra, California. His fun fact, he speaks 3 languages, Chinese, Japanese, and English. Okay, crowd, are we ready for this top 8 match? All right, let's get started, sending it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. That's some very appropriate hype for this top 8 match between Kai Huang and Pascal. We, of course, have Pascal playing the Goblin Memento deck we saw earlier today, and Kai Huang piloting the Labyrinth deck as Arius himself.
Just incredible, incredible stuff so far from both of these competitors, using decks that you don't necessarily see every day, especially on the Labyrinth side, but they're also known for being able to go the distance. It's going to be really interesting to see how this particular matchup plays, just like when we saw Kai on the featured match stage last time.
A couple of things to note, too, about this top 8 match. Not only is it their only chance to potentially get into the top 4 and then, of course, later on in the finals, but they're going to have 55 minutes instead of the normal 45 that they're used to all weekend. So a bit more time so we can have a more decisive victor.
Certainly is not going to go down to the wire on this one. 55 minutes should be enough time for these 2 crazy combo decks to finish everything that they do.
Depends if he wins the die roll. If he wins the die roll, it's over. Realistically, he don't have to win the die roll.
Yeah,
because I know he's playing the furniture. And he's playing 3 fucking arts. Which is how I said you had to play Labyrinth the whole fucking time. You have to play it that way because it's the most
well, we
diverse
know that
version
the
of the
face-down
deck.
monsters don't necessarily lock you out of the fusion summons, and so perhaps that is the way that we're going to see Pascal be able to punch through those trap cards. Right? Being able to make a Guardian Chimera on call could help, because sometimes Kai will get stuck on trap cards that can't be activated during the same turn, although relatively rarely based on his previous performance. But he's got his work cut out for both of these duelists, really do.
Oh yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see how these duelists combat this matchup and hopefully earn their right in the top 4 of YCS Houston.
Yeah, good discard fodder.
Kai's definitely got great energy, and Pascal, certainly having been up on the stage before, a little loosened up from his first appearance there. Nothing wrong with being steely and just focused on the duel, but it's always great when somebody has a good time because you know they're relaxed and in their element.
I wonder if we should keep an internal tally of how many times Kai Huang summons Arius during this match. Because it's like, how many times have you played yourself this game?
I bet you that's why
you played yourself. Well, I know he used it once, at least a special summon it on the reaction on that previous duel that we saw. So that's one you keep track in the chat for us.
Oh, we're immediately going to the roll, it looks like.
Oh, maybe that roll doesn't count. Looks like we're setting the dice aside.
Okay, yeah.
Look at the smile. There we go.
Pascal's getting a little antsy. He's like, I want to get this game going. Let me earn my right for top 4.
I told you it was comfortable. Maybe a little too comfortable, but great. They are just smiling like 2 old friends ready to just play a good old hearty game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading
Maybe it's a good thing that they didn't count that roll, because I know it was a 3.
As the duelists get their shuffle decks to each other, and they're ready to, I think, start this top 8 match.
And what's kind of cool, too, we talked about how this was an international affair, right? We got to see Kevin all the way from Europe earlier, Billy interviewing him. But this is an East Coast, West Coast match. It's California versus New York.
Very true.
Getting little rivalries from across the nation as we sort of set the stage over the next couple of months. We'll have some new formats, new packs coming out in between. But the NAWCQ will be upon us before you know it, so we're going to find out where the best duelists in North America come from.
All right, our duelists are shuffled up. They're waiting patiently for the judges to give them the go-ahead so that way they can start playing. You can totally tell they're like, we're here, we know what we're going to do. We just want to go ahead and get it done.
Judges are also locked in and ready to go, so it's time. We've already seen the dice roll, so let's get into the gameplay here. It is going to be game 1 of the top 8.
Definitely this dice roll is going to be more important than maybe others have been in the past because Labyrinth plays very differently when it goes first or going second. Has options in both modes, but I definitely know Kai Huang would prefer first.
So we are going high roll. Now the official high roll. 8, not too bad. Kai rolls.
That is 10.
Oh,
that is more than enough to give Kai the right to pick which goes first or second. Alrighty, two duelists having a great fist bump here. They're going to draw their opening hand of 5 cards, and we're going to get this game underway.
All right. So it's great when Labyrinth gets go first. You do miss out on 1 extra card, but as we saw, Kai has emptied his hand on turn 0.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not a big a deal as we discard Stovatory and Absolute King Backjack.
Those are 2 cards made in heaven right there. We're going to go ahead and get that search for a trap card. Going to get Welcome Labyrinth, and then on resolution, we'll be able to activate a new chain of Backjack as we send to the graveyard to rearrange the top 3 cards of our deck.
Well, Kai's been a gentleman before. Maybe he'll show us what those 3 cards are. Let's see.
Let's see. I see an Ariana. Oh, wow, you're psychic. He knows how to do a good show. Dimensional Barrier and Arius.
Thanks, Kai.
So because he sent the Backjack, he would be able to, if he puts a trap card on top, be able to activate it from the top of his deck, essentially, during Pascal's turn. And I don't see any more monsters in Kai Huang's hand, so he's just going to pass his turn and say, go ahead.
What a gentleman, just extending that hand.
He may have only have set 4, but thanks to that Backjack, it's essentially a set 5 and pass. If he put the D-Barrier on top, I'm not sure.
Oh, I think it could be D-Barrier.
It is.
Oh, wow.
And that card can't be activated this turn thanks to Backjack.
Certainly will help. Memento is known for fusions.
So there's the special of Tatsuno Toshigo. On summon, I don't think Kai has anything. This would be a good time for our Daruma Carbon Cannon. Nice, there it is. He's going to go ahead and set that Tatsuno Toshigo face down so it won't be able to destroy itself and get that dump of 5 levels for Memento cards.
Every deck has some kind of weakness to it, right? Just something it can't get done in all circumstances. They always talk about how card effects have to resolve, but in Memento they have to activate. They're a little bit vulnerable because it's a mostly ignition effect-based deck.
But like you said, being set face down isn't that big of a deal because you can still fusion summon with them.
Not with that Dimensional Barrier at the ready. But, ooh, Goblin Breaker Grand Breakout. Let's go ahead and get something, unless we're gonna Dominus Impulse. No, we're not Dominus Impulsing, so it's Goblin time.
Yep, there we go. The Mementotlin Goblin's going to be hitting the board, and we also get a nice send from the deck using this card's effect.
From deck?
Yep, we're going to go ahead and send 2 cards here by destroying the Goblin.
So 2 Memento names down, 3 to go.
This would be a prime time for maybe Gaddock and Anguish, maybe? Question mark? I don't know. We'll see what he goes for. There's the Gaddock. Always nice to send that and get the free body.
Really has helped this deck really push over the edge. Gaddock just a great card for sure, but the second card is going to be important. Also could be sleepy, but that Dimensional Barrier is terrifying.
But I guess if you force the barrier out, you still have access to your link plays if you play any of those, and maybe even your XZs, because we know that Pascal plays Big Gavanga.
Oh, that's right, because we did get to see it earlier.
How useful is Big Gavanga going to be in this matchup?
I just told you.
Interacts with Kai Huang's board at all. Ooh, actually the Memento Field spell
Holy
sent to the
shit.
graveyard.
I did not understand that.
I believe you totally can't do that. It just says cards for Goblin.
That is right. And the reason why, of course, is because Memento Mictlon is usually able to set various cards, but that's an interesting way to go ahead and get it set, and using it to add it back. Nice.
Pascal still has not used his normal summon for turn yet. Everything has been a special summon so far, but we haven't seen any sign of Anguish or Darkblade in his hand. But there is the Sleepy.
Can I read this card? Sure.
That's the one that fusion summons, and he knows it.
How it fusion summons.
He knows. That's why he has to read it.
Able to do that.
So Memento Monster was destroyed, so that's how you're getting the special summon.
Yes.
In the hand, chain D-Barrier, call fusion.
Okay, so there we have the chain of the effective Sleepy to summon itself with D-Barrier to call fusion monsters, meaning all fusions have their effects negated and they cannot be summoned.
I gotta read this. Sorry. Special summon a Memento Monster for my deck.
So we are going to go ahead and destroy a Memento Monster on resolution, and then special summon or add to the hand. That's important for some of the bigger Memento Monsters.
This is very true.
There's no cost? No, it's not. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, on resolution it destroys. It's like part of the effect, essentially.
Absolutely correct.
It's kind of like, what's that new Sky Striker card? Linkage. I say new, but the newest one.
I'm going to trigger Anguish to add a memento.
Card or
monster?
Monster, that's good.
So Anguish will be able to search here after being specialed off of Bone Party. Maybe Mace or Darkblade probably would be a really good thing for him, so we can just get more of his names in the yard while cycling through.
Fusions may be gone, but combining 5 names is not a fusion summon when it comes to combined creation.
That's true. You can essentially have a pseudo fusion summon by using the summoning mechanic of combined creation. And there we have 2 level 3 monsters. Going to be XZ summoning here into Big Gabanga. On summon, this will let him search for another Goblin card. We could see the Doug Charger coming out and just get the extra body for some maybe link climbing or just get more resources essentially for Pascal.
Still haven't seen any of the Speedroids that we saw earlier when he was scrolling through his deck. Obviously a little too late for opening up with no monsters to get that Speedroid Terratop, but you're right, there's the Doug Charger from the deck to the hand.
And that will be able to summon itself by removing one of the materials from his own Big Gabanga and then give him extra cards on board. It is worth noting that it is Pascal's going second, so he might be looking to deal some damage this turn if he can. Oh, speaking of which, we're in the battle phase. We're going to attack with Big Gabanga. On attack declaration, it looks like Kai has a response of Welcome, Labyrinth to Summon.
There we go.
Okay.
I was wondering.
No Ash Blossom from Pascal's side, so Kai's just going to go ahead and search his deck for one of the big ladies. Going to get Lady Labyrinth at the Silver Castle herself. And then on a new chain, I think he'll be able to...
That's 0 triggers.
I love that Kai is singing out his plays, by the way, whenever he gets one of the boss monsters from the Labyrinth strategy. Just the energy in him comes alive.
We're going to swing with the Big Gabanga. I believe it has a battle effect that would it out the lady? Does it only sucks up monsters if it uses its effect to detach, correct?
And typically attaching monsters doesn't target, but let's see what happens next.
Yeah, that's good.
All right, the attack is good. I believe that means Pascal would take some damage because the Big Gabanga only has 2,100 attack points.
Not the worst idea trying to crash into it.
Oh, here we see the second effect of Goblin Grand Breakout in the graveyard, banishing itself. And now we're going to detach, and we're going to use Big Gabanga's effect, like I thought, to attach the Lady of the Silver Castle. But I'm not sure if Pascal took damage.
Well, I guess we'll get the life pods updated in just a moment here, but interesting to see that actually protected there for sure. Yep, and
it destroys. Okay, that's, or it sends to the graveyard. One of the
It would have to send to the graveyard because there are face-down cards on the field, and Lady Silver does not usually get destroyed in that situation.
Ooh, and because we attack with an XZ monster, we go into Zeus in main phase 2. We're going to activate Zeus's effect to send all of the cards on the field to the graveyard. We're going to chain Big Welcome to that, and we're going to chain Trap Trick to our very own Big Welcome.
Oh, and huge to set the transaction rollback to basically get free traps, right? Because since that's getting sent to the graveyard, it's always the hardest part of transaction rollback is how are you going to get into the graveyard. Easier in Labyrinth because you can discard it. But using Trap Trick, that's huge because the Zeus actually is helping here.
Yeah, we've been seeing Memento all weekend long dominate with fusion monsters. So, of course, Kai was like, Dimension Barrier Call Fusion, but who knows, these XZs could also force him into some pretty sticky situations.
Well, it's been kind of something we've picked up since last year. The Dimensional Barrier is a great card, but typically the Fiendsmith engine gives you something that is Dimensional Barrier immune. What a great way to play around Dimensional Barrier. Just start XZ summoning. I'm not going to fuse.
Another heads-up play here from Kai. He went ahead and used his Bill Welcome to summon back the lady that's in his graveyard, and then in the same chain, as part of the same effect, add it back to his hand to dodge the Zeus, sending it to the graveyard. And now, like you said, we have rollback plus a Big Welcome in the yard.
And that is a big old graveyard full of traps. Incredible. And since transaction rollback is there, it could be used to banish itself, pay those life points, and chain to a fusion summon effect and grab the effect of Dimensional Barrier to stop it.
And Kai may only have one card in hand, but we've seen him be more than comfortable at 0 cards in hand. So this game is far from over.
Speaking of cards in hand, it's time to drop down the Memetotlin Tekutlika combined creation.
We have exactly 5 different names in the graveyard, so it's going to be able to meet its summoning condition and be summoned from the hand. That man is an absolute house. But not having any mementos in the graveyard does make him a little bit weaker during Kai's turn.
Just a little bit. You won't be able to summon an Anguish and then be able to grab something like Memetotlin Goblin or Mace from the deck.
I'd roll back to Rumor Cannon and just play your turn.
Something or just asking a question? Are they asking about how the previous chain was resolved?
Oh, how interesting. I overheard our assistant head judge. So Goblin Biker Grand Breakout only works on attack declaration. But a replay, when a monster is summoned in the middle of an attack and you redeclare the attack, it's not an attack declaration. So we're going to have to rewind the game state.
Right, because the Grand Breakout, which I believe was used to send the lady to the...
but we might be doing an accepted game state here.
Don't have to. You're way too far. You're almost in the end.
They might update this as the game goes on, but right now they're just trying to figure out how that interaction
too many face changes.
It is important that both players know what's going on, right? If you read your tournament policy guidelines, both players have an obligation to maintain a correct game state. So both players had an equal opportunity to say, hey, this card doesn't do what it's trying to do or what you say it does. So that's important, especially at this stage of game. You know, it's fun. You can get comfortable here on the stage, but we might have gotten just a little too comfortable. So we are going to, I believe, have an accepted game state because it doesn't look like we're winding it back.
Yep, it looks like here we're going to be resolving the effect of Memento Mictlan here. Kai Wong just clarifying what that card does for himself as well.
Probably means a procedural error minor for both of these players, but it doesn't seem like it's getting upgraded, obviously, since I don't think that's something that happens every day, for sure.
Right. We'll update you guys if anything changes, of course, with that, but let's go ahead and watch this game here and see what happens next. I think Kai is just debating if he wants to interact with this at all. I think the only option he has is to activate Lady's effect to summon herself because a trap has been activated this turn. Should go ahead and get summoned out there.
I will go back and copy something. Yep.
Oh, and then banishing the transaction rollback to use the effect of a normal trap card, and that's going to be Trap Trick setting the cannon.
I pay more than...
That's what I said. That's what I would do.
I pay less than 4,000 because I took damage already. I mean, it's okay. We don't have to keep life. If I'm
then on in phase, I do rumor
So we
cannon.
did get a update from the judges, just like what we said. Grand Breakout's graveyard effect cannot be used here, so it's only on attack declaration. Both players did receive a procedural error minor, but it's just a warning, even at this stage of gameplay.
Yeah, just as you said, Steven, it was just like an interesting situation that you don't see every day. Replays are not considered attack declarations.
Thank you for the update, judges. Got a little ahead of myself, a little experience there, but seems like everything is fine as we continue through the end phase to use the Karma Cannon to flip some monsters face down.
I believe you would.
So I'll chain to set trap. Hey, you almost got me with that one.
Okay.
So then I'm gonna set.
Yeah, so there we see Kai. They're just clarifying that he can actually chain to his own trap card using Lady because Memento Creation would trigger on a different chain, so it does not chain block the Lady's effect set.
It does it anytime? Yeah. I did not know that, guys. I did not know that. I'm a bozo.
Kai being a little hard on himself there, calling himself a poser. You are not a poser, Kai. But it is true that you can really use Memento Mictlan whenever you need to set that, and so he is going to go ahead and set down an extra bone party for later. And it's important because it could destroy a Memento monster in the hand if there is one in Pascal's hand.
Very true. Right now he cannot get rid of his Migration because that card does not know that it is a Memento monster because it is set face down.
Oh, yeah, good point. No, Trap Trick set rollback, and then I didn't use a trap after that. Yeah. Daruma is the only trap activated after Trap Trick.
Yeah, so we're just clarifying that he was still able to activate Daruma because the Trap Trick just sent the rollback because it was destroyed by the Zeus. But the only trap card he activated from the field has been the Daruma Karma Cannon. But I think because the phrasing of Trap Trick does not say that trap card, it says one more trap after this card's been activated. It doesn't matter which trap card it is, but after that, no more.
That is correct there. And so this is an interesting matchup because neither deck necessarily puts out complicated mechanics or gameplay, but overwhelmingly putting out so much stuff that it is a very draining duel on both players. There's lots of little micro interactions. So certainly after a long couple of days, that stuff's going to happen, but looks like play will continue from here.
We saw Kai's top deck being Ariana, the Labyrinth Servant, but in response to that summon's effect, we have Pascal activating Momental Infusion. That is a way to get this Combined Creation back in the graveyard and use up that Memento name and access Bone Party. But does Pascal have another Memento in hand? He must, right? Do we know any cards in his hand at this point? I don't think so.
But it could be a Guardian Chimera, too. Look, 2 monsters on the field, 1 in the hand.
And they have different names. You're totally right. Imagine a Zeus and a 5,000 attack by monster being used to make a weaker monster.
Only in Yu-Gi-Oh! Would you combine 2 monsters to make a smaller monster, right? But it is going to be very clutch if he happens to do that. He wouldn't be able to destroy the Lady of the Silver Castle, but... Oh, we're going to bounce.
Yes, right, Big Welcome Live can chain anything, and that means Memento Infusion resolves without effect.
I think it was definitely the Guardian Chimera there. What a heads-up play.
You could totally see Kai going, okay, what's he summoning? What's he summoning? What's he summoning? It's got to be Chimera. I'm going to get rid of that Zeus. Put it back in your extra deck.
You know this.
Okay.
It was set last turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but one thing that Kai is denying himself is the ability to activate that set big welcome that he has on board. But he's Ariana. He's getting he's getting Labyrinth. I was going to say welcome. That'll make his welcome Labyrinth way more powerful.
Certainly a welcome feeling as the field spell hits the field.
Resolve nothing?
No.
Yeah, resolution of adding Labyrinth, anything.
Set. Summon.
Yep, we're going to activate the effect of Labyrinth Torby to summon itself, and we're going to set Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard.
Oh, that's going to hurt, guys. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, unfortunately, though, he did commit to activating the Welcome Labyrinth, the Labyrinth, and I do think that means he misses the opportunity to bring back the Storby and the Welcome Labyrinth.
He does because he missed the triggers, and it is really important. Verbal commitment like that, it takes over your actual hand commitment. So tournament policy guidelines, definitely something you have to adhere to, especially at this stage of play.
We still have the big Welcome to bounce and summon from the deck, which is really valuable for Kai here because you can summon Lovely, then bounce something else.
Summon, then bounce.
Stand by.
We're going to chain that to set. There could have been a world here where Pascal chained his own Bone Party to stop the Lady Labyrinth from summoning because this will give Kai the Welcome Labyrinth he wanted last turn.
Okay.
So Kai found a way to get back, probably needs to slow down, right? There's a lot of Labyrinth and cosplayer fans certainly cheering him on, but at the same time, Pascal just kind of holding it together, making sure to make concise, decisive plays, and by doing slow and steady, that may win him the match here, so we shall see how this proceeds.
We see Kai eyeing that trap trick there, but he's going to choose to get the Dominus Impulse set here to maybe turn off any shenanigans like that known Bone Party from being able to summon, and we're going to add back the Lady of the Silver Castle here with our effect. Yeah, just clarifying which effect adds the card back to the hand. It's all one effect for Big Welcome Labyrinth because he controls a level 8 Fiend monster.
We use 2 pops of those too.
So using the full effect of the field spell and getting rid of the Bone Party before there's even an opportunity to use it. And obviously there's no face-up Memento monster or anything left in the hand that would be Memento.
Yep, and then here we have the new chain here of Ariana. And
yeah, don't miss this time. Don't miss it this time.
So Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself.
So all's well that ends well for Kai. Managed to still get that same play back, but he's going to have to be very careful again. Remember, there can be upgrades. We've seen that before during the tournament. We would hate to see this duel decided that way.
Yeah, it can definitely get a little too exciting when you see like an open game saying, you're like, I can just play, right? And then you miss a step every here and there. So here we're going to chain something as Pascal here. We're going to chain Forbidden Drop.
Ooh.
We're going to be sending our Combined Creation and the Memento Field Spell to target both of the monsters and negate their effects, and you can't respond with monsters or spell cards.
Yes, cross.
This and this?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Let's see. I wonder what Kai's thinking. No response there, so both those monsters will be had and their effects will be negated, but we'll get the Welcome Labyrinth set and the Stovey Torby summoned.
Now, I'm certainly not trying to clamp down on the duel. There's certainly a lot of nerves when you have made it to the top 8 of a YCS.
Ooh, and normal summon Anguish for Pascal is huge because that turns on all of the Memento cards that he put back in his deck last turn. There we see the Tatsu no Toshigo, and this time I don't think Kai has any way to stop this. All he has is Impulse. We're going to use the effect here and send 5 levels worth of Memento monsters to the graveyard. This will be all Pascal needs. If something like Creation King hits the board here, I feel like Pascal could just have the game this turn.
We knew this was going to be a wild and crazy duel. I don't think we could expect this.
This is still game 1.
You gotta get there?
Yeah.
Yep, so we're sending Mace, Goblin, and we're going to use Garrick to summon itself back. And then we're going to use Garrick on summon effect to add back a Memento card to the hand. This could get back the field spell like we saw turn 1.
We're get back the fusion spell. You'd be dumb.
There's currently no sleeping across the fusion spell here that we haven't used yet. That could be pretty
100%.
huge. We do see him going for the fusion.
Don't be dumb.
We're going to use Anguish's effect, targeting Gaddock.
That's all she wrote, though. Kai has decided to concede this game.
Yeah, I would have done that.
Maybe
too.
needs a little bit of a breather
You
and to
kinda
get
fucked that
back
up a little
in.
bit.
I'm sure he's kicking himself with that bit of a misplay there with the
Lots.
Welcome Labyrinth. Just getting
Lot.
Labyrinth. But
You
before
need
that,
lot.
though, Chain Link 1, yeah. That's the kind of thing that'll kind of haunt you here in this matchup. But hopefully he can forget it. This duel's over. He's going to go on to games 2 and 3, and Pascal is the winner of this one.
I think it was mostly decided with gameplay. The only opportunity might have been to set an additional trap card there with the Stovey Torby, but seems like things have kind of calmed down for both duelists, but both duelists, again, showing a little bit of nerves. We know that they haven't been this far into an event before, And even if you get comfortable, sometimes you can get too comfortable, right? There's slow play and there's too fast play, and we've seen a little bit of both throughout the tournament, but it seems like they're okay. We've got a great, assistant head judge up there to kind of instruct them, make sure they're following all the rules here. So as they side deck, what do you think they're thinking about as far as this matchup goes?
It feels like for Kai, it's only as simple as making sure that you prioritize the kinds of interactions that stop your opponent from going for those big resource gains. Like if he can keep Creation King off the board, he can win the grind game against Pascal. And Pascal's going, how can I protect my combos from these trap cards? There's very few ways for him to actually interact with them. The best he can do probably is put in cards that actually increases his advantage, like Mulch Armies. But as we've seen, Kai can play around those pretty easily.
Certainly can, and there is certainly, we talked about how Labyrinth has a sort of vulnerability to each and every Mulch Army, but you also could just save the plays for next turn. Unlike other decks, when the Mulch Army comes down and they just say, you know what, I skipped my turn, it's your move. Kai literally could say, I'm just going to wait until we cross the end phase, and now that it's your turn, it's my move.
Or the real Doom scenario, you go Fuelos, Perulia, and they go, okay, cool, set 5 pass. And you're like, oh no, I just went -2 for no reason.
What special summons? Looks like both duelists are locked in now. Pascal just calmly going through the cards there as he pile shuffles. Kai doing much the same.
It's very nice, though, to see both these duelists playing at the highest level of play possible. We saw some impressive plays there from Kai, being able to counter Pascal at every turn, but was stymied there just at the last moment.
And while the conversation was dominated by nerves, I think really that was a duel decided by their cards. So neither duelist doing anything wrong here. I think they're going to go into the next one maybe a little bit calmer, more collected.
That was determined by a
great job of maximizing how much value they get out of these decks that just play and play and play.
Yep, and they have at least 35 minutes on the clock for both of these games, so they have plenty of time to play it out and see which duelist is the better one this go around.
Not going to be a photo finish here, but let's get into game 2 to find out if Pascal will win this one and advance to the next, or Kai will bring it back for a game 3.
Got him on the next turn, which is Labyrinth kills you because you have to have those activations.
Draw their opening hands.
It's all like Brand Diffusion. You cannot forget your in-phase effects because it does the same shit.
Started main phase 1, Pot of X-Draft. Kai loves doing this. A really cool thing about this card is that it can actually bait into your opponent's Ash Blossoms that they might have in your hand. That can open up your Labyrinth cards to being safer. That's pretty cool.
Especially considering that drawing 2 cards, you want to Ash Blossom that, but may be the least of your problems here. But let's see what 2 cards we draw. I definitely saw a transaction rollback.
Ooh, and I see a big welcome and a trap trick. I think Kai has everything he wants to be a happy camper as a Labyrinth player. Starting off with Torby sending Draglier. Sorry, Chandraglier. That'll go ahead and let him set another trap card.
We've got one. He only needs one more.
My guess is he wants.
I saw the other one,
that'll be
so
the best
I
way to
assume
kind of get
so.
him into the rest of his engine. And then I think I saw 4 poker cards, so it's going to be set 5 total and pass.
I think you're right. Set, 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 set.
All we got to do. All right, it's over to Pascal. Let's see how he can combat this.
It was many YCSs ago when an Eldritch Duelist set 5 and the crowd cheered. This is wild to see set 5 in 2025.
We already know.
Here we have the Welcome Labyrinth. They could probably get Lady here. Usually the first one you want to start with because that gets you into even more trap cards during this turn. Yep, there she is, Lady of the Silver Castle.
Anything on us? No.
Ah, Lady Labyrinth, certainly putting in work. I think she's been the MVP of this particular set of duels.
Oh, 100%. Usually the most consistent Lady Labyrinth monster, whereas Lovely's more of a payoff for all your already set up cards.
Well, the Queen sits on her throne, but she hasn't arrived yet. We're taking a deep look into Mementotlin Darkblade here to consider whether or not we want to stop it. Would be kind of scary. Are we activating the effect here? Oh, yeah, it doesn't go in the field spell zone.
Yeah, it was originally in the farthest right zone. Or left if you're Pascal.
All right, we're just going to go ahead and destroy the Mementotlin Darkblade to special summon level 3, and there's the Anguish in attack mode.
We're doing everything we need to. We have that extra name in the yard thanks to the Darkblade.
All right, back into the deck, no response. So switching out a Memento monster from the deck to the hand.
This could be a Sleepy line. This could be a Goblin line.
This looks better.
Probably that's it. Because
I was a little too relaxed on the first game.
Goblin could be pretty cool here.
But I think now he's going to be a little more aggressive, which is how he needs to be.
Kind of have to push the envelope there. When you're staring down 4 face-down cards, eventually you have to get rid of some of those before you bring out your biggest bosses.
Do it.
If Kai does not already have a Karma Cannon, he might force it out here from Pascal. There we see the big welcome. This will let him put back the Tatsuno Toshiko in Pascal's hand because he does control a level 8 Fiend. And then he's going to chain the Lady's effect to set another trap card.
And we've already normal summoned. I've seen some desperation play where Tatsuno Toshigo was tribute summoned, but not this turn. Oh, but there's the cannon.
It currently cannot be played this turn, I believe, because Lady does not let you do that.
Right.
Unless we get to a coup clock, but there is no clock in sight. Speaking of the clock, we got 33 minutes, so plenty of dueling time left.
Ooh, we're getting to the clock. And Ariana can get the coup clock, right?
We're getting to the clock.
Because Labyrinth does not negate their effects.
Chain 2 to add back. Summon, set to the field.
So that's it. Chain Link 4 is going to be Welcome Up to set itself. Chain Link 3 is going to be Stoby to summon, Dragolier to add back to hand, and then Ariana to search. Chain 5 for Pascal is going to be Forbidden Droplet on the Ariana. Would be pretty huge here. We're going to go ahead and send that Otaka Tomborg from his hand to the graveyard, the patented Speedroid engine requirement.
Not getting locked in a win for now, but
we have another Daruma Karma Cannon! It was the biggest bait of Kai's life. Yo, just proving that it is in fact a different one. Don't worry. Pascal's like, but you said it this turn. I was like, I did set this one this turn, but not this one.
Oh, that's great.
Keeping great track here.
Now, does that mean that Droplet no longer applies to Ariana because it's been set face down? Is it like imperm like that, or does it not target?
So you negate face-up cards during the resolution. It'll be Droplet. Since it's no longer face-up, you can't negate that face-up card.
So he look at the search of the coup clock, and so now if he wants to, he can activate the other Daruma Karma Cannon. Really heads up play from Kai, getting a card that he
actually no, he can't. It doesn't result without effect.
Tick-tock.
Amazing play right there.
There was no monsters able
that,
to be
Pascal has used his normal, but he has Momental Infusion. And we have the hard draw D-Barrier calling Fusion. Pascal at a loss for words, at a loss for actions, but he's going to keep playing. He's going to banish that Fusion from his graveyard to activate its second effect.
Just show him
monster red. Clarification of how this one works.
It does work.
Yes.
Just on the edge of my seat here, because every one of these plays is absolutely incredible. Every one of these plays is pushing the envelope of this, and Kai just had some great luck with that opening hand, drawing exactly the normal trap cards he needed.
Tatsuno Toshigo hits the graveyard, and now Pascal is switching his deck for another Memento monster. Oh, are they clarifying if Fusion can send face down monsters?
It's summoned after. It was Daruma resolved before this came out.
Oh, they're asking if the Stoby should be face down. I believe it was Chain Link 3 and Daruma Karma Cannon was Chain Link 6.
I don't know. You guys are keeping track of that.
Yeah,
so yeah.
What did you search? Sorry.
Yeah, it came out way after Karma Cannon.
It summons from deck.
Also can add to hand, although it doesn't seem like that effect is being used much.
It can still be Ash Blossom, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think Kai has that.
So
we're going to send the Goblin from
hand to graveyard. You're not playing that.
Destroy. Alan,
you don't have to.
Destroyed.
You don't have to play in Jarmis. That's what's so good about
It's funny, too. I mean, you can see Goblin having a party right there on the art.
What other Memento extenders could he do? He currently does not have the names for Combined Creation. He could get Mace and maybe use that during Kai's turn to maybe stymie him from going for game.
But Mace only works when you have Combined Creation on the field.
Oh, you're totally right. I'm not sure what Pascal has access to anymore. He's gone through almost everything. Not being able to get into Creation King has been super tough for him both these games here.
Well, it's the one inherent advantage, right? We've joked about how the Pot of Extravagance means you don't care about your extra deck, but Kai doesn't care about your extra deck either, but he does grab the Mace and special summon to the field. Of course, he could destroy itself to grab another Memento card from the deck to the hand. I wonder what sort of miracle panacea he's looking for.
We could get Sleepy, but without being able to Fusion Summon, what's Sleepy doing for you?
Think here.
He's like, I'm good. He's going to activate the effect on resolution of the summon of Kuklock to be able to
activate
I was
the him, I would.
That he played this turn.
Yeah, okay.
And there we see Pascal scooping it up. Yeah. The second Karma Cannon is too much.
I'd
the
scoop
one thing,
it up,
not only do the effects have to resolve, but they have to
you're not going to
activate
win.
And if that monster's
when
face
you get
down, it
into
just
that
isn't
game
happening.
state
So Kai has a little bit of smile on his face, a lot of relief. A lot of energy, too, as he slams back into the chair and takes a smile at the crowd as they applaud for him. A little fist pump there. But he is not out of the woods yet. Pascal is still demonstrating great play here. So he's got to dig himself out of this hole, but he'll be able to go first. Depending on what Kai gets in his opening hand, may mean that, well, Pascal is able to run away with this duel.
I feel like Kai Wong definitely made it up to himself about that maybe misstep he had in Game 1. He played that Game 2 like an absolute master and truly dominated.
Well, his game plan was to win 2 out of 3. He's still got to do just the same.
Yes, this Game 3 is going to decide who is going to be in our first semifinalist for YCS Houston. I imagine both these duelists are both ready, but also extremely nervous.
Kind of a wild one here, but there's the smile again, that trophy within reach. but you haven't earned it yet, Kai.
What would you say is the percentage buff that Kai gets for being dressed as Arius playing the Labyrinth deck?
You know, I don't know if you get any gameplay buffs, but man, the Riz is on point.
Yeah, the spirituality buff is what I'll say. Like, his spirits will be high no matter what. He's on camera, he's in top 8, and he's playing Labyrinth dressed as Arius. That's got to be a win no matter what happens here today.
Oh, yeah, and sometimes that's enough to get shame. Not to say that if you come here dressed in comfortable clothes, locked in on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, you're not going to do well, because Pascal is doing exactly that. But you're right that if you're just feeling it, you don't get those doubts in your head. You're not thinking, what if I do this? What if I do that? Now, that did get Kai into trouble during Game 1, but he definitely has the energy for it. So let's see if the cards can do the same for him.
Something in Pascal's favor here is that this will be the first game where he gets to go first, and he potentially gets to go as unfettered as possible, depending on if Kai has any really powerful side deck techs, of course. But I bet you Pascal feels super confident. We know that he's playing a deck that he's more than comfortable with, and he's playing a really interesting version of it that includes some awesome sub-engines like the Goblin Bikers and the Speedroids.
We haven't seen a Takatomborg. Can you imagine we start off this last duel just Speedvoid Takatomborg and the eyes just jump out of Kai's head?
I mean, we have seen the Takatomborg in hand, but we haven't seen the Terratop plus Takatomborg patented 2-punch combo, which would be super awesome for Pascal.
The whole deck.
Pascal just taking a little breath there. Got to get it done. Kai just looking out to the crowd. Gathering energy.
The spell.
Oh, there's the smile. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of duelists are in focus mode until the game is over. You know this as well as I do.
Just that feeling of relief. Oh, I won. Oh, I could win again.
My emotions, they've been unlocked. They're no longer distractions.
Well, we are here at the YCS after all. So let's find out in our Game 3 who is going to move on from top 8 to top 4.
We've got Kai Wong on the right. We have Pascal on the left. Memento versus Labyrinth. This is going to be one heck of a show. Everyone lock in.
See a good, clean match.
Stand by, please.
It's time to duel. Pascal, of course, starting off, and he's leading with Memento and Goblin. That's a pretty good start here. Going to get 2 sends from the deck. Kai Wong just making sure he's like, I want to understand fully what's about to happen to me right now. Yeah, that's fine. He's going to destroy itself. And then send 2 more cards to the graveyard. We're going to send Gaddock, and we're going to send Fusion. Really nice, getting extra access to more Memento cards.
Wow!
Chain Link 1, Gaddock, Chain Link 2, Meow was going to get that draw because a card was summoned from the graveyard, which is something that Memento loves to do.
The forgotten Molcharmi of the format. We've seen lots of Purulia, we have seen lots of Fualos, but Meows has taken the stage.
As a Malice player, that is a very scary card.
Well, I mean, you know, Kai said earlier in his interview that he thought the best deck was Malice, so he came equipped for it, and that will help him in this Memento matchup.
So they receive Fusion, sending Gaddock to the graveyard, and returning the Goblin to the deck to be able to summon Memento Twin Dragon.
Oh, wait. Is this in grave?
Yeah, I shuffle it back.
It shuffles back from grave?
Yes.
Yeah, just double checking how Memento Infusion works. You can either send cards from your hand and field to the graveyard, or you can return cards from your graveyard back into the deck.
Because it was monster destroy Goblin.
Oh, it's like the second sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure we fully understand why he was able to do that, because earlier he didn't do that. It's just an option you have when cards are destroyed.
What does that do? Sorry.
Destroys add 2. Anything?
So on summon, it...
Yes, to say when I deal with it is.
Add 2
Anyway.
That's good.
He's going to go ahead and destroy itself and add 2 Memento monsters from his deck to his
You didn't
hand.
know me,
He'll probably get some extra extenders here. We've already used our normal summons, so things like Darkblade and Anguich are a bit weaker now. But Sleepy is definitely online.
It's going to be difficult to decide what to do next here for Pascal. You don't want to give too many draws to Kai, because every single time it could just mean the right Labyrinth card hits the hand, and discarding it could mean doom.
Yep, and here we see Kai just double-checking what the graveyard effect of Fusion is, being able to search for more Memento cards, essentially. Get him even more consistency. That card's really strong for this archetype.
Absolutely has pushed it over the edge here to really make the deck a lot more competitive. Was always good. Played it right when it came out of Valiant Smashers, but obviously it is a new beast from what it once initially was.
Oh yeah, for me the biggest unlock has been Creation King, no question. Okay, so here we have Pascal probably thinking if he wants to order this any differently or just go straight for that Tatsu no Toshigo and get some more Memento cards in his yard.
Now, Pascal's careful here. There may not be that many more summons from the graveyard and or banishments.
Here we see Bone Party going to be destroying a card from the hand, it looks like. But it's on resolution. So Kai's just thinking if he wants to respond here. Usually the Labyrinth cards want to have stuff already established in play before we interact with them, so it's probably fine just to let this go through first and then respond to whatever Pascal either summons or adds back. Just asking a clarification here from the judges, I guess, about what is available to them to be able to be played.
I mean, it is a complicated deck indeed, not only for the duelists, but for the judges as well, having to keep track of a very complex series of gameplay interactions. Again, the overall
What's
deck
complex about it?
crazy,
There's nothing
but you're
complex
just
about
constantly
momentum.
seeing cards interact.
Once you learn the cards and how they
getting a nice
work.
reprieve here. They have plenty of time to finish out this game 3, but I bet you
What's
the
the
nerfs
question?
are piling up. This will decide whether or not one of them goes home.
The more complex deck is
The judge
probably
likely
fucking Labyrinth.
instructing them. We've got
That's just remembering
just
their
briefly
fucking
muted here
channeling
as this
9
announcement,
effects
so
that
we
happen.
can't hear it as well over here at the desk, but I guess we'll find out shortly what is happening with an update.
My assumption would be like how Memento Infusion was able to resolve, and maybe just asking a clarifying question.
Yeah.
You destroyed a card. Correct. Yes,
The
you have.
Welcome Labyrinth was an illegal activation.
No.
In the game 2? To be
In
able to
game
set
2,
itself?
I believe so.
Didn't we just get a free minor? It's for a different. Oh.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah, just clarifying. I think so. Are they saying the effect to be able to set it last game?
Yes, I believe so, but that was previous. We're just keeping track of things because your penalties, if they accrue, stuff could happen.
So wait, when did we start doing that? Because I've had problems in
And here we're just
future
clarifying as
where
well what every player can do from this moment forward. For
I've
this
talked
game,
about this,
just a little
and
bit of
everybody's like,
pointing
no,
that
that don't matter. But all of a sudden now it's fucking mattering.
Needs to explain
Because
the
they didn't do
forward
it
part of the
before,
effect
but now they're
too.
going to
So
do it
Bone
now.
Party is not
That
just
don't make any
special summoning,
fucking
it's
sense.
also adding to the hand, or could add to the hand, so...
Or is Konami just picking their
Can't
own
give half
fucking
answers
winners
there.
there? Because that seems like
Good job
bullshit.
on our judge team over there, making sure that both these players have a clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
I mean, it's difficult.
Not
You gotta
being
remember,
biased,
both of these duelists have been
wanting
doing this for days.
the Labyrinth player to
because
win
it's an
here,
East Coast,
but
West Coast battle. Neither of them are from here, so they're even in
If
different
we didn't
time
do
zones
it in
as
the
well.
past, why the fuck are we doing it now?
So here's
Because
like
if that's the case, the last stream we had where the fucking shark won, he shouldn't have fucking won. The other guy should have.
And then Kai
Thanks,
Wong
Kai.
giving us a bit of a heads up. I did see the Arias in there, which means he does have a potential interaction here during Pascal's turn. But like I said, I think he's going to wait until Pascal commits more cards. And there we see the destruction of the combined creation that was in Pascal's hand once again to resolve this Bone Party and maybe get Anguich. Yep, there she is.
So with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler in the hand, Kai isn't completely locked out of the game, but maybe telegraphing that there's not much he can do except just that single move of setting a trap card and then jumping in.
All right, both these players here are locked in. Pascal is recognizing, okay, I'm still under Meowls. Summoning from the graveyard is out of the question. Unfortunately, he will be doing that if he wants to get that combined creation back out onto the board. So worth noting that he will give up another card to Kai. And weirdly, Labyrinth is one of those decks, Kai mentioned this earlier, that doesn't just like plus a bunch, but the more cards they have, weirdly, the more access to their entire deck they'll have. So you still don't want to give them too many cards.
The more you use, the more you can do, absolutely.
But like when the big guys on the field, like essentially like take.
If you control it, it's a take quick effect.
Yeah, quick
Yes.
Like
effect.
the main phase.
Yes, just clarifying that Mace will only work if you control combined creation.
So jumping back in, apparently during the last duel around the 35-minute mark, if you're checking out the VOD, unfortunately Kai did use Welcome Labyrinth's effect to summon Lady Labyrinth during the draw phase of Pascal, but later in the turn, Kai also used Big Welcome Labyrinth during main phase 1. On a new chain, he went to Ariana for chain link 1, Shattrack Veer for chain link 2, Welcome Labyrinth for chain link 3 to set itself again, and you cannot use Welcome Labyrinth to reset itself as it was sent to the graveyard the same turn. So great catch to be able to go back in time there and for the judges to be able to catch that to make sure that this is a full and fair, honest YCS top cut.
Back over here to game
Oh,
3, we
the
see
right.
the resolution of Sleepy fusing Mace, Katsuno Toshigo,
Okay.
and Sleepy to summon
Honest
Creation
mistake.
King.
It finally is here. We got a fusion summon off.
This is the first time this
I
card's
do
been
believe
resolved
it
with
says you
Pascal. Now we're
cannot,
gonna see just how strong it is and
use
be able
this
to send
effect.
another Creation King from the extra deck to the graveyard as long as you
Sorry to
close
say,
two
I
other
do
cards.
believe.
We're going to send Aki Huron.
Right. I do believe that's the thing with this
What's going on?
card.
Sending this is sending 3.
Yeah, so just clarifying what effect is happening right now. We're saying we have Creation King sending the
The
Creation King to
monster,
the extra deck,
these
the Aki Huron
feel
from the main
by
deck, and then one more
normal
card.
trap effect
I
while
get it
also
in
in
Kai's
favor,
position. If I had
except
never
the
seen
turn
Memento
was
before, I'd be like,
something.
what do
Okay.
you mean you're sending 3 cards, one from the
Understand.
extra deck, 2 from the deck? What?
Yeah, there's a reason why you turned out by Fusion
But
Monsters in
here's the
game
problem.
2.
I don't know if y'all noticed
this.
He just heard the word fusion and said no, but little did he know how powerful these fusion monsters truly are.
Everyone is a welcome labyrinth already in gray. The one he tried to trigger the time before. When he activated it,
and then here
he could still set the other one. So
to search for another
they're not right.
They
need to go back and rewatch the film. They were fucking wrong.
Yep, so again, yeah, I was gonna say we're searching for Memento Fusion. We're gonna be grabbing another Memento Fusion.
So crazy that card can search any card, including itself.
I'm reading this right now.
Yeah, this isn't damage.
And it just is something with a lower level or something?
Yeah, low level than the one destroyed. I destroyed the fusion.
Okay, so Kai definitely familiar with this deck, able to quote the text of the cards without picking them up.
It's like procedural stuff, yeah. So
okay.
Affect target, and then you're going to use the effect to summon. Yeah. Or this effect to summon. Yeah. That's the only feeling.
Yes,
that's good.
So we went ahead and targeted that destroyed Mementotlin monster. Now we're going to special summon one with a lower level, and it is Mementotlin Sleepy.
Because that Sleepy did come from the graveyard.
Effect?
Yes. Okay. Red one?
Yeah.
And now we're going to go ahead and XZ summon here into that Goblin Biker Big Gabonka and start unlocking the Goblin side of Pascal's deck here. Going to probably search for that Doug Charger that we saw. Boom, beautiful. That'll be able to summon itself as well by getting rid of one of the materials on Big Gabonka. And now we're going to use Doug Charger's effect.
You gotta, when you say effect, can you
Charger effect is search the spell Goblin spell trap.
Goblin spell trap, okay.
Yeah, but this will get the grand breakout.
I'll say every second.
Yeah, Pascal getting a little ahead of himself, kind of like Kai did in game one. You know, these duelists feel an open game state. They just start playing and they forget. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm speaking to you as well.
Yeah, I mean the best way to do it is just say it like the anime, right? I activate my monsters effect, which allows me to do this. And as silly as that is, it is in compliance with tournament policy guidelines. You do have to like talk to that person across the table. This is not solitaire.
Ooh, and there we see XZ's Armor Torpedo coming out. That's another just interesting rank 3 that we haven't gotten to see Pascal play yet. This might access the Armored XZ side of his deck if he has any fun ways to keep climbing up, but it does give him an extra draw as well. Oh, actually, no, we're going to overlay 2 monsters with the same rank to go into F-Zero, Utopic Future, and then into Draco Future. Whoa!
Speechless. I thought we were fusing.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't see that coming today.
No, my bingo card, I might as well just throw it out. This is the craziest YCS top 8 I think I have seen in quite some time. But really good standardized plays here.
Yeah, fucking here.
Perfect sense.
Please tell me you have the
You've got
River
plenty of
Cannon.
level 3s. You want to be able to have that synergy to connect to the Goblin, but rather than just using that, combining all of these great cards into making Utopic support? That's insane.
Now, I will say Kai does have a response to Utopic Future being summoned, so Pascal will not get a pop-off potentially here. You got, again, a little excited, but I'd love that he showed up to Draco Future. Oh, that's pretty awesome.
This is very tough for me.
This is a tough call here.
You have to decide whether to stop it right here with the Arias the Labyrinth Butler.
But even then, like, what trap card does he have in his hand that could even interact with it?
Looks like the cannon.
That's the set.
Set a okay, my turn. Arias effect to set a spell or trap or a trap card, normal trap card that can be activated this turn, or special summon a labyrinth monster.
Yep. So we're either gonna set or special from hand now.
From hand now.
Yeah, it always starts here.
We're gonna reveal the Daruma Karma Cannon as a trap card that we are setting. It can be activated this turn.
I'm gonna go.
And then we're also gonna activate Chandraglier's effect to discard a card and set.
That's tough. I mean, with only Pot of Extravagance,
and
Labyrinth, and then another trap card there, it's really, really difficult. But he's going to get rid of the field spell, not trying to be too greedy.
Yeah, it doesn't really give him that much value until he gets his Welcome Labyrinth established anyway. So now we're going to set here to a different card, making sure no has been activated or anything else. Where should we set
that field spell, man? Starts popping off.
Probably get Welcome here. It won't be able to be activated this turn, I don't believe. Because Arias only lets you activate the one that you set this turn, I believe. Yep, so there's the Welcome Labyrinth.
Good call.
But the cannon can be activated, and that will stop the Utopic Draco Future from coming out.
The Pot of Extravagance is going to be huge if we get to it, but right now we're going to go ahead and banish the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout.
Oh, that's actually Grand Entrance, by the way. I misspoke earlier.
Oh, it is Entrance. It is Entrance.
That's what let him get the other Doug Charger specifically back out from the deck and then go into this line here.
Wait, that means he's running both Grand Entrance and Grand Breakouts.
Yeah, because he has the Doug Chargers.
Very Goblin-centric. This is so cool.
Yep, and then he's going to go ahead and detach the material like we saw there. Then he's going to go into Draco Future. And then we're going to summon the combined creation for the graveyard by shuffling back 5 different memento names from the graveyard. This will give him another Meowls draw. Hopefully Kai recognizes that. Once he decides the 5, of course. It's a summoning condition, so we got to do that first. Yep, there it is. There's the 5. They're being shuffled back, and Kai drew another card, and it was lovely, unfortunately.
Ooh, that's a little painful right now because he had added the Welcome Labyrinth probably to get lovely.
Yeah.
And now, well, that does not help nearly as much as it would have.
And there we see a potential set 3 from Pascal, ending on
baby.
Draco Future and combined creation. That is a very scary board.
And could use the Memento Mictlan field spell during the end phase of doing exactly that. Probably to set the Memento on Bone Party. Yep.
And can I read
It's much better when people come here because like
destroys, then summons,
our frames have not dropped the entire time I've been streaming.
And it destroys on resolution, not for cost.
We've been live for over an hour. Yesterday, we dropped so many frames that we was down to 26% of like hard.
Oh, Kai trying to save Pascal from revealing public information there. Just trying to keep it fair again. If you haven't been to enough YCSs, I really recommend reading those tournament policy guidelines. Can't say that enough.
So you said with that?
Yes, I said this, yeah.
We're still, I'm thinking in your end phase,
Yeah, we're thinking in Pascal's end phase, seeing if Kai wants to respond here with any of the cards he has access to. All right, so we're going to go to draw phase here for Kai. Drawing a rollback, it looks like.
I think it's time for that pot of extravagance. We're going to have to spin the wheel here and find out what happens.
That Utopia Draco Future represents pretty much a change of heart on any of the most powerful
I had a cannon.
Oh, that's crazy.
I had a cannon.
All right, let's see what these 2 Destiny draws are. Kai's fate depends on it.
Big welcome, it looks like. And a Dominus Impulse.
Ooh, even pointing to the Dominus Impulse like, yeah, that's not too bad.
This one's not too shabby. That's one of them good ones.
To summon from graveyard non-permanent.
Yep, effect of combined creation to summon.
Taking a sec there. That's pretty rough. Great cards in the hand.
We do have that impulse, right? But no, we're not going to do that. We're going to just let him summon the Anguish here. And Anguish will be able to search here. I believe we returned Mace, so this could be us searching it back again. So we can get potentially 2 change of hearts. Oh, we can get the Sleepy instead here.
That is the one.
I was getting ahead of myself.
Oh, I know. But how could you not in this deck that could basically do anything?
My monster's destroyed. My card effect, I can.
Yeah, you have bone party. Yeah.
Kai's like, oh, I know why you searched this. You're going to summon Guardian Chimera on my turn. I know you. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't work with Sleepy because you wouldn't be able to use the effect. But you can summon, like, Creation King and get the pop that way.
Pascal likely not to make that misstep. Kai's got to decide what to do. We're still in draw phase, technically.
I suppose you're right, yeah. Oh, no, we're in main phase because of
main phase.
Oh, that's true.
We did draw in main phase.
It's been a very long main phase.
I'm surprised he played a fucking
all we've
gold
done is draw
rare.
cards then.
We're going to activate the Dream Karma Cannon we set using Arias.
It's not a gold rare, it definitely
set
looks
all
like
the
it.
monsters, turning off most of the interactions that Pascal had access to there. This does also turn off a potential Mace that he might be able to kind of sneakily get in there with any of these awesome Memento cards. We're going to welcome Labyrinth for Ariana. Aria effect on summon. He's going to be met by an Imperm.
Arias effect.
Yes, because we're responding to a Labyrinth effect, we'll be able to chain Arias to add it back to the hand.
So chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the second time Arias has stomped onto the field. Maybe the third.
Yeah. There's gonna, oh no, I'm sorry. Chen Dragolier adds. This summons itself to the field.
That's right. In attack mode, no less.
Gonna be able to punch. I believe he has 2,600 attack points.
More importantly, there are 10 stars worth of monsters on the field, including only Dark. So we may be seeing a Chaos Angel in just a moment.
The honorary Labyrinth monster, being able to banish the combined creation would be pretty huge.
I mean, the powers of light and darkness intertwine in quite a few decks this format, right? We've seen Chaos Angel in Ryzel Fiendsmith, and now we're seeing it in Labyrinth.
It was not banished off Extrav. We do get the Chaos Angel out on summon, being able to banish something. We're going to attempt to banish the combined creation. That Bone Party will not save it because it is not face up. It will get banished. How much defense does Draco Future have? It has 2,500, right?
2,500, but it's not enough.
Very utopic, to say the least.
Yes. For all the Utopia.
Well, it don't matter. It can't be destroyed by battle.
Ooh, I think Kai's thinking the same thing I am. How much defense does this have? But I don't believe he's able to ask that now that it's set face down.
Yes, because it's only dark.
Okay. Yes, because it was made with only dark monsters. Chaos Angel cannot be destroyed by battle. Worth noting for sure.
Neither can Draco Future,
limited
though.
ways to out it at this point. We're going to go straight to battle phase here. Chaos Angel's going to attack the Anguish.
Who knows?
Interesting. Perhaps not as worried about the Xyz monster because of access to things like Dimensional Barrier, negating the effects of that card.
No.
Try to big welcome bounce it as well if you can establish another lady. So yeah, when a memento is destroyed, it summons itself back.
By card effect.
It doesn't matter because you can let things attack directly, and then when it's sent back to the graveyard, you can add something from your graveyard.
One dumb.
And here's the beautiful set one. Making sure we're trying to play around with any more imperm columns that could be there. We do currently have one in the second to the right, or I believe that's known as column 4, is the way it's numbered, left to right, right?
Correct. But it's really difficult when you have 5 cards to set. You have to choose, okay, which one of these would I not mind being in the imperm column, as it's called?
Most of them have the effect that they have to destroy by card effect.
No bubbles to be seen here from Yu-Gi-Oh! Master
I thought it was the
animations,
same thing, but it also says
the feel of that card, you could definitely just grab it out of the air there.
Yep, so here we have Bone Party destroying the Akihiron, and now we're going to chain link one Memento Mini-Clon, chain link 2 Akihiron, add, and summon. We're going to add from the banish because Akihiron can do that.
Sleepy is such a great card, but Akihiron pushes the deck even further there. So again, being able to add from the banishment, confirming it's...
Yes.
Yep, there we go, Akihiron.
It is graveyard and banishment. That's why Akihiron is such a really nice engine requirement for this deck. It just makes sure that all of your plays are super resilient and you can keep going. And then we're going to go ahead and get Anguish back using Memento Mini-Clon, and then you use Anguish's on summon effect to search for a Gaddock. And then we're going to Sleepy because the card was destroyed, summon itself from the hand.
So Kai just confirming some card effects here, and we're going to Dominus Impulse.
We're going to change the Sleepy's effect to summon Dominus Impulse, destroying it because we do indeed have a trap card. That's activating from the hand, just worth noting.
Like trigger Sleepy?
So turn player, chain link 1 to add back to hand. Okay.
Yeah, so turn player priority, Kai is declaring for Chandelier to add to hand, and then we're going to change Sleepy. Yeah, because it was destroyed. Even though it wasn't summoned, it doesn't matter. It was destroyed by the effect of Dominus Impulse.
Good looking out for our mandatory chain links there. Going to go ahead and get rid of the Memetel and Dark Blades in the graveyard.
If you can. I don't Sleepy. Sleepy is not mandatory.
No.
So clarifying that Memento Mini-Clon is only during your end phase, not during your opponent's. During Kai's end phase, he's going to discard the lovely Labyrinth in his hand and set using Chandelier. That could probably save the fact that he unfortunately drew the card he's not used to drawing or happy to draw. And then we get the big welcome, which can summon it back during Pascal's turn.
The Labyrinth cards aren't mandatory either, so that's not correct either.
Is it main phase only?
Yeah, main phase
only.
only.
Chimera Fusion? Yeah.
Yeah, it's only main phase. That's why I couldn't.
This is dual.
What do you use it now? But
that's what I was thinking. Like, Chimera Fusion.
Kai's like, why didn't you use the Fusion spell? Pascal's like, I can't use the Fusion spell right now.
I can't use it.
Trust me,
that
I
would
wish
be
I
good.
could. That'd be crazy. Kai's doing a really good job picking apart Pascal's board. This is definitely going to be a grind from here, but Pascal has a whole yard full of mementos and a ready combined creation.
It's an interesting matchup like we were expecting, but again, the deck that doesn't stop stopping against the deck that never starts starting. It just keeps going.
So there we have the big welcome. We're actually going to be bouncing our own Chaos Angel.
Don't make it again. I know what you're going to do.
Destroy a card either on the field or in the hand.
I think it's very heads up for recycling a Chaos Angel because then you can go ahead and banish additional cards later when you make it with those coveted 10 stars worth of Dark Monsters.
Adds the hand.
Yep, so Chandelier will add to hand and Welcome Habit will set itself back to the board, and then Lovely will destroy a card non-targeting in the hand or on the board. This is all happening during Pascal's draw phase, I believe. We're going to chain Forbidden Droplet, getting rid of Anguish for cost to target the Lovely. That's pretty huge. It is worth noting that Kai did not activate a card during any of this time, so Pascal's free to respond. We're going to chain Transaction Rollback from the field.
Targeting this.
So you pay half of that?
Yeah, or sorry, this targets Emperor.
Hey, it's half life points, doesn't it?
Okay, so I'm 8,000, you're at 4,000.
Yep, Transaction Robot wins on your field, can actually trap your
Better be
opponent's
sure you don't
in their
win this.
graveyard. Kai's going to pay 4,000 life points for that, though.
But he might have signed his own note because, again, 6 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock, 4,000 life points. We know these decks can literally play forever. That could come up later.
Yep, the droplet will still resolve, so now Lovely has... Oh no, I guess it's not being resolved now because of the trap being activated, right?
Copying that infinite impermanence. Thanks for bringing one to the duel. But jokes aside here, Transaction Rollback, a very powerful card for that reason, especially when traps are in the format. Not as useful when it's more spell-centric, but infinite permanence is always around, so usually you'll at least get one type of trap use.
We thought Kai was setting cards in the zones purposely to dodge Imperm. No, I want to activate Imperm during my opponent's turn. Hopefully he doesn't make the unfortunate mistake of setting a card there himself this turn. He sets to the farthest right column, or number 5.
All right, so might have a little bit of a pause here as our head judge explains a little bit of some of the communication rules to our players here. Didn't get a little bit of the player audio because every time there's an announcement overhead, we don't get that. But just what an incredible duel. I could literally watch this matchup all day. And the way they're playing, if it wasn't untimed, or if it was untimed rather, you really could just play Memento and Labyrinth nonstop.
It's so back and forth, honestly. Like, we saw, what did Pascal have? 8 cards in play on his first turn, and now he's reduced just to 2 in field and like 4 or 5 in hand. And we know that Kai has a huge slew of Labyrinth resources at his disposal here. It could literally go either way at this point.
Really could, it really could. It's one of those wild things where, like, you don't expect some of the cool tech options. I really love this Memento Goblin build from Pascal, because even though we already had him on the stage before, we didn't see any of the utopic stuff. That's wild.
Yeah, I kind of like the Goblin Memento deck. It's like, why would I bother getting rid of your monsters? I'll just steal them from you. Thank you for summoning such powerful monsters. They're mine now.
Oh, yeah. And then on the trap side from Kai, just really interesting uses of the transaction rollback. Usually, what we talked about before, it's hard to get it to the graveyard, right? But in the case of using that infinite permanence, that was the perfect way to get it to the graveyard, then be able to banish it again and do even more.
Yeah, it was the answer to that Draco Future, because if he didn't do that, that was still going to be flip summon this turn and cause havoc.
Oh, goodness. It'll be a moment before we get back into gameplay, but it's just, again, cool to see that. And we did hear some sort of raucous cheer before we got into over here. So I heard a let's go. Did you hear that let's go coming through the thing?
Oh, yeah. People are excited to see who the winner of YCS Houston is going to be, whether it's top 8 or not. Every match is important.
Oh, my goodness. It means something probably happened over in the VIP area, too. So every duel counts as we drift closer and closer and closer to the top 4, of course. Then we get to that coveted finals.
It's going to be really exciting to see. Honestly, at this point, I have no idea what's going to win. We've seen Ryzeal and Malice definitely perform, definitely earn people some top spots, but these wacky decks, I'm just going to call them wacky, beautiful decks, Labyrinth and Memento and even Mermail are doing such great jobs here this weekend.
Yeah, I think it goes to show you, we talk about how no one deck is it. There are formats where, like, there's a popular deck and everybody sort of gravitates towards it so other decks don't get a chance. This is not that format. People are really exploring things. We've seen everything again from Tombkeeper Blue Eyes that did make the top cut. Not in the top 8, but still really, really good stuff across the board. But what do you think it makes... Why is this format so diverse? What is it that keeps people going like this?
I would say, like, it's because the reasons why the top decks are the top decks are not because they're overly powerful than everything else. It's just that they're more attractive to the players, They're super consistent. They're super resilient. They have those kinds of plays that really tickle the brain and can unlock a really high power ceiling. But plenty of other decks do that too. And they're not being held down by the best decks in the format because people are just choosing to play those, and they can choose to play almost whatever they want.
No, it's absolutely true. There were some heroes we didn't get to put up on the stage, unfortunately. We only get so many rounds that we could pick out. But there were some Crystron players that we were tracking. There were some A to Z players for those of you at home who love XYZ Dragon Cannon and the like. There was definitely some Destiny heroes and stuff out there as well. So again, if you're going to your local shop next week, there's definitely some really cool stuff you could be playing for sure.
Oh yeah, this matchup has been super, this tournament has been super amazing to watch, and sort of, I think, a really nice swan song to the Maze of the Master format before Alliance Insight comes out for YCS Providence.
Oh my goodness, Alliance Insight is going to be here before you know it. Can you believe that YCS Providence is like about 3 or 4 weeks away?
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah, give or take. Less than a month for sure.
100%.
Wow. It'll be here before you know it. It'll be interesting to see how people jump into that format and what cards they're excited about.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I know me. I'm still going to be playing Malice.
You're allowed to play Malice. They're still playing Memento, which came out a long time ago, right? Valiant Smashers have been out for a couple of years, and Labyrinth has been out even longer.
I was about to say, Labyrinth is the longest standing deck in
no
this
matter what I
format
play, as long as I commit and I play what I like and I do good, a miracle can happen, as Kai has said himself today.
Well, hopefully Kai gets the miracle too, but we are still waiting, of course, from a little update from our judge staff. And it may be a minute here, so just kind of bear with us as we hang out with you in the chat. And again, thank you for watching. We know there are so many viewers, can't imagine why, but either or, we are happy to have you here at YCS Houston. Again, getting down to the top 8 duelists from all over the place. You could be here too, and I know I say it every time. Please. Maybe you'll see me at YCS Providence and be like, hey, I'm here. What do you want? I want you to duel. Go have fun. That's all. Please. Don't hurt me.
As long as you're here to duel, you're welcome at every YCS.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And it's a great place to hang out, too. You do hear some duelists are like, you know what? I'm not in the tournament. I'm not even in the public events. I'm just here for the vibes.
Yeah. It's duel time. Where else are you going to go during duel time than a YCS?
I love how a YCS becomes Battle City. And this is a phenomenon I think everybody knows. You know, maybe you get to the city. I got here particularly on Thursday, and there's no duelists. And then all of a sudden you start to see backpacks. You're like, wait, I know that guy. I don't know his name, but I've definitely seen him before. And then before you know it, every single person in the venue, the hotel, across the street, the restaurant, they're duelists. We take over these places. So it definitely like changes Houston, Providence, Rhode Island, wherever we go into Battle City or Duelist Kingdom.
Oh, yeah. A YCS being held in Battle City, I think, is always the most accurate way to say it, because no matter what city we're in, it becomes Battle City.
Yeah, goodness. It's going to be fun once we get to jump back into the gameplay, but I just want to say that, like, this has been just a really wild format. I don't think when Maze and the Master came out, anybody was expecting the two keepers to take over.
Oh, yeah. And I think what's really awesome about that deck is that it unlocks kind of a big dichotomy in duelists. There are plenty of people that love trap decks but hate the weakness they have when it comes to going second or the weakness of their monsters. Tomb Keeper has powerful monsters that unlock the power of your trap cards. You don't need trap cards to make your monsters strong. It works both ways.
So it makes me wonder, since we're going to be seeing more stuff, if Jinza will come back. But speaking of seeing more stuff, it looks like, why don't we go ahead and take a look at the updated top 8 bracket, right, to see what else is going on.
Ooh, it's looking right here.
I did see a really cool thing that I do want to talk about. There was a Castro player that was on the live stream, and I found out that for Malice, he's not playing Lancia,
we have the game right now happening between Pascal and Kai. That's still yet to decide a winner here.
Because
we have Kevin versus Christian, with Kevin
they can't resolve
really awesome to see two international duelists in our top 4, both Manuel and Kevin coming from Sweden, I believe.
Yeah, we talked about an East Coast, West Coast matchup. Talk about coming from across the pond. Duelists traveling literally from other countries here to America to be able to compete and show us the best of their dueling. Second to none. That is amazing.
Yeah, given this matchup, there's actually a world where Kevin and Manuel face each other in the finals. And have Sweden versus Sweden in the finals at a YCS Houston.
We've had it before. I believe it was YCS Indianapolis that was won by a player from Brazil. I remember asking him, what does it mean to you to come all the way from across, so many different locations to get to all these different YCSs? Come here to America, win the YCS. And you know what Paulo's answer was? Brazil!
Let's go!
Oh, it just goes to show you that duelists really do come from all walks of life, all nations. You're all welcome here. It is going to be such an interesting YCS if we do have just nobody from North America left in the contention.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about card games. I don't care if you're blind, I don't care if you're deaf, I don't care if you don't speak a single word of my language. As long as we're dueling, I can communicate with you and have a great time.
It's good stuff. It's weird because we all do speak a second language, and it is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Because if you see a picture, I don't care if it's like 50 feet away, maybe it's on the other side of a football field, you're like, yeah, that's pot of green. I don't know what it does, but I know that's pot of green. And
something's going to happen.
Yeah, something's going to happen. It's just so funny that we do all speak like a pictographic language, right? You see that card and you're like, oh, there's that. And in the same way that if somebody says a word you don't know, if you see a picture you don't know, like, what does that do? And duelists are these amazing genius level people that can be like, oh, I've committed this full thing to memory and I'll know it for the rest of my life just off of this picture.
And worst case scenario, you always have Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron to translate any card you need.
Oh, Neuron is such an incredible app. Like, I don't mean to glaze on it, but the idea that you could just scan the card and be like,
did they just use the term glaze?
It's in this language, and now I know what rarities it's in. Good stuff.
But for some reason, every time I scan Pot of Greed, nothing comes up.
I know. I can't. I just like.
It's a bug.
It's a bug. Maybe it's a feature, right? For anime fans, you know what we're talking about.
Christ.
Oh, goodness. Well, I have to say, after we got out of the Team YCS, right? Because we're coming off of Team YCS Las Vegas, I don't think I expected the format to shake up this much, but I guess this shows the strength of individual duelists competing by themselves.
I think you're crazy.
Yeah, Team YCS are always a different beast, Like, there's always that mentality of, do we all play the same deck or do we all play different decks? Usually, if you want to have a team having 3 minds on the same strategy, that way we can all share strategies, share advice. It's really nice. But having 3 different decks to try to give yourself the most sort of diverse field and not be as easily countered is pretty good, too. Yeah, it was a super awesome format, and I'm glad I got to play with you.
Thank you. But focusing on the cards, not on us, right? We've had our day. It's just wild to see that, just through a few weeks, so much has changed. I feel like Ultimate Slayer just disappeared.
Yeah, Ultimate Slayer was in my main deck when I went to the Team YCS playing Malice, and now it's nowhere to be seen because it feels like the board breaker strategy or the going second strategy seems a little bit weaker because the turn 1 boards, if left unfettered, are just so hard to interact with.
No, you're absolutely right, and they're apparently going to be very close. So those of you who are just like, please, we want to see the duel, we're sick of the Stevens, don't worry, it is coming your way. We want to see the duels too. But following up on your comment on the Ultimate Slayer, it's just so wild to see it disappear because it felt so good to just be like, Mereologic Aggregator, there's your Xyz stuff. But it's true with water out there, there's not as much like mileage that you get out of it, and the extra decks have always been so crowded, so it's very hard to put so many different decks for sure.
Yeah, and like if you're banking on your board breaker being enough, you just can't be confident that it is. And so if you're going for a consistency and trying to maximize your chances of being in the top cut, having just something that protects your turn 1 or gives you some powerful non-engine to kind of stymie your opponent seems like what most duelists here preferred.
It's true that that's what makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series so special is it's not just like a 5-round tournament at like a giant locals that you may have, and it's not a regional championship where just the people around. These are people who came from other continents around the world. They're definitely going to have the cards. You can't think that, oh, he's not going to have 3. He has 3. But they also come from like different scenes, so they have different perspectives on it, and you may run into something where like, oh, no duelist would ever run that. And they're like, no, they run that over there. They do it.
Oh, yeah. Really exciting to see.
So, yeah, speaking of excitement, is there anything you're looking forward to? Well, I guess in Alliance Insight, it is going to be the Malice stuff for sure, right?
Well, but actually, the Attic District stuff specifically that you get to play in Malice, if I'm being honest.
Oh, interesting. So a little bit of an update, though, for you at home. The question apparently was, as we were talking with the judges, is whether or not Mementotland Anguish searched twice in one turn. It didn't. Anguish, the first copy summoned came from Combined Creation, but the second Anguish came from Bone Party. It was resummoning the first one off the field, and so the only card searched was Sleepy, and it was never searched twice off Anguish. However, just like we talked about, both of these are kind of Galaxy Brain level decks with so many little micro interactions, so we had to make sure we were verifying that, but it looks like we will be going back into the gameplay relatively soon here. We just want to update you, so you at home aren't guessing or forming conspiracy theories or something like that. That's what happened. We were just verifying, that's all.
And like I said, the judges are there to make sure that a good, clean, honest game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Happens, and any legitimate question like, did Anguish resolve twice, is discovered, replayed, and searched, and it turns out the answer was no. Everything so far has been above board, and that means once we continue playing, we'll be going off from Pascal's turn and continuing to see how this matchup shakes out. It's a pretty close one, it looks like.
Definitely, definitely, and I'm so glad that we've got it. Now we're going right back in.
So we're in draw phase right now.
Yes, and we're going right back to Pascal's turn. We are still in his draw phase. The Lovely has resolved its effect to destroy the Draco Future, and we're just moving forward from there. It looks like on an open game state, Kai is going to be activating Dimensional Barrier and calling, was that Fusion that he said?
Oh, sorry, this is draw phase.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yes, specifically this is draw phase as Pascal clarified, therefore Fusion is not able to be activated.
Earlier, Kai did ask, can you activate that only in the main phase? The answer is yes, so great time for Dimensional Barrier.
All right, so they won't be able to go into Creation Kings anymore, but Combined Creation is on the table, I think, and that is more than enough to maybe destroy Kai's board, because remember, he's only at 4,000 life points.
Oh, you're right, from the earlier transaction rollback. Now, he does have transaction rollback in the graveyard, but with limited options of traps in the graveyard. I think I only see 2 cards there for now.
Ooh, and there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo being summoned from Pascal's hand. That'll be more than enough names being sent to the graveyard that he needs to start comboing off, I think.
Let's see.
Yep, so we got Mace being set there. That's 1 star. We need 4 more stars worth of Memento monsters. We've got Darkblade, so that's 5 total. I think Gaddock was already in the graveyard, so we couldn't get any more value out of that. Yep, because the Tatsuno Toshigo was destroyed, we're going to be able to summon a monster that's weaker. We're going to chain the Akihiron's effect to summon itself because something was destroyed. And this makes all of our big Memento monsters be able to attack directly. So now if we just summon the Combined Creation, it can attack directly for game.
Good stuff.
What effect?
Discard to destroy a spell trap.
Yes, so this is the effect of Darkblade to discard and destroy a spell or trap, and he's chaining to that the Akihiron's effect to make sure that everything can attack directly if it's level 9 or higher.
Feel like this is the first time we've seen, or at least the first time we've seen in a while, so discarding to get rid of that face down card.
I mean, what a matchup to use it against Labyrinth, right?
Yeah, plenty of traps.
Yep, we have used the Big Welcome already, if you guys remember back, because it was used during the draw phase of Pascal's turn.
This does summon itself. Then it attacking.
Oh, it's a different effect?
It's a different effect. It has like 3 different effects.
Yes, Akihiron has 3 separate effects that'll have different triggers.
Welcome to Memento, friends.
everything?
Yeah, level 9 or higher momentum.
Yeah, only level 9 or higher momentum monsters can attack directly. Oh, and there we go. Kai's instantly scooping because all he has to do is summon Combined Creation and attack directly, and Kai only has Welcome Labyrinth and can only summon monsters. Pascal is moving on to top 4.
A huge round of applause. Our very patient duelists here again. Cheering there for Pascal, managing to get the match win out, and everybody is locked in and ready to see who is going to continue to advance, because now we're about to go to top 4. Ooh. Only 4 duelists left.
And we know Pascal's going up against Kevin, and we know that Manuel is going up against, I believe it was Nathaniel that he's playing against.
So we do have Ryzel representation. We do have Memento here. Unfortunately, this is the swan song for Labyrinth, but what an incredible, incredible performance from Kai, right? Just great stuff, showing how good Labyrinth is. Wasn't able to get through the Memento. Showcasing right now, I believe he's showing that he's side decked in the Milcharmy Meows, and it is a good option against a lot of different decks, but just didn't get too much mileage in this duel.
Yeah, unfortunately, still going second against Memento. It's just too hard to come back from when they opened as well as Pascal did and played as well as he did as well.
But Kai seems like he is happy with his performance here, still smiling. Top 8 in cosplay, man, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You've got a bright dueling career ahead of you.
You know there's like some obscure stat out there, like now he's the highest placing cosplayer of all time, which is an awesome feat to have if that's true. And even if it's not, getting top 8 at this stacked YCS, nothing to scoff at.
My dream, as I preach to the chat, is for one of you to get top 4 in cosplay. That's all we need to see. We've seen top 8. Kai has an incredible record here. Somebody's got to be the cosplayer to get the next one.
Oh, yeah, 100%. But this duel was amazing. Both players did great, and I think we're a strong representation of what is possible in this format, even if you don't play Ryzeal or Malice.
Oh, yeah. And it is always one of those things. People are like, oh, look at these popular decks. I have to play this popular deck in order to make it. Wrong, and you just saw it here. So, again, we've got now left. We said Mermail, Ryzeal,
Goblin Memento.
Then
whatever Kevin is playing. I'm not sure if I can remember. Maybe it's some kind of Ryzeal variant, but
yeah, but still it shows you different decks from different eras just clashing. I mean, Mermail has been around for decades.
Well, a
decade or more.
Yeah, 11 years.
I don't want to see Ryzeal.
That's so crazy that we've gotten this far in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, and
decks
are still coming. And that's what really makes it great, you know, because Blue Eyes was at the top. That's wild.
That's from the very first set of Yu-Gi-Oh!
That's from the first starter deck. I guess depending, you might have gotten starter deck Yu-Gi-Oh! And be like, no, not for me.
Very
but still, just really good stuff to see that duelists are taking all those life lessons to heart. They're just sticking with what they're comfortable with. I think that sometimes a deck that you know is better than a deck that just seems like it's going to work, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you know what to do with it. You're in your comfort zone. You played those matches a million different times. And when Pascal was interviewed for that first time, he did say, I just played this deck because I know it so well. I've got about a year or so of experience with it, right? So good stuff.
Yeah, and honestly, if a year is all it takes to get top 4 at a YCS, that feels like too few of time. So it's still a huge accomplishment for Pascal. This is not an easy feat to do, y'all, and he's doing amazing.
Well, speaking of Pascal, why don't we go ahead and get it over to the stage, because Pascal had get through an incredible duel there, but now we get to see where his emotions are running. So, Jackie, take it away.
Okay, Stevens, I am with Pascal. Crowd, let's hear it for Pascal. Oh my gosh, they love you. Oh, I'm sure that you're overwhelmed with emotions right now. Tell me, what are you thinking? Final 4 semis.
You know, just stay locked in and focus, and just make sure I, careful with my plays and just think things through and not be in a rush. So, yeah, pretty excited.
I love that. I love that mentality. Talk to me a little bit about your journey to get to this point.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this deck for about a year, so it's a very complicated deck. Like, every card has, 3 different effects, so it gets confusing sometimes, but I've been playing it for a while. Misplayed a little bit throughout the way, but, I got better with it, so.
Yeah, a mix of Goblin Bikers and Memento. Can you explain to me your deck a little bit more?
Yeah, definitely. So Abyss Dweller and Shifter are very popular in the format, so I wanted to play, a route with Memento where I could play around those cards pretty well, and there's plenty of times that I got Shifter and I was still able to win because of the way I built my deck.
Okay, awesome. It's working, right? Do you have a game plan or a mindset going into semis?
Just keep doing what I'm doing, just stay focused, and just make sure I just play my cards carefully, and hopefully we'll see what happens with the rest of it.
We'll see what happens. And is there anything you want to say to the crowd, to the people watching at home?
Nothing that comes to mind right now. Just, I guess we'll see who wins.
We'll see who wins. All right, thank you so much, Pascal, and I'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. And once again, huge congratulations to Pascal for being our first top 4 match victor here. It's sorry, top 8 match victor going into top 4, where he's going to fight against definitely someone from Switzerland. Sorry, guys, I said Sweden earlier. I got a little bit mistaken there.
That's okay. That's okay. But the main thing is international duelists coming from all walks of life. We didn't get that part wrong, right?
Not at all.
Got it. Got it. But speaking of all walks of life, let's talk about all games of life. There's just been an incredible collection recently released. You might have heard of it. It is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days collection.
Oh, they're going to promote this now?
I have already put into that game. What's your favorite on this one?
It literally
Dice Monsters for sure, no question.
Went from $60
so
to
me,
$5.
Actually, I do love me some Dungeon Dice Monsters, and there's so many memories I have with all the Worldwide Edition games. But my new favorite is actually Capsule Monsters GB. It's a storyline that kind of crosses into like old Yu-Gi-Oh! And just has this great vibe.
Anyways, guys, if you don't know, we're going to make a video today.
I'm not going to spoil anything more than that, but it is such a cool game, and there's such
great
great
nostalgia
nostalgia
for
for
balance
all that.
video because we're going to see it live, so you're going to see a live reaction to this shit.
Just like a game experience.
I'll probably make it into like a fucking short or something.
It is so cool, and comes with those beautiful quarter-century secret rare alternate arts. Harpy's Feather Duster. Do you like the one on the left or the right one more?
Oh, definitely the classic version from the
classic
manga on the right.
The right feels classic too. You know what? I'm not going to pick any fights here. I love them both.
Oh, yeah. Early Days is super awesome. I just love that how it unlocks not only the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! That I love so much, but also unlocks features in the game that before, when I was a kid, I never was able to access because I was a lot worse at Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time.
But good stuff for sure. Gosh, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Days, how many years has it been?
More than I've been alive.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm a little bit of a dueling grandpa for sure, so I might have been around when those games came out. Whoops, might have played them on the original systems they were out. But speaking of future duels, we do have to throw it to a break here, but don't worry, we'll be back with our semifinals soon enough.
Fucking
hey, it's Asala. We're here at YCS Houston, and the duelists out here on the show floor have 60 seconds to guess this card. Let's see how they do. We are back with Pack, and we're gonna guess the card. You have 60 seconds. Go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it higher than level 8?
Not higher than level 8.
So is it level 6?
No.
Is it level 7?
No.
Okay. Is it level 1?
No.
Is it a Link monster?
No.
Is it a XYZ?
No.
Is it a Synchro?
No.
Is it? Damn, this is hard. Okay, is it level 2?
No.
Level 3?
Yes.
Is it Ash Blossom?
Not Ash Blossom.
Is it a hand trap? Or sorry, is it a card you can use from the hand?
Yes.
Does it destroy?
Yes.
Ghost Soaker.
It is Ghost Soaker Snow Rabbit. Good job.
I was thinking morning.
Boom. I'm back with Logan. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
Yes.
Is it meta relevant right now?
Yes.
Does it have triple its name?
Yes.
Is it thrust? It's sorry, triple tactics thrust.
That was quick. Good job, good job. And I'm back with Nicholas, and you have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a spell?
I don't know if they've done this. Yeah, they're not.
No.
I've not really paid attention.
Yes.
I've been watching the actual live duels.
Yes.
So.
Is it a monster they played in the anime?
No.
Is it like a meta monster, like a one that's popular?
Now,
yes.
I feel like if there's gonna be a Dragon Duelist come out and be like the next professional, this kid might be up.
It is not SP Little
This kid,
IP Masquerena?
pretty damn good.
Masquerena.
Last year I watched him play Tenpai in Indiana, and he did really fucking good.
Does it have? Is it Link 2?
As a young pro player, you want to get behind this might
Is
be
it like
one.
generic? Does it like require?
It just depends on how you want to play this game.
Does it have an effect on summon?
It does have an effect on summon.
Is it a part of an archetype?
Yes, it's part of an archetype.
Is it part of the Trickstar archetype?
Not a Trickstar card.
Is it a Goki card?
Not a Goki card.
Gotta
go fast.
Is it a Nightmare monster?
It is a Nightmare monster.
Is it Nightmare Phoenix?
It is Nightmare Phoenix. And we are back with Aditya. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Is it a modern card? Released recently?
Define recently.
Was it released in the past 2 sets?
No.
Was this card played in 2023? Was it played in the last 5 years?
Yes.
Is it an effect monster?
Yes.
Is it level 4?
No.
Is it an extra deck monster?
No.
Is this card part of a specific archetype?
No.
Does this card have an effect that activates in the hand?
Yes.
Over again?
Is this card level 3?
No.
Is it a fire?
Not a fire.
Is it a light?
Nope.
Dark?
Yes.
Is it shifter?
Dark level 7. Is it 2500 attack?
No.
Okay, I can't.
You cooked. Fantastical Dragon Phantasme has 2400
Phantasme.
attack, sir. And we're back with Lucas Sacco. You have 60 seconds to guess the card. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster card?
Yes.
Is it a meta-relevant monster card?
I would say so.
Can it be activated in the hand?
No.
Is it a level 4?
No.
Is it a level 3?
No.
Is it above a level 6?
We'll say the professionals that we have in this game, playing Luke Sacco, their personal attire is fucking garbage.
No.
Like, look at the man.
No.
He's got a fucking receding hairline from hell.
Does it have a rank?
Looks like
it does
he
have a
don't
rank.
bathe more than
below a rank 4.
2 times a month. Like, I mean,
Is
holy
it
shit, dude.
Typhon. I don't know his full name.
No.
Divine Arsenal Zeus.
No.
High King Waivers Caesar. I don't.
Can you get it? Can you give me all of that name?
Absolutely not. High King.
Avatar
Super
King
Wave,
Caesar.
DDD. That's pretty close.
There's one extra there. At least you got the DDD part. It's DDD Wave King High Caesar.
Oh. Wait, let's say. What is it? I said Avatar. I was thinking of like fucking Kieran.
Oh, and welcome back, everyone. We're here at YCS Houston, and man, what a weekend it has been, and we are now here in top 4. And I'll tell you, if you asked me at the start of the weekend if I could guess what the top 4 decks were, I would not have got it right. I mean, we have a couple of Ryzeal decks, which is expected, both pure, so no Fiendsmith Ryzeal. Actually, I don't think there's any Fiendsmith in the top 4 at all, right?
There's 0 Fiendsmith in the top cut after 44% of top 32 was Fiendsmith.
That is actually crazy, but instead we are going to have an Atlantean Mermail deck and also a Goblin Memento. I think that's the biggest surprise of the week. We just saw Pascal win with that in the feature match.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, there's been so many surprises going into this, all the way even into top 8. I think there's no more surprises anymore. We've seen most of the decks now, and at least half the tournament could go as
It must not be a problem.
We're going to have to see if
the fuck up.
There's no time. Forbidden list. Effective 7.
Are we back? Are we good? I'm not certain. I guess Jerome's still trying to break into the broadcast, but hopefully someone on the back end can shut that down. No one wants to hear what Jerome has to say, right?
Yeah, I think we need him out of here.
Yeah, we don't need to hear anything Jerome has to say. So if anyone that's like, controlling production, can we make sure Jerome's message doesn't get through to these duelists? We don't need anyone. No one needs to hear what Jerome has to say, right? Right, chat? Okay, but we're neither here nor there. As I mentioned before, we were rudely interrupted by whatever that was. We are in top 4, and we have our top 4 feature match ready to go right away. So let's go ahead and meet our duelist, Jackie, who is going to be competing in our first top 4 match.
Oh, do we have a duel in store for you? The final 4 battling for 2 days. And finally, we are at the semis. Crowd, are you ready for this semis match? All right, let's get things rolling. We begin with the blue chair. Aditya Dara from Plano, Texas. He won NAWCQ and told us he is hungry for another title. Now to the red chair, Manuel Kalin, all the way from Switzerland. And his favorite food is pizza, especially pepperoni. All right, everybody, let's get this semis match started. Are y'all ready? I love the enthusiasm. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. That's right, we have the NAWCQ champion himself from this past year, Aditya, taking on Manuel from all the way from Switzerland. There's actually 2 players from Switzerland. They're both friends that play tested together, and they both made it here to top 4. Have a chance to face each other in the finals. but it's not going to be an easy path. Manuel's going to have to get through Aditya and his Mermail Atlantean strategy, and if he draws like he did the last time we saw him on the feature match stage, it's going to be really tough.
I mean, yeah, this is a matchup that he's not only familiar with, he's played on the last feature match that he had.
Yeah, and it was not a close one. It was a tidal wave of destruction from Aditya, really showing you why the Mermail Atlantean strategy is a viable one here in this format. But of course, Raziel has been the deck to beat for months now. We're going to have to see if his deck choice is going to pay off for him. As we mentioned, he is a champion. This is going to be our first semifinals match. We're going to be showing you both top 4 matches.
I mean,
that's right.
Really,
You're
if you want Mermail
all
to stay
of
at
the
the higher
glory
level,
on the
you got to
way
give
to
people
the
back
finals, and then we're going to find out
give
which
them back
one
there
of
and
these
give them
4
back
remaining
after.
players will become a YCS champion.
I know that sounds
We do have Aditya, who
crazy,
is an NAWCQ
but
champion, but none of the players
you're
remaining
gonna
have won a YCS previously.
take
So
away
either
if
way,
you-
we're going to
like,
have
you
a
want
new
Mermail
YCS
to
champion.
stay the way they are.
We have a
You
chance
gotta
of
give
having
people
a
back.
0 Ryziel final as well, or potentially a all Ryziel final.
You have to
So
do
we'll
it.
have to see how this matches end.
Oh,
here.
so you
I mean,
have
yeah,
to
we
give
could
back,
have Lady and Mermail versus
original
the Goblin
Simple
Memento.
That
That
card
would be
needs to
quite
come back
interesting.
for real.
And this Goblin Bikers, you know, maybe you're not as familiar with those cards, but there is a Goblin Memento that you can search. There's some synergy between the two strategies, and we saw how Pascal's using those two themes to work together to make it here all the way to the top 4. But that is our other top 4 match. Here we have Mermail Atlantean against, you know, Raziel. And pure Raziel is kind of surprising. Everyone seems to be like thinking Raziel is the stronger version, but time and time again we see pure Raziel making it this far.
I mean, yeah, I think it comes down to those additional tech choices that we've mentioned earlier. Because your engine is so small, you can consolidate it, and you can just have so many slots for just tackling the matchups that you expect. And it's about calling the right matchups, right? If you can focus down on playing against these matchups and you build for these matchups and you manage to play against the matchups that you want, then you should do extremely well.
Definitely. I mean, well, every time I see the Mermail Landing deck, it seems like it's just doing swimmingly. But we're going to have to see if that's going to continue to be the case here in top 4. This is when you want your deck to perform its best and not run out of steam. But we're going to have to see. I mean, there's a reason why Manuel and his friend Kevin, both from Switzerland, they committed to traveling all the way here to the tournament, and they both did well. It's not by a chance. You know, there's something they have figured out. They've play tested. They mentioned they went to the Team YCS Vegas. They're at YCS Orlando. They know what they're doing. This is it. It's game 1 of our first semi-final match here at YCS Houston. And here comes the die roll. I would say this is important, but the Mermail deck seems to be fine going second. 4, not a high number.
That's much higher.
11 is going to win the die roll, but we'll have to see if going first is going to even matter for Aditya.
All right, is there anything before the main phase for Manuel here?
Does he have anything? Any Mulcharmy? Thinking in standby.
Looks like there is something. There is going to be a Perulia.
All right, Mulcharmy. Perulia is going to let him draw every time he summons, but not
No, it will
the
not.
case because of Ash Blossom.
All right, passing it through. No more Mulcharmies here.
Using the Mulcharmy before the main phase, so he won't enable something like Triple Tactics Talent. But Manuel off to a fast start. Special summoning X, Raziel sending Eclipse Twins to the graveyard.
Okay, choosing to send Eclipse Twins because I think we're going to be ignoring Nibiru, the Primal Being here, mainly because he knows that the Mermail Atlantean deck is typically on copies of Dominance Impulse, which also means that they're likely to not have any light monsters in their deck.
You don't know how to use the fucking squares,
At this point,
do
like,
you?
the players definitely know what their opponents are playing.
Oh yeah, for sure. It has been a long tournament. There's only 4 people remaining. The information
Yeah, they
is
will
pretty
get on to
well
you for
known.
doing that,
Sword
too.
Raziel is going to come down next year for Manuel.
They've already fixed
That's
his
going to let him
deck
add
once.
Ice Raziel from his hand. The Raziel deck is going to be utilizing rank 4s, as we've seen so much in this format. Now we're going to see an overlay with the 2 level 4 monsters for Raziel Duo Drive.
With 1 Duo Drive.
Activating its effect on field, being able to detach the materials at resolution
That's
to add 2
fucking
Raziel cards from deck to
crazy.
hand. That's going to be Raziel Cross. And we'll see what his second choice is.
That's the big blow.
And Plasma Hole. Okay, that's not a card that seems very popular. As I mentioned, they may have figured something out, which is why both of them made it this far into the tournament. And playing Raziel Plasma Hole might be one of the reasons why.
Initially, when Raziel originally came out, Plasma Hole was a card strategy incorporated to tackle Ultimate Slayer, give you some more insulation for that. When you're able to set up the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, you're able to immediately summon another rank 4 after you lose your detonator.
Yep, definitely an awesome card that fell out of favor, but maybe coming back into the fold. We're going to see the 2 level 4 monsters over for Raziel Detonator. On summon, he's going to be able to attach a monster from the graveyard. He's going to attach the Eclipse Twins.
And there is the node here. I imagine he's going to try to use it immediately to summon another level 4 from the graveyard.
Yep, node lets you send a monster to special summon
Dweller
back.
now? Line Dweller?
And now he's going to set up that Abyss Dweller.
In attack
This is
mode?
huge. We haven't seen a DJ have to face down Abyss Dweller. It is the bane of Mermail's existence right now.
We're in top 4. Would you at least play like it? Please.
He has the cross, he has the Dweller set up, he has Plasma Hole in hand. Things are looking really good.
Well, he's looking at it now.
Technically, if you can put an Abyss Dweller
Not just activate it, he's looking to put it in
that
defense
usually
mode. That's
will solve
all.
the deal, especially game 1 when there's not any answers available.
It's too late,
Because
bud.
even if he did have infinite
You're
impermanence,
done fucked up.
chain to destroy his own Dweller to make sure it resolves.
Definitely. And now see him detach the material to activate Dweller's effect, so he's able to put 2 Resil monsters on the bottom of the deck to draw a fresh card. And I saw what it is. I don't know if you at home did, but it's a good one against Mermail. 3 face downs, Abyss Dweller, Detonator with an Eclipse Twins underneath it. Aditya has his work cut out for him here as he draws for his turn.
Yeah, it's not looking good here in game number 1, if you're Aditya anyway.
Yeah, not yet. The Abyss Dweller, now if this resolves, it's going to be an uphill climb.
It looks like the Dweller will be resolving.
Mermail Atlanteans are heavily dependent on the graveyard effects.
I wonder if Aditya will even choose to play the turn out.
See that cool token that DT got at the World Championship this past year. He's going to start things off with 1 for 1.
All right.
He's going to discard the Gluttonous.
Reptile Fin, Greethus.
I'll let you finish it off. I
Why are you
call him
reading
Gluttonous.
I'm just calling Greethus usually.
Well,
Fucking Dweller.
We're two men with 2 different walks of life, I suppose. We're going to have to see how this 1 for 1 is going to help Aditya. He'll be able to access Neptibus.
You don't know what that card does by now.
It doesn't really do
You're
much,
fucked.
right? Yeah. I mean, it still adds to hand, which is fine, but you've already had to spend 2 cards to summon this, and it's not getting all the value that it normally does.
Yeah, if he uses the effect, he will get to add, but the Detonator will be able to take it down. He is going to use the effect, pay the cost.
The reason Mermail Lantern's so good is like all these effects are so costly in their nature because they have to send cards from their hand or field to activate, but because the cards in the graveyard have so many effects that trigger, you can often just get so much of that value back. But when you're not getting any of that value, your hand depletes so quickly, and you already start at 5 cards because your Perulia was ashed. So after using 1 for 1, we're really running out of cards here. Looks like we're sending Shrine to the graveyard as cost for Neptibus here.
Okay, putting something in the graveyard that'll be useful during the opponent's turn as opposed to sending down like an Elenian Dragoons that won't do anything. Be able to add the Poseidra. It is a monster we'll be able to summon. We won't be able to get to capitalize really on having to send the monster from the deck as a cost.
At least a form of removal in this instance, but you have to keep in mind, Rizal Cross is standing right there.
So menacingly. It is a menacing field spell card there with Rizal Cross, but we're going to have to see the next move for Aditya. I'm sure he has encountered a few Abyss Dwellers on his way to the top 4.
He might not have, honestly.
That is possible as well. So he's going to go ahead and send the Neptibus to try and special summon Poseidra from the hand. The Storming Atlantean.
He's going to be able to use its effect on the field, send as cost water from the deck.
Try and return a card on manual side of the field to the hand.
I imagine that is going to be negated with cost because it's going to go after the Detonator here, almost certainly.
I'll target Detonator.
Yep, targeting the Detonator. You can opt to destroy it as well if he so chooses, by chaining the effect of Detonator here.
Looks like that is what he's considering to use its effect.
Yep, Detonator is going to target and destroy the Poseidra in response.
Okay, no response.
And then during the resolution of the chain, he's also going to be detaching for the effect of cross. Sure. And now Aditya only has 3 cards in hand.
Yep, so he negates the Poseidra, he destroys the Poseidra.
And he still knows about the Plasma Hole, so any monster he puts on the field can be immediately removed.
Activated Teus.
There's Teus, and again, that's so expensive.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing with the Mermail decks is they're very costly to use all their effects, but you're usually getting returns on the cards you're sending to the graveyards as cost. But with that Abyss Dweller being active, it just isn't going to allow him to replenish his resources.
Teus on summon will still be able to add a level 4 lower Mermail.
Oh, yeah.
So Teus is resolving now.
Going to be able to add a Mermail from the deck to the hand. Maybe he's going to go for like Shadow Squad. Oh, no, it's going to be an Abyss Shrine.
Another Abyss Shrine. That is another effective way to summon another important monster here, namely being Coelacanth, but I don't know if he has enough cards in hand to really get enough value from it. Yep, he's going to use the Shrine, sending Dragoons here.
Adichia down to no cards in hand. I think Manuel will activate the card he drew, and it's called by the grave. And that is going to be enough to seal the deal. Manuel's going to take game number 1 behind a strong turn 1 hand, and just the knowledge of how to play it.
That was skillful.
I mean, generally, when Ryziel is able to go first and set up the Dweller along with the Detonator, it's usually very quick work against Mermaid Atlantean. That was, I think, the reason why a lot of players were so against trying Mermaid Atlantean in the beginning of the format after these cards came out, because they were just under the assumption that the Dweller invalidated the whole strategy. Now, as time has gone on, we've seen that there are so many situations that are putting the pressure on Ryziel to even be able to make the Dweller. And it's not nearly that simple, but in this situation, it just was.
Yeah, I mean, DJ had the Mulcharmy Brilliant where he might have been able to draw into more cards and push through. But I think, like we even saw earlier, if one of the other players that lost to Adichia in our previous feature match had pushed through the Mulcharmy Falls, he would have to give him a few extra cards, but still been able to go into
a big thing.
No matter how many cards they have, sometimes that's just
I'm not against cards.
But we're going to have to see if that's going to play out any differently. I am excited about this game because all the times I feel like we have featured Mermaid Atlantean, they have been going second. They've gone second in game 1, won game 1, gone second in game 2, and ended up winning that game. But now we're going to see what this deck does going first.
6 formats.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do to immediately stop all their plays as you can with all the other decks, right? Apulia is so strong against something like the Ryziel strategy where they have to give you several draws in order to make a lot of their Xyz monsters. And then you have Lancia against Malice can really shut it off. And as well, Dimension Shifter is really the only card that can shut off the Mermaid Atlantean's turn if it's able to go first. And that is not a card that you typically see in Ryziel anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even cards like Mulcharmy Fuwalos could probably be pretty impactful against the Mermaid strategy. But yeah, not going to be able to stop them from doing all their plays. But you'll at least be able to stymie what their end goal will eventually be, potentially.
Yeah, they can get so much value outside that they don't necessarily have to dig that deep in the extract. I think Drone Lockbird could also find a lot of value.
Depending on how the hand works or how they start with, for sure. Now, the downside to going first with the Mermaid strategy, which I'm assuming maybe you side out some copies, is the new Poseidon, the Stormy Atlantean. It really shines at going second, but not as impactful going first, because it needs, in order to be able to send a card from the deck as cost, it needs something to return on the opponent's side of the field. But it still can use the special summon effect on your turn going first. We've seen that all weekend where you're able to send the Neptibus, special summon the Poseidon, the Neptibus special summons back another monster, and as a way to get level 7s onto the field so you can go into your rank 7s and take off from there.
Yeah, really a perfect replacement for Abyss Megalo in the deck.
Nothing will ever replace Abyss Megalo. Now, don't let me ever hear you say that again, Asala.
I'm sorry.
That's my man. Or shark, fish thing.
It's a Megalo.
It's a Megalo.
Yeah.
But yeah, Abyss Megalo not going to be in Adichie's deck. But that trophy is in his eyesight. He wants to win again. He is an YCS champion. He did win the NAWCQ. And we're going to have to find out if he can bounce back here in game number 2 and take down Manuel in his Ryziel deck.
Well, we've talked about how strong Mermaid Atlantean can be at going first, so we'll just have to see if he sees those powerful openings.
Yeah, there's a lot he can do.
No way of doing it.
Depending on what Manuel has. I might have seen a Mulcharmy. It is. It's
There's
Fuwalos.
Yeah, Fuwalos in the draw phase here. Will there be a response from Adichia?
I guess we now get to see the answer to the question if Fuwalos is enough to slow down the Mermaids, or if they'll be able to keep on swimming through it. Oh, he has the Ash Blossom.
None of these cards will resolve.
Am I playing Master Duel? It feels that's what it feels like every time you activate Maxi and Master Duel. There's always an Ash Blossom, and then he's going to follow up that Ash Blossom with Neptibus, Prince of the Atlanteans.
Really strong normal summon here. Neptibus is going to be able to activate sending for cost. Will he send squad or will he send Dragoons?
He's going to send for cost to add an Atlantean, and then that's going to trigger the effect of the monster that he sends. He's going to send Shadow Squad. That's going to let him special summon a monster from his deck.
Does he have Dragoon?
It will be resolving as well, so Dragoons will be added to hand, and Squad will be activating now, probably summoning Abyss Pike. Abyss Pike is going to be able to activate, sending the Dragoons to add a level 3 water. Likely going to be that Abyss Shrine. Oh, no, it looks like we're eyeing Deep Sea Minstrel. So we can also just grab the Shrine later.
Yep, Dragoons can add a Sea Serpent. Looks like he may want to take a peek at Manuel's hand before he advances his turn any further. The Atlantean Dragoons is going to trigger to add... Oh, he's adding the Minstrel off the pike because it's a level 3.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're fucking us
And now the Dragoons is going to add...
Yes. Thinking on the search target.
Yeah, he's considering his options here. He doesn't want to make any mistakes at this point in the tournament, right? You're feeling the pressure. You're in the top 4. You're already down a game. But
It's
this
not
is
where you want to be exactly, but you just got to keep your head above water.
It
it's a great position to be in when you're able to resolve Minstrel after already taking the card out of your opponent's hand with the
He's
Flow
not going
Ash.
to stop it.
Manuel, body language alone.
It doesn't matter what kind of breakers he's got.
Excited about this game.
The normal inboard
Hand
of
on
Manuel.
head.
It is
usually a key
unstoppable.
indicator of weakness. Or boredom.
Sure, he sees the game already over.
I think it's fair that Aditya, had his Mulcharming game 1, that got Ash Blossom. Manuel had the Mulcharming game 2. Aditya had his turn to have Ash Blossom, but now he's going to I talked about it. Send the Neptibus and summon the Poseidra. This has been the bread and butter of the Mermail Atlantean strategy all weekend, so we can get the 2 level 4s on the field. And then go into Bahamut Charge, attaching
this is amazing.
Special summon, totally
Wow.
awesome.
Yeah,
Shout outs to my friends in Germany. My one particular friend I think loves totally awesome.
Wow.
Ugh, bad memories for me.
Amazing.
Actually, some
I
of the
can
greatest
have
memories I
Baron,
have,
but you
TBH.
can have Toad.
But that's neither here nor there. Now we're in 2025, not 2016.
Goddamn
and Totally Awesome is on the field.
I need you to stay with me, Billy. Don't get too distracted.
I'm focused. I'm locked in, Asala. This is the top 4. I'm not going anywhere.
Interesting that he opted to use this extension line instead of opting for the Minstrel. I think he saw that if he Minstrels, he would not have access to Moan Glacier, and he had the soul read that his opponent would not have a Nibiru the Primal Being. Either that or he just knows by now that it's not in his opponent's deck.
All right, now we're going to link away the Bahamut and the Poseidra for...
Coral Anemone.
Yep.
So in the graveyard.
Very good card for water decks.
Yep, summoning back any water monster with 1500 or less attack from the graveyard. It's going to be able to summon back that Shadow Squad.
5 waters.
And now it looks like there are 5 in the graveyard. Mowing Glacier is going to hit the field, take away 2 more cards from Manuel's hand.
We are no longer in the shallow end. We have swam over to the deep end. Manuel is treading water now that he loses 2 cards from his hand. The Totally Awesome is on the field thanks to Bahamut Shark. And there goes X-Raziel and Sword Raziel, I believe.
That was
it was another Raziel. I couldn't tell what exactly it was.
Fucking ice.
It was ice. It was nice.
Dumb fucks.
And now we're linking away the Anemone as well as the Shadow Squad.
What was the sword? The fucking sword.
Keeper. Okay.
He must have drawn Coelacanth.
The Abyss Keeper is going to allow him to special summon a fish from his hand.
Yep. Namely, this only happens when you have the Coelacanth in your hand. Coelacanth is able to discard a card now. It's going to discard the Minstrel.
And we get to see Coelacanth resolve. It's not 2010. It's 2025. And this super ancient deep sea fish is going to summon more fish from the deck to the field. I told you, we're in the deep end now. We're going about as deep as you can go into the water, into the depths.
I mean, I think we're deep enough that the game should already be over. Manuel's just sitting there letting it happen.
Hand on head.
Yeah, you don't say.
I suppose he might as well see what other cards are in Aditya's strategy. He might also trying to figure out if there's also the Barrier Statue in his deck. Normally when Moaning Glacier hits the field, it's only one or the other. But he wants to see the remainder of Aditya's extra deck here.
Looks like he's considering summoning the Gluttonous Fish, so he'll have access to Synchro plays. And that is indeed what is happening.
So now filling up the field here. Wants to try to remove the Moaning Glacier as a liability before like potentially linking away and not having a battle phase next turn. We're going to be synchro summoning the Monoceros here. Monoceros is going to be able to special summon back a fish, so it's going to go after the Abyss Pike and then copy its level. So they're going to be 2 level 4 monsters.
Again! He's going to pick a Bahamut Shark again!
It's very typical for this deck.
Again! And now he's overlaying those 2 for
oh no, he's leaving us level,
level 7.
No, yes, he's going for level 7 here. And now we're going.
This is even better. He's still going to make another Bahamut Shark again, but he's going to make have some more value along the way. All right, here comes the Bahamut Shark.
Gonna be detaching Dragoons once again. How many times can you resolve? How many times can you resolve Dragoons? Tell me.
Two totally awesomes, 2 cards ripped from the hand thanks to Mule and Glacia. We talked about how Mermelian's been doing well going second all day, but it does even better when it gets the opportunity to go first like that, thanks to multiple copies of Bahamut Shark.
Summon Mermel Abyss Glacia.
Abyss Glacia is coming down next. That'll be useful. Usually it's useful
I know
to ditch Atlantean monsters from your hand during your opponent's turn.
He's not making 2 Bahamut
trigger
Sharks.
something
They're
like
gonna make the first year at the
Atlantean
first
heavy
extreme,
infantry, so you
and
can
then
destroy
they're
a
gonna
face
do
card on your opponent's side of the field.
You basically want to have 2 forms of ways to discard from your hand. So you want to have access to infantry and access to way to discard Neptivus to get Poseidon on the field to also go after your opponent's field. So you'll have a bounce and a destroy as well as a draw set up on your opponent's turn, along with everything that's already there.
All right, so Metaltron is starting.
And if they got the Bahamut Shark, you're still doing the same stuff.
Because they have another Ash.
Ash Blossom, and yeah, Manuel's seen enough. He forgot to take swimming lessons before that game, and now he is going to be diving into his side deck as he prepares to go first in game number 3. But Aditya saying, yeah, you might win game number 1, but now that I get to go first, I get to have access to my side deck. I'm not going down without a fight.
I mean, it's just so impressive what the deck can do going first, right? Once you're able to get past that checkpoint of resolving Neptivus, it just seems like there's nothing that you can do to stop it anymore.
Yeah, the tide just grows stronger and stronger with each and every play. But, you know, it was played really well there from Aditya. There wasn't a lot of thinking. It's something that he seems like he knows this deck in and out.
I mean, he took a moment to pause there to really consider if he wanted to activate Minstrel, if it was worth it, and he had the read that he didn't need to respect Nibiru in this situation, and he needed to set up the Mo and Glacier, so he opted to make that choice and was rewarded for it.
We get no respect for Nibiru around here, but, you know, that's not exactly the card that we've seen a lot of this weekend. It's kind of fallen out of favor as the cycle of Yu-Gi-Oh! Interactions kind of goes, that some events that Nibiru will be in everyone's decks, and others will kind of slowly start to fade out, especially with the increase in play and something like Dominus Impulse that cuts you off from light effects. We've seen a heavy decrease on players using Nibiru, the problem being if you're able to utilize something like Dominus Impulse in your deck, as Mermails are.
Definitely one of those cards that comes in and out of formats here. The less it's respected, usually that's when it starts coming back, right? Because you can start punishing players because of the lack of respect. But for now, it seems like we're still on that area where it's not getting the value that it needs, because usually Nibiru by itself is not strong enough against any of these decks.
the one we want to win.
You know, if I was in the tournament playing Mermelian, I'd be shuffling up for game 3.
I hate Mermail, but...
It's a good thing you're here with me.
It is a good thing I am here with you. And I get to be here with all the awesome duelists watching at home, trying to find out who's going to win.
There hasn't been a single water deck besides Sharks that I've ever liked.
Taking it, or will one of these other decks, I mean, it could be Atlantean Mermail, or it could be Goblin Biker Memento. I would never have predicted this top 4. I may have said like Halfman Raziel. I would have assumed one maybe being a Fiendsmith, but no Malice. Instead, we have Atlantean Mermail, Goblin Bikers, and a couple of Raziel decks. Only ones remaining in this tournament.
I mean, I would have believed you if you told me there would be 2 Rises. I would have definitely believed you if you told me there would have been a Mermail 19th, but I would have never expected the Goblin Memento.
Yeah, Pascal really putting on a clinic with that deck this weekend. And if he had lost, it would have been Labyrinth in the top 4. It was so close. That match was a good one, but Pascal was able to take that. But now we are here in game number 3 of our first semifinal match. The decks are shuffled. The side decks have been utilized. We're mere moments away.
I mean, Manuel still doesn't seem so confident. The head is still heavy. But he is able to go first now, and all he has to do is try to set up a Dweller again. But Aditya will have potentially more answers in things like Xyz Encore.
Yeah, that's the big difference when after diving into the side decks is there's definitely cards in the side deck that will target down Abyss Dweller, because they know that is what the players are going to try and go into before anything else to make sure they can cut off those all-important graveyard effects. But this is it. This is our first semifinal match. Game 3, the winner of this game wins the match, and we'll move on to the finals.
Our first finalist
of YCS Houston. Not Houston, to all you New York folk out there. I know you have your Houston Street, but no, it's Houston. down here in Texas.
I would have never known that.
Soho? No. Bonfire coming down here from Manuel. A good start. Ash Blossom immediately met with the yugioh.
Oh, taking the gamble there.
Not saving it for the duo drive. He's trying to say, I don't think you have any Raziel monsters. Pot of Desires is up next.
I mean, that is technically a sign of weakness, but it can easily reward you here.
Will he draw any Raziel monsters? He has to banish the 10 cards face down on top of his deck. So he's a check the banish before draw player, I see. I feel like there's two different schools of duelists. Okay, that's not a Raziel monster. Oh, that one is. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, well, I won't spoil it. He did draw something that play will continue this turn.
We've seen a lot of it happen where the plays have not been able to continue, but
What happens when water gets cold?
He gets the ice.
It turns to ice. Ice Raziel is coming down. It's water frozen. And now Ice Raziel is going to special summon a Raziel monster from the deck, and it's going to be the sword.
Looks like it's going to be Sword Raziel. Did we check to see if he had Raziel monsters left in his deck beyond that?
I saw his Desires banished pile, and there was barely any Raziel names. I saw the Plasma Hall, but I didn't see much.
No, I think he'll live without it.
Yeah, I think
many players have.
All right, here comes Duo Drive. Ash Blossom's gone. The Duo Drive resolves. Adichie took the big gamble. Usually when you Ash Blossom something like Bonfire, that's kind of signaling your hand might be weak. You don't have any other forms of interaction, so you're just kind of gambling and hoping they don't have anything else to play with after that. It's a tall order, but sometimes pays off.
Looks like we're just going to go for the node as well as the Raziel Cross. Going to activate the Raziel Cross here. And now we're going to be special summoning the node.
Let my face.
Sword Raziel is going to send Duo Drive to the graveyard to try and special summon back Sword Raziel. Adichie picks up his hand and takes a look, but no cards are going to be played.
It's very interesting. We haven't used X Raziel yet. We haven't really... I wonder if we have enough ways to extend here to get to Dweller. Like, yeah, he has to consider this. Is he going to summon the Detonator?
He was looking at Exciton.
That'd be an interesting one.
Yeah, no,
okay,
it is Abyss Dweller. This is the key point in the match. Will the Abyss Dweller be enough?
Okay, so here is the X Raziel. We're opting to summon the Dweller first. It looks like we still might have the ability to extend here. We're going to be able to send the Eclipse Twins.
I had Detonator in my hand.
He didn't play the Detonator.
What?
You have to commit to the Detonator.
You didn't commit the Detonator.
No, I don't think he put the Detonator down.
Was the Detonator ever
no, we
on the
didn't.
field?
No, no. I saw him just moving the cards in his extra ground while he was trying to decide. I don't.
No, he almost played it, but he didn't.
Touched down on the field.
Oh well, it looks like.
What the fuck?
I mean, I guess he did put the Detonator down.
And it looks like we're activating
no,
the Detonator
didn't.
to attach Ice Raziel.
The fuck are we doing?
We'll be continuing further with our turn.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one. But I think he'll still find a way to get to the Abyss Dweller just fine.
Yeah, so now we're
what
going
the fuck are they doing?
Raziel. Will we still be sending Eclipse Twins? We are activating the X Raziel on
anybody in my chat fucking see this shit? What the fuck?
And he has a special sword yet, yeah. So he's just fine. This way.
This is fine. Yeah, okay. Nothing off.
No harm, no foul. Detonator Dweller on the field just like it would have been, just reversed.
Right.
I think he was just doing it the other way so he'd have proper materials that he wanted under Detonator.
Right, and then potentially to get the draw as well.
Yeah, he would have
what
the Eclipse
fuck are we
Twins under
doing?
the Detonator.
So a little worse here, but still achieving the goal of getting the Dweller on the field. He's considering detaching to get the extra draw here by putting back the Duo Drive now that the Eclipse Twins is in the graveyard, not going to be actually live. So now we're putting the 2 cards back. And we draw another good card here. Looks like we're going to set a couple, or 3 even, 2 of the spells and traps before we pass on over to Adichie. Double checking all his cards real quick before doing so. And yep, there is a passive turn. Adichie has a lot to handle here. Again, facing down the Detonator as well as the Abyss Dweller, as well as the Raziel Cross. Will he have an answer at all?
Does Adichie have Xyz's Encore?
It's the only card that'll really do it here, and even then, it doesn't seal the game for you. You still have to deal with the cross and the detonator.
Yeah, it is just step 1. Yeah. But he needs that step 1 to get to step 2.
He's considering his options here.
He does have it. He has Xyz Encore.
Thinking on target.
Thinking on target? Oh, what do you mean thinking on target? What is Aditya cooking? What is going on? I'm so excited to see how this turn's going to play out. We have a game, folks.
Is Xyz Encore once per turn?
No.
It's been a while. I'd have to pull up the card text on that one to see if it was once per turn. I've only ever used it once on
another one, it's over.
So I don't know if I ever needed the second one. Let's go ahead and pull
But you have to wait because you can't activate another one right now.
It doesn't look like it.
Okay, it's not once per turn. So
either player can activate cards or faster.
I mean, either way, you have to go for the Dweller first, not give your opponent any window here. I mean, you could just chain both, I guess. Oh, chaining Dweller?
No, he picked the Dweller.
He picked the Dweller. Okay, I'm very confused there.
So now he's going to summon back Sword Raziel, thinks Xyz Encore.
That's fine.
All right, now can we do it again to really simplify this game?
Sure.
Yeah. Now the player can respond to it.
Sorry?
Thank you.
Is he activating the effect of sword?
We got to get... Oh, never mind. That'll be something I can talk about in the future, but we are in the present right now. He's going to go Deep Sea Mitchell, discard Dragoons.
That's pretty good.
There is a card in his hand he does need to take out. It's the card I was talking about last game that we thought people weren't playing, but maybe they're just not drawing it. This is prompting a deep think here from Manuel. This is game 3, a lot on the line here.
The deep think for the deep sea.
This decision could determine...
What are you going to do?
Think the fingers on the head.
All right, he's going to let him take a peek. Nibiru, Bonfire, and X. I mean, you
take away Nibiru.
You have to take away the Nibiru, right? Like, the only card that really matters here.
It's only for the turn. Dragoons is going to let him add if there is no response from Manuel. Something like Call by the Grave again would be huge.
He can use Cross.
Oh, he could use Cross also. But Call by the Grave would like last through the remainder of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Call by the Grave. That would make this really simple.
All right, so he's going to detach for Cross, so Atlantean Dragoons effectively negated. So Aditya is going to need more cards to progress this turn. Does he have Neptibus? It's Poseidra. This is his last cards.
Okay, is that good enough? I mean, he can send another copy of Dragoons here to get rid of the detonator, and it will get rid of the detonator because now that Cross is gone.
Click the Poseidra.
On summon, pays the cost. He's going to be able to return a card on Manuel's side of the field to his hand. Surely going after this detonator.
Really considering what he has.
Also has an Xyz monster, correct?
I mean, the only two options are Dragoons and Shadow Squad.
You don't have Platinum Hold, never mind.
But or
looks like he's
plug-in, right?
What does Dragoons do from this point on? You would Dragoons
He does have plug-in. I've never
Shadow
seen
Squad, targeting the detonator. Is there a response from Manuel here?
But he returns.
We're going to be chaining the detonator to try to destroy the Poseidra.
And then he has another chain. It's infinite impermanence.
Oh, that's going to keep the detonator on the field. That's huge.
Yep.
Aditya out of cards in hand. I think there's one material left under detonator.
That makes sense. One from Cross, one from detonator's effect here.
Didn't do it.
Have been used.
And he's
going to book a moon on summon.
This is the one card that's really good against Neptibus. He's going to book a moon before he can send it as a cost. Aditya has nothing left.
Moons control the tides.
They do indeed, and the tide is coming up shallow here in game 3 for Aditya. He had the Encore, but not enough to push through all the other cards. And we know the other two cards in the hand are Bonfire and X Raziel. Those are some good cards to have for Raziel player.
The game is over. He has no other cards to play with. All he has to do is pass turn.
I think Aditya has run out of water and time.
Just checking the stats on that card real quick. During the end phase, Minstrel will give back the Nibiru to Manuel's hand. And then we're drawing for turn. The rest is just a formality at this point.
Yeah, we are moments away from seeing Manuel find his way into the finals. Thanks to Book of Moon.
We're going to be starting with X Ryzeal,
Here's the
sending
fucking finals.
another copy of
Ryzeal
Eclipse
versus
Twins to
Ryzeal
the
matchup.
graveyard here.
I'll get my mid players don't mix.
Then we're going to be using.
This is exciting, huh?
I think he's just making sure that he
Very
can resolve
excited,
X Ryzeal.
progressive gameplay.
Check before making legal activation.
It's so true. You can't activate it.
Yes. So the sword that got stolen back from Xyz Encore is a level less than what it originally was.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's
you won't
fair.
be able to add.
It's a level 3 monster.
Fuck the game.
Yeah.
Slight warning there for making illegal activation, but I mean.
Communicating. Yeah.
Yep, just gonna get a minor warning for an illegal activation. It happens. No big deal.
Makes a lot of sense here in this situation. I don't think you were too worried about it.
He will be able to continue his plays.
Yep, so now the Eclipse Twins is able to resolve. I believe there are enough targets in the graveyard because there are. Actually, there might not be. It's just 2 Eclipse Twins and. Oh, you know, there's 2 Eclipse Twins and Duo Drive, so you can put it on the Duo Drive.
Is there? Oh, yeah, because the Duo Drive got sent from the Node Ryzeal on the previous turn.
The Duo Drive was properly summoned.
Indeed, it was. No, don't do this to us. We're so close to the finish line.
I mean, Vegeta was looking for an out.
Man, this was a good game 3, though. I mean, that's the thing. Even though you deal with the Dweller, Ryzeal's able to put up so much onto the field. Like, having the Detonator, the Cross, the Imperm, the Book of Moon. I mean, it really came down to that. It came down to the Pot of Desires. Sure,
yeah.
I could see Manuel's hand. And he bonfired, it got ashed. If this Pot of Desires didn't get him any Ryzeal cards, he was going to be able to set Book of Moon, Imperm, and have some defensive
But that
options.
was never going to be enough.
Yeah, never. He needed way more than that, and the Desires got there. And I mean, I talked about that's one of the big advantages of pure Ryzeal over Fiendsmith Ryzeal is you do get high impact spell cards like Pot of Desires. I mean, at the end of the day, it's Pot of Greed. This card allows me to draw 2 cards from my deck and add it to my hand.
Yeah, ideally, I mean, he led with Bonfire because he wanted to get the Ryzeal cards out of his deck. He wanted to get the one-ofs out, the Cross, the Node. But in situations when you don't have access to any of those cards, you will take the risk because you'd rather have the option to play than not.
Definitely. All right, looks like we're just double-checking, make sure that PE minor didn't get upgraded, make sure he hasn't been using that same penalty throughout the tournament. Nope, this was the first time. No upgrade here. Play will proceed.
No Eclipse Twins effect, it seems. We're going to be activating the Bonfire now. Going to be able to grab Ice Ryzeal.
Normal summon Ice Ryzeal is going to be able to special summon a Ryzeal monster from the deck.
I wonder if he has a Node Ryzeal still in the deck here. It would be very useful, able to just send the sword. Oh no, we're going to just be summoning away another X Ryzeal here.
The drain has been opened. The water is gone. All there is now is lightning and electrifying excitement from the Ryzeal side.
He has to find the damage at this point. Oh, it looks like he has plugin set as well. That will make things a little easier as far as finding the damage. We're going to overlay the 2 X Ryzeals here. For Ryzeal Duo Drive. Duo Drive is going to potentially use its effect to attach if there is a Ryzeal in the graveyard. There is. Looks like we're not doing that. We're going to put the sword into attack mode. So all his Xyz monsters are getting plus 200 attack. So it's 15, 17. Oh, okay, we just have to get over the Neptune. I almost forgot that was there.
I mean, you might as well have. It wasn't doing much.
I mean, blocking an attack here was pretty relevant. The teacher doesn't know about the plugin.
Oh, yeah, because there's so many 1 cards he can draw off the top of his deck that are going to get back into this game.
Hey, man. Look,
hey, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You have to believe in the heart of the cards, because if not, what else are you going to believe in?
So it was 27 after the fact with the Duo Drive.
Okay, so
All right.
I will attack with 19.
Why is the game still ongoing?
Then I will activate
All right.
plugin.
You have game!
Activated here. I mean, this is the big thing. A lot of people aren't playing plug-in and Plasma Hull, but Manuel has decided to use them in his pure Ryzeal strategy.
The fuck are we doing?
That might be why he is on his way to the finals.
Oh.
Plugin just giving the extra material to the Duo Drive here, so it's even stronger.
For what?
Yeah. And just so you know, every time that there's a PE minor given, especially at this late stage in the game when there's been so many rounds, you always have to verify to make sure it shouldn't be upgraded, because the judge who initially gave those warnings, you don't want to make sure it's the same warning over and over again, as I explained earlier, but you want to make sure it doesn't get upgraded. And that's why, you know, the head judge had to explain to both players that it's not being upgraded because he hasn't committed that same infraction previously in the tournament. Patience is key. We waited for it, and now Manuel, all the way from Switzerland, is now in the finals of YCS Houston.
Dude, do we know how much damage that was?
Came up just short, but
does anybody fucking know?
Our first finalist of YCS Houston.
Playing a lot of the classics in the pure Ryzeal strategy, all the way from their initial release back in like YCS Anaheim, having the plug-in, the plasma.
I'll show you because I did the fucking
out of those cards.
Yeah, they really. I mean, their
before
decks,
the plug-in.
The reason why Manuel has made it this
ADT
far.
has no card.
I mean, the key card in that game that
He
really
has no way
sealed
to
the
play.
deal. Book of Moon, Bouche de Mons
is 100 shy
Libra de
of
Luna?
10,000 damage.
Got him all day. Book of Moon, an oldie but a goodie. One of my favorite cards, and it is still paying dividends for duelists today. I mean, being able
And I got
to
the
put the
8,000, I would have stopped.
use the effect, fantastic. Which is, it's all like so funny.
So you
if
get
look at the old Mermail
zero,
deck, Book of Moon would have been one
detonator,
of the most useless cards
ice,
against
sword,
that strategy.
stop.
As you know, with cards like Atlantean Marksman being able to take out face downs along the way, but that's not the same Atlantean Mermail deck we've seen here
at that point,
Supreme Darkness and Rage of the Abyss
it
gave
would
them
have
so many
been
powerful cards.
27.
Did wonderful, still made it to top 4. But just short of where he wants. I know a player like Nietzsche is going to be satisfied with the top 4 finish, but you still have to congratulate yourself and realize you did the best you could. You played well all tournament, but sometimes you're just going to come up short, and that's just how Yu-Gi-Oh goes.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen how the game's evolved several times. You talk about how Book of Moon used to be worse against the Mermail deck, but the Mermail deck has changed so much, and Book of Moon, its role has stayed the same. It's able to be so strong against these strategies that need to just resolve one monster, but it doesn't happen on summon. That's one of the few cards that can tackle it.
It definitely is, especially when backed up by cards like Infinite Impermanence and the Ryzeal Cross. He uses interruptions
But when he plugged in, he brought back, I believe it was X.
Xyz Encore. I mean, Aditya had a good hand with Xyz Encore and plays to continue, but Manuel did not get discouraged. He didn't give up and found a way to make it all the way to the finals. I mean, we expected Ryzeal. We didn't know if it was going to be Fiendsmith or Pure, but here it is, Pure Ryzeal using 3 copies of all the Ryzeal monsters.
You didn't have to do
really
that.
Focus on that main strategy.
That was unnecessary.
Potentially playing against a perfect
Let's
mirror
give
match
it
in the finals against
the 95
another
out of stock.
player.
I mean, that like never happens. So like 2 players like come with the same deck and end up making the finals.
Really,
I mean, a lot has to go right. Not only do you have to beat all your opponents, you have to be placed on like separate sides of that top cut bracket, and then you have to defeat incredible duels all along the way. I'm sure that they would love to face each other in the finals because no matter who wins, they win. Like, I mean, they won
one
the
of them will
tournament.
win, right?
They're going to go home together.
They're gonna
happy.
not put you on screen.
I've played friends in the finals. It's a lot of fun, and it's great things that you can rub in their face for years to come. But
oh yeah, if they play in the finals, the winner of that will never let the other one live it down.
Never. No matter how much time. These YCS wins don't expire, that's for sure. But it's been an excellent tournament so far. I mean, and it's lived up to the hype that I had coming into it. I mean, we've seen Toonkeeper, Mermail Atlantean, definitely a deck that I thought might make the finals. We really, after top 8, thought maybe this was Aditya's tournament to win. Came so close, but unfortunately just short.
Yeah, and then I think Goblin Memento does have a good chance of playing in strictly to a Ryzeal matchup, mainly because of those Goblin cards.
I mean, he's going to have to defeat the same deck basically 2 rounds in a row as he's going to take on the other player from Switzerland, and that's going to be the match we're going to have it coming up next. But first, I think Jackie's standing by with our winner for an interview, so go ahead and take it away, Jackie.
Thanks, Billy and Asala. All right, crowd, let's hear it for Manuel going to the finals. Oh my goodness, I can see you're all smiles. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
I can't explain. I'm just super nervous.
Nervous? Why? You're doing fantastic.
Yeah, I nearly messed up now because I was so nervous. But yeah, I'm trying to calm myself.
It's definitely a grind. What is your mindset moving forward now? I know you're feeling these nerves. How are you going to calm yourself down?
I don't know yet. I just try to relax, and I hope my teammate wins as well, so we can face each other in the finals.
You want to face him in the finals?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So who would win?
Can't tell about that since we...
He's eyeing you over there, I see him.
Yeah, I don't know, but actually I don't care because if we're both in the finals, we already won and doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, talk to me. You came all the way from Switzerland. Why would winning a YCS in America be a big deal for you?
Just to represent Europe and show that we're the, sorry for you Americans, but show that we're the better Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Oh, did you hear that crowd talking some smack over here? Oh, no, you're getting booed. I love it. It's too funny. No, we're all friends here. Is there anything that you want to say to the crowd and anything you want to say to the people watching at home?
Yeah, just greet all my friends. Thanks for the support. Thanks to the crowd. Yeah.
Congratulations, Manuel. Fantastic interview. I'm going to send it back to our casters.
Format? Oh, wait.
So when he said the European players are better than the American ones, I took that personally.
70%.
No, the European players are fantastic. I mean, it doesn't matter where you're from in the world, as long as you're a dedicated duelist, you put the time in, the practice, the hard work, that's when you get to see the results and see it pay off. And big congratulations. Took the words out of my mouth that, you know, as long as they both make the finals, they've already won. It doesn't matter who wins between them, but really it does. But that's only for, you know, talking back and forth. But we do have our second semifinal match coming up, but we want to talk about something really cool before we jump to our next semifinal. That's right, we have upcoming events that we have YCS Mexico City. That's coming up soon, April 19th and 20th. YCS Quito, Ecuador, May 31st to June 1st. YCS Lima, Peru is going to be in September. YCS Providence is going to be the beginning of May. I'll be there. You're going to want to make sure you don't miss that one. YCS Vancouver in August, and YCS Anaheim, back to my state that I currently reside in. I guess I can call it my hometown. It's been years now at this point in Anaheim, California. Can't wait to see that and see all of you wonderful duelists there and being part of our live streams for some of these events that we're going to be at. If you see me at an event, make sure you come up, or Asala, we're always happy to say hello. And now we're going to be moving on to our second semifinal and then the finals. And
sure if you're here,
I'm going to
hello.
figure out what's going on with Jerome, maybe, or maybe not.
Maybe
but
not.
Stay tuned. We have a lot more Yu-Gi-Oh to come. YCS Houston conclusion is coming up shortly, so we'll be right back before you know it with our second semifinal. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. I'm Billy Brake, and I'm here at YCS Houston 2025, and I'm going to go through and find out duelists and see if they can guess the card that I'm holding in my hand. They're going to have 60 seconds to ask me yes or no questions and try and determine and narrow it down to the exact card that I'm holding.
I don't know who won the other match. I wish they would have said that.
I'm here with Johnny, and he's going to try and guess the card.
Johnny
60
wins.
seconds. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster card?
No.
Is it a spell card?
Yes, spell card.
Is it a field spell?
No.
Is it a continuous?
No.
Is it normal?
Normal, yes.
Is it played in the meta right now?
Yes.
Is it limited?
No.
Oh wait, I already asked that. Dang. Is it triple tactics talent?
No.
Triple tactics thrust?
No.
What else I gonna ask? Oh. Is it played in Ryzo decks?
No.
Is it played in Malice deck?
Yes.
Is it Allure Darkness?
Yes. You got it good. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm here with
Jacob.
All right. Hello, Jacob. We're going to try and see if he can guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. You can ask me any question you want, and we'll see if you can figure out what it is. All right? You ready?
Do it.
All right. Ready, set, go.
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Does it have a level?
Yes.
Does it have an effect?
Yes.
Is it level 8?
No.
Level 7?
Yes.
Dark Arm Dragon?
No.
Does it banish a card?
Yes.
Is it Kashtira archetype?
Yes.
Fenrir?
Full name?
Kashtira Fenrir?
Yes. You got it. It's Kashtira Fenrir.
Full name, like,
Hello,
what the
I'm
fuck?
here with John. He's going to try and guess the card. You're going to have 60 seconds. Go. Yes or no question?
Is it a monster?
No.
Spell?
No.
Trap?
Yes.
Counter?
Yes.
Solemn?
Which one?
Judgment?
Yes. Good job. You got it. It is Solemn Judgment.
That was fast.
Hey, everyone. I'm here with Rayfield, and he's going to have 60 seconds to try and guess the card in my hand. Rayfield, ready, set, go.
Is it a spell card?
Yes.
Is it a continuous thing?
No.
Quick play?
Nope.
Does it start with an A?
No.
B?
No.
Or C?
Yes.
Oh, gosh. Is it a special summoning?
No.
Is it a draw card?
No.
Talent? Triple attack the talent?
No, it's not. 30 seconds left.
Card of the mind.
No.
Change of heart.
You got it.
What?
It's change of heart. Good job. Good job, Rayfield.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back, Duel fans, to YCS Houston. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are about to bring you guys the second semifinal match here today.
Cannot believe that we have finally gotten this far into the tournament because it's been incredible. I mean, it's been just duel after duel after duel, but we've got quite the match for you guys coming up. Think about this. We have mentioned that Memento Goblin's been playing, but now we finally get to see it up against a Ryziel deck that just has really carried Kevin through this tournament. But without further ado, you know what to do, fam.
Yep, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and introduce our duelists.
Who is going all the way?
Okay.
You lose,
be careful
you go
Memento,
home.
by the way.
You win, you go to the finals. It is all on the line.
Here we are.
Who is ready to duel? All right, we begin with the blue chair. And sitting there will be Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. And this is actually his second Final Four. He also made semis at NAWCQ last year. Now to the red chair, we have Kevin Zuger all the way from Switzerland. And apparently, his fun fact is he thinks his IQ is unfortunately bigger than his biceps. I don't know, that was what his fun fact was, everybody. Let's get into this semi-duels match. Are y'all ready, crowd? Love the enthusiasm. Let's send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Jackie. It is good to see Pascal at the table again. We've been seeing him all day, and having Kevin over there representing that pure Ryziel deck is going to be super awesome to see. I actually think Manuel, our current finalist, is Kevin's teammate, also from Switzerland. So if he wins here, it could be a potential Switzerland versus Switzerland finals in Houston.
Billy on the cast earlier was mentioning how cool it is to go ahead and play against someone you know. It's just a friendly game on the biggest stage in the world here. But Pascal is his opponent, so we're not to that mirror match just yet. Pascal, again, running all those great Goblin cards. We mentioned earlier before we got into it that this is going to be sort of that dream matchup. Do the Goblin Bikers actually get to snatch materials out from underneath these Ryziel monsters?
Yeah, we've seen Pascal fight with this deck multiple times against non-Ryziel decks, but now I think we're going to get to see the full power of these Goblin cards and the reason they were put in this deck in the first place, and that is to help you when you go second against Ryziel.
And who needs Ultimate Slayer when you could just snatch the materials out from under the monster so they don't really do anything? But both of these duelists have been up on top tier tables before, so you're going to have to get locked in and just show us what they got.
And I really think this matchup is going to be super interesting. You know, I've been a big fan ever since you played it over at the Team YCS in Vegas of the pure Ryziel variant, just how resilient and consistent it is. And as Kevin and Manuel have showed us, it is very strong.
It's definitely a commitment. You don't get any of the flash of the Fiendsmith variants or any other combinations if you happen to sprinkle a little bit of water in there too. You just have your game plan. And what could surprise your opponent is if you just naturally draw those search targets for all the different Ryziel cards. You may use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop anything from your 7th Tachyon to Bonfire. And you could surprise your opponent by just like, well, I already had it, so here's some more Ryziel names.
Oh yeah, this is definitely going to be, I think, the duel of the most amount of engine possible in Pascal and the least amount of engine possible, but all the non-engine you need to support that in Kevin. It's going to be super awesome to see.
And again, it is a great showcase of how far Memento can get you into a tournament. I think there may be a few new Memento players after this, and we've already seen some of those great video reveals of Quarter Century Stampede. There are some great Memento reprints in there, so if you decide you want to jump in, you can jump in a way that is stylish like never before.
Now is the time, and Pascal might be a trendsetter if he wins this event. But let's go ahead and see if he has the chance to.
The
while we go into this
trendsetter,
game
no,
one.
well, they made top 8.
We're finally here, the final semifinals
Live
before the actual
got me
finals.
interested the minute I saw it. But it needed to go this way.
And then Pascal has the roll of 8. Pretty decent, above average. Versus 7, and Pascal will have the choice to either go first or second. Both players again wish each other luck. It's time to duel while we draw our opening hand of 5 cards.
Go first after Cam.
Very meticulous over there on Pascal, making sure he just picks every card up before he starts committing.
Kevin got a great start with some points of interaction. I saw an Infinite Permanence and Droll and Lockbird. That could be critical here.
But there we see the Tatsuno Toshigo, the really awesome ignition effect that lets him dump as many names as possible. And uh-oh, this could be a bad start for Kevin needing to read this card because it does everything.
You know, there is a running gag among European duelists that nobody knows how plants work. I wonder if nobody knows how Memento works over there, if they don't have a lot of Memento duelists over there. Wow, though!
There we see the infinite impermanence, but the chain of that with... Oh, I guess it was on resolution because it was in the graveyard, but now we're using the Bone Party to send the Tatsuno Toshiko to the graveyard and get access to our Anguich.
Very good stuff. You wouldn't want to do it in an immediate chain because you still have to be able to destroy a Memento monster in order for Tatsuno Toshiko to work there. And of course, jokes aside there, just like Billy was saying earlier, it doesn't matter where you are from in this world. As long as you put the time in, you get the grind in, you're a great duelist. And that's exactly what these two international players are.
But here we got the Anguich being able to search his deck right now. Probably going to get access to Dark Blade because he hasn't normal summon yet for turn. That could be pretty nice. Or that Sleepy for that extra extension because a monster has been destroyed down now.
Just like you said, Kevin may not have a lot of Memento partners to play against, and so here is Memento Sleepy being read once more. It's a great card, and I feel like it's been the MVP for Pascal. All these different fusion summons has kept him in this tournament. This is his third time on the feature match stage, and he has earned it.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the Memento cards aren't necessarily starters in their own right, but some of them are a mixture of starter and extender, like Sleepy here. And there we see the resolution of Drone Lockbird after Sleepy gets added to the hand.
That may be fine. At this point, you may not be doing too many more searches because of the Memento and Bone Party already being used and the effective Anguich already being used.
Oh, and there we see the fusion summon of 3 monsters, including Memento Gaddock. This will go into that Creation King, and you're totally right, Steven. Droll may stop you from searching, but it does not stop you from sending to the graveyard.
So we're going to send those cards. It already feels like we've sent them with those 3 Memento names right there, but we're picking up the deck, and let's put 3 more down. Not sending the Creation King. Notice he didn't grab the extra deck there.
Yeah, so it was Chainlink 2, Gaddock to summon, Chainlink 1, Creation King to start sending some cards here, just making sure that resolves in order.
Good looking out for sure. Again, still Yu-Gi-Oh! Competition. We're all excited about the finals here. 55 minutes on the clock. Is going to be a long game here.
So there we have Akihiron being sent as the first card. That'll let him get some extra incentive back into the graveyard. We have Combined Creation. We'll have more than enough names once this Creation King is done resolving. So that can definitely be a big threat during Kevin's turn. And the final card will be, it looks like a spell card, probably the fusion for some follow-up on the after the Drone Lockbird is done resolving.
Yeah, wouldn't be able to use it now, but could be something that you have from the graveyard with the Akihiron.
Oh, that looks like the field spell, actually. Yep, we're going to be sending that so we can activate it during this turn, potentially. Because we can add it back with Akihiron, like you said.
No, so the Gaddock can add it back, dumbass.
Yep, and then Gaddock's effect to add from the graveyard to hand as well.
It's just such a strange deck. You haven't played against Memento before. You know, there's some decks where you're like, I don't get what you're doing. There's just a bunch of monsters on the field. I don't feel any pressure. You're not taking any cards out of my hand, destroying, etc. But it plays its own game plan of just having all these different accessible effects. And Pascal said earlier, you just really have to know the deck and just do stuff with it that's appropriate for the situation at hand.
And what's interesting too is that there's a chance that Kevin doesn't necessarily know that Pascal has these Goblin cards. So in a game 2 and 3 situation, if he does really well with the Memento cards and doesn't need to go into those Goblin lines, he could probably surprise Kevin with them later on. But here we see those 2 monsters being sent to the graveyard for potentially a Link summon here into SP Little Knight. That will get the opportunity to banish if he wants to do that, because he used the fusion monster. Not going to do that. We're just going to summon the Combined Creation here by returning these 5 names back to the deck. That's Tatsuno Toshiko, Sleepy, Akihiron, Gaddock, and the Creation King. Keeping access for that Anguich in case we want to summon it back during Kevin's turn and get that search for potentially a Maze Corruption.
Or you could get the Goblin too in order to protect targeting. And targeting may serve you well, knowing your opponent is likely on Ryzel. If you just peek over at any of these featured match streams, you've gotten a little bit of a taste of what your opponent might be on.
And here we have the Memento Field spell being activated to set a spell trap from the graveyard. We're going to target the Bone Party. Kevin's just reading it to make sure that it is in fact doing what he is saying it does.
It does.
Even at this stage of play, there is nothing wrong with reading your opponent's cards. It's important that both players know exactly what's going on.
You just had a major disadvantage.
Like I said, all the Memento cards are both starters, extenders, and they all have essentially 3 effects that can be activated whenever you want to.
On either player's turn in some cases. All right, we're going to pass, and Kevin draws for turn.
There we see a second Drone Lockbird being added to his hand with a little flash of the camera there.
Doesn't seem like he has too many Ryzel names in hand, but does have a few spell cards, including Bonfire.
Kevin did go -2 essentially on turn 0, trying to stymie and interrupt Pascal's turn, but he was still able to establish quite the board in spite of that.
Let's start off with X Ryzel, likely sending, Mereologic Aggregator to the graveyard.
So we're going to have Chainlink 1BX, Chainlink 2B Aggregator targeting the Creation King to negate. We could chain SP, we could chain Combined Creation here to summon. Lots of options here for Pascal.
It kind of forces the Anguish. I don't think that's too much of a problem, though, from Pascal's perspective, because he could just summon the Anguish out and grab Mace or Goblin, respectively.
There's also an argument using SP and just banishing this extra Iziel, so that way it's off the board and can't be used for an XZ summon.
Let's figure out what we do here first. Got to respond in some way, Pascal, but looks like he's going to let it go through.
He's like, I don't need to summon Anguish. I have Bone Party if I need to. I could just destroy my Combined Creation and get value out of it that way. No need to maybe play into potential talents, right?
I feel like it was the Triple Tactics talent bluff there, if he actually does have it or not, but it did keep Pascal at bay. He did not choose to special summon any monsters from the grave with Kutnika Combined Creations effect. But now we're getting Sword Ryzel.
And the effective search on summon here. Was that a normal summon or a special? It has to be a normal because there's no Ryzel in the grave, right? But he can special summon it because he has one in field, right?
He's got one on field, so it does appear to be the special summon. Probably trying to hold off there for the Ice Ryzel.
You chain on the effect. See if we're going to chain Bone Party to Sword Ryzel.
Seems to be fine.
We're going to be destroying our own Combined Creation to either summon or add to hand. This could be the add to hand for Mace, but oh no, but now that we don't have Combined Creation, it wouldn't work. But we're going to get Gaddock. Gaddock back on summon.
So maybe trying to wind up for next turn.
Well, because the Combined Creation was destroyed, Memento Miklon will be able to bring back that Anguish.
Bone Party back.
And what's cool is he's doing all this with just spell cards, and he's chaining Gaddock, it looks like, to add the creation back to hand.
Pascal certainly heeding the words of the judges from earlier, doing a great job of explaining each effect and each play action from here.
Yeah, and that's actually a really smart way to get Anguish online, even though the Combined Creation was negated by the Aggregator. Really heads up play from him.
Kind of lets it know that there isn't a Triple Tactics talent right about here, because I feel like this is right when it would drop down.
Now that we're activating our monster effects, but now he can't steal the Combined Creation. All he can steal is an SP Little Knight, which we can chain to the talent anyway.
I think I recognize the other spell that appears to be a Pot of Prosperity in his hand.
Yep. That might be rough for Kevin, given that it is his second turn. He might want to try to go for some big damage here, but he needs to dig. He needs to dig, right?
Speaking of digging, we are actually fusion summoning right now.
Yeah.
During the opponent's turn.
Yeah, 1 from field, 2 from hand. This could be that Chimera. It's going to be the Creation King instead to get even more sends from the deck to the grave.
Perhaps Pascal values more to, instead of clearing the field, he wants to set up his graveyard as much as possible.
Yep, so now we're going to use the effect of Gaddock here because it's a sent. And we're going to use the effect of Creation King to send. So yeah, Gaddock will come back as he was sent to the graveyard this turn. While being, yeah.
Now,
go ahead.
I was going to say, as you could only use each effect once per chain, he may on a new chain try to use the effect of Creation King to destroy the Anguish and the Gaddock to get rid of those two monsters to prevent a single Xyz summon, and later use the SP Little Knight. I think he's trying to starve Kevin from those effects, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, especially now that Pascal knows that Kevin's follow-up is going to be Ice Ryzel. You can just chain to Ice Ryzel's effect on summon SP Little Knight if he chooses to go for it, and if he chooses not to go for it and you have another interaction, you can stop Kevin in his tracks.
When you have a popular deck like Kevin is playing, certainly you have to learn all the different matchups, but everybody's kind of ready for you.
He just conceded Kev. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's not a concession. He just got rid of both cards. I saw him pick up his hand, and I was like, what's happening? I'm so sorry.
No, we're excited, too. There's nothing wrong with being exciting about this game, but it does look like, again, he's using Creation King. I'm going to destroy 2 of my own mementos to destroy 2 of your own cards, still having the SP Little Knight on hand as well. So I think, again, he is trying to just keep Kevin from getting a single Xyz material in the field. No level 4s for you, sir.
Yep, and we have the Akihiron in play as well coming back because another one was sent from the graveyard. We still have the SP Little Knight, so that pretty much invalidates the Ice Ryzel like I was saying earlier. Kevin might be forced to Prosperity here, but that guarantees Pascal another turn, and you saw all the follow-up he has access to. That might be too much for Kevin to deal with. You definitely fought a Memento player or Tiber 2 with a full graveyard. It's not fun.
Oh, it is very difficult to get through. You think you finally got through all the interactions, and like, hey, guess what? More card effects.
All right, so there we see the Ice Ryzel coming down. Effect on summon 2 special from deck. We are going to chain the SP Little Knight here, targeting, I would assume, itself and the Ice Ryzel. Probably the safest 2 to pick. And targeting itself and the Ice Ryzel. Seeing if Kevin has anything to chain here. He does not. The Ice Ryzel will get banished, but a monster will still be special summoned.
So I feel like you probably get Node Ryzel here because you've gone through all these other different effects, and you could discard a card in order to special summon another level 4 and still finally be able to get that Xyz summon out. but Pascal's been doing a great job of just keeping Kevin at bay, not trying to give
I'd
up
say
that
that
spot
back
in the
row
finals.
is
Yeah, but that just gets you
infirm
one
that he's been
rank 4
saving.
monster, and I don't think Detonator alone is enough to stop Pascal at this point. So Kevin's probably just thinking to himself, okay, what is the level 4 that I could go for here that could let me keep playing in a way that's meaningful? Like you said, Node is probably the obvious pick, but that will require another card from our hand to be sent to the graveyard, which is pretty rough from this board texture, given how many resources Kevin's already used up.
Do you think you get rid of the Pot of Prosperity maybe in order to keep the half damage at bay, or do you need the options that bad that you're willing to go ahead and banish 6 targets from your extra deck?
It depends on what kind of non-engine Kevin thinks would be useful here. Yeah, I think Drone Lockbird has kind of served its purpose of being a stymie card. Having access to that Prosperity as like the oh no button once his turn is over could be pretty huge.
Well, you say stymie card, we were still able to see Pascal do a number of plays under Drone Lockbird, so maybe that is why he discarded it. Didn't do that much.
Yeah, and at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. So we're gonna get that Sword Rizal summon back here using the node, and this will be a potential Pixie summon here. Yeah, the only option I can think of is going to be Rizal Detonator, but I guess we could go for a duo drive and try to get more value that way, but I'm not sure what it does for us.
Eyeballing the Tornado Dragon there for just a moment.
I mean, there are some, like that Memento Mictlan is a pretty powerful field spell, but we are going to go for the duo drive, going to be potentially using the effect on summon to attach. That could get us Cross, as well as an Ice Rizal that we haven't used the special summon effect of, but then on resolution,
wow.
We're going to Forbidden Droplet on the duo drive, having its attack points and negating all of its effects.
Cheers from the crowd and much applause.
This is definitely all of Kevin's extension, because I believe he's already used a Bonfire this turn, right? Or no?
Not
He started with X. He started with X.
So he still can reach a little further into the deck, but he's used so many different Rizal effects, there's not really much left to his game.
I believe the only one he hasn't summoned is Ice. For its special summon effect, I should say.
That's correct. Maybe you could make an Eclipse Twins from here, but we are using Pot of Prosperity to banish various different monsters face down.
Yeah, that's going to be the full 6, it looks like, trying to get as much dig as possible. I'm not trying to think of the possible non-engine that he could be digging for here. How much is Creation King's defense? Because Book of Moon could matter if he plays that to be able to attack over it, but right now I believe Duo Drive is just 1250.
Yeah, I don't think 1250 is going to cut it here, but let's see if any of these other cards will help.
Well, there is that Book of Moon that I was talking about that he could play in his deck. We see Ash Blossom, Imperm. Like, those are all pretty good cards. A nice wide gambit, but no Ice Rizal is a little bit of a bummer for Kevin, I imagine, because that's the only name he has yet to special summon.
And you'd have to give up a card in order to get it out. Resources are limited here. Now it's got 2,000 defense, so eventually you'll be able to clear it out, but not with a halved attack and negated effect Rizal Duo Drive.
We can always get the Book of Moon too and just set it and then use it on Pascal's turn to stop a potential attack, and thus get like one more turn longer in the game, if that makes sense.
Nope.
Which could be pretty cool.
Some really great choices there, but you can only pick one. The rest of them got to go to the bottom of the deck.
You got Bone Party.
I don't think we have any Rizal names in the graveyard, so Cross won't get us any extra digs, but it would give us a potential monster negate during Pascal's turn. Ah, man, if you're Kevin here, all these cards, like, they look really good. They're some of the best cards in the game, but in this exact board texture, I'm not sure they do too much.
The texture seems a little rough to me, but it looks like we are going to go for the field spell. Rizal Cross. No, the Book of Moon, actually. Wow.
Yeah, it's the only one that like does something really meaningful on Pascal's turn
This is
as
for
well.
only monsters, right? Anything.
Yeah, I totally forgot that Creation King can pop multiple things as long as you destroy multiple monsters, which in the Memento deck is no big deal.
Certainly not there. So it looks like we're going to let SP Little Knight resolve during the end phase and return the cards back to the field.
We're going to get the cut from the deck because we were able to search earlier, and then Pascal's going to go to his draw phase. We have the Aki Huron already set up. We have plenty of ways to get more names in the graveyard, so I'm sure Pascal's doing that favorite mass. But there's the Doug Charger coming down, going to be stealing a material from that Duo Drive in order to summon itself. And Pascal gets to pick which one it is, too.
It is so hyped to see Goblin Bikers working for their intended purpose, sort of driving by Rizal and say, I'll just take this Xyz material, that Xyz material, this Xyz material.
Kevin reading this card, too, does not bode well for how this turn is probably going to keep going here, because now he's going to get to search for another Goblin Biker card here. Pascal just looking at his extra deck here, being like, what should I summon this turn? Okay, I think I know where I'm going from here. We could see that Grant entrance that we saw him get in his top 8 match. That could be pretty cool. In fact, that is the one he goes for here. That can get him another Doug Charger if he has it in his deck, which I believe we do know he does because we saw him play 2 earlier.
And the Goblin card's just a great little tech engine here, and obviously that's why we have seen so much just extension and extension and extension.
I'm not mistaken,
but it's
he has
also an
the
insurance
other
policy
goblin,
to make sure
right?
you actually get to use your favorite cards.
And also the graveyard effect that.
Yeah, being able to be a one card that eats up potentially 2 pops from a Ryziel Detonator is so good, especially when you're playing a deck like Memento that has so much extension built in. You can just keep playing despite all the pops they have. Here we have that Grand Entrance. It's going to summon the Duck Charger, and once again, it's going to get rid of another material. I forgot about that part too. It's also what it does. It's going to be pretty big here for Kevin.
It's not once per turn?
It goes back to his turn. This Duo Drive will not be able to use its effect.
Oh, are we really seeing on the semifinal stage? Goblin
Biker, Big Gabonga! Woohoo, baby! And this will eat up potentially another material from this Duo Drive.
Goblin Biker's eating well. This is incredible.
And this will be able to search for the Grand Breakout, which will get you access to Memento Goblin, which will be pretty huge. Because that'll give you more than enough names to summon back Creation King, and maybe even summon back Aki Huron and be able to just attack directly for game.
No, I think he used a spell,
Wouldn't
right?
take much. You just need to get out the Combined Creation and then use Aki Huron's effect to make your high-level Memento monsters able to attack directly, and there's not really a lot of protection except that one face-down card.
Oh my goodness. Grand Entrance, eat up the last material, add back Goblin, and then Big
Add a
Gabonga,
Goblin,
suck
detach
up
material,
the
or
Duo
monster
Drive.
That is cooking.
I was like, last I checked, I'm pretty sure it was once per turn, and then it is.
Spell Trap. He's going to trigger the Book of Moon to book the Big Gabonga.
I feel like it's done its job, though, at this point.
Yep, here we have Memento Mictlan summoning back Aki Huron. That'll make all of his level 9 and higher Mementos be able to attack directly. We're also going to bring back Anguish thanks to Memento Mictlan's effect. This let us search.
Every Memento can attack directly. Level 9 or higher. Level 9 or higher? Yes. Okay.
Yes, just verifying that level 9 and higher Memento monsters can attack directly. Imagine if they all could. That'd be pretty crazy.
This is level 9.
That's a very different deck, but the biggest boss monsters in this deck, 1 in 3,000, the other in 5,000.
Player knows that.
That's enough to empty out
exactly
anyone's
8K.
life points at the start of a game.
It is worth noting here that Pascal's board's getting a little clogged, but 1 Link Summon, 1 XZ Summon would fix that right up. There we see the Mace being added thanks to Anguish's effect.
Does he have DP already?
Yep.
Yeah, both players are still at 8,000. Good clarification here from Pascal, just being like, I need to do max damage, eh? Okay. Let's see if we can do that.
I can certainly try scrolling through the graveyard again. Plenty of options. You know that your opponent has a very limited hand here.
Here we're seeing the Anguish's effect, I believe, to destroy the Aki Huron, and I think it just summons from graveyard, right?
That's correct. It summons a level 2 or lower Memento monster.
And we have Gaddock in the graveyard? Question mark? Because we added back the Goblin, right?
I believe so. Yes. So there's Gaddock.
There he is.
Gaddock effect, add Sheepy.
Just have to solve this puzzle. It's kind of what's neat about playing the Memento deck. Once you get on a roll, you get to kind of create your own custom combo.
Yeah, I think right now he has 3 unique names besides Combined Creation. He just needs to get 2 more in play and then some way to get 3,000 more damage.
It could just link off into another monster depending on what his extra deck holds.
Also, we know Kevin's last card in hand is Bonfire, but Pascal does not, so maybe there are some potential interactions like a Nibiru or Ghost Ogre or an Ash that he's trying to play around as best as possible, but right now I feel like he feels very unfettered and is going to combo off as much as possible, like you said.
All right, well, let's see what he does with that almost full hand of cards there. Gonna go ahead and drop down the Memento Sleepy.
I believe that's gonna be the special summon effect, and then we're gonna use the effect to summon.
Ah, fusion time.
Another Creation King. That is, will definitely get you the names you need. And there we see Kevin conceding. That is a real concession there. No, no false alarms this time, because you just go Creation King, dump 3 more names, combine Creation, summon back, attack directly, game.
The crowd goes wild for Pascal's finish. He is another game away from breaking his own curse. Remember, he made top 4 before at the NAWCQ. Yeah. This would him be advancing even further into a championship level event.
And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that event also in Texas too? So he gets his run back in Texas?
Yeah, that's weird. I guess he just is having great results down here in the South.
Love to see it. Honestly, it feels like the best thing that probably Kevin can recognize is A, how much extension that Pascal has, and trying to have like these kind of 1-for-1 trades aren't maybe going to do it for him. He needs to really prioritize cards like Droll and Lockbird, like we saw him do in Game 1, but maybe wants to have a bit more impact, like a Nibiru, like a potential Charmy that really incentivize Pascal to not play as hard as he did.
I love what Kevin did here, by the way. He performed the old maneuver colloquially called the smoke screen. It's totally legal. You combine your deck and side deck and then manually remove out the cards. Maybe you don't actually side deck in anything, but your opponent has no idea how many cards you've actually added in or not. It's a really cool tactic that hasn't been seen for some time, but it's totally legal and really cool.
Yeah, it's always important to conceal as much information as you can, because if I just said, oh, add 3 cards and I'm going second, you could easily go, Lightning Storm and Duster. Okay, cool. No big deal. But if I just go all them in and then I'd be like, here's my 15, you're like, okay, did he even change it all? Who knows?
I can see why Kevin is certainly a fan favorite across the pond there, but they are competing. No special advantage that you get here from waking up maybe in your native time zone. That might be the only thing you get. With 2 experienced duelists go in, they get locked in, and so I'm really excited to see whatever happens here. It's going to be a great one.
Yeah, I think for Kevin, he's just going to want to maximize his ability to play on turn 1 and set up some really powerful XG monsters. I think a card we saw in the last semifinals, Abyss Dweller, could play a big role here in stymieing Pascal enough to where Kevin can walk away with the victory.
But unlike the Mermail matchup, Abyss Dweller is not the one-card key against Memento because a lot of those effects you destroy, but the effect is actually applying and resolving on the field. That's what makes Memento so strange. They don't get a lot of bonuses for the cards being destroyed. They do get some, but it's not a deck like Fire Kings or some of the other strategies out there where they want to destroy in order to get the positive effects. It's just part of the effect.
Yeah, it feels like it just kind of like obliterates a lot of the follow-up that the Memento player could have. Things like Aki Huron, things like...
Oh, Creation King of the Graveyard will be able to... So it does get some stuff done. I ain't taking that away from you for sure.
And definitely, I think what is really impressive about the Rise Seal deck is that it's kind of hard to stop. But once it sets up, is it really doing anything too oppressive? Maybe not to people like Pascal, who can just go, I'm going to resolve some Golem Biker effects, turn off your Rise Seal, and then just start playing. And then you're like, oh, I guess you will do that.
Now, I wonder if that's going to change anything that Kevin does if he decides to go first here, because Goblin Bikers, that is really exciting for us to see. But as a duelist piloting Xyz deck, well, let's go right into Game 2 to see what changes from Kevin's strategy for now.
Yeah, that's really interesting. What is he going to do? Not summon Xyz monsters?
Well, you can't do that, but you could summon different Xyz monsters. Kevin, always a gentleman there, making sure to offer his opponent a little sign of respect there. And now we draw those 5 and see what happens.
Ooh, there we're going to start with Bonfire. Again, this is always a really interesting play. Does it project weakness? Does it project strength? You'll never know. It's always hard to tell. But there we see the X-Rizal coming down. Definitely a card that projects strength. One of the best starters in this archetype. We're going to go ahead and use the X effects, sending from our extra deck to the graveyard. Going to be that Eclipse Twins, it looks like, and have that set up for later.
I think he wants to set up a little bit more resilience on his turn. Then maybe he has changed things up because he wants to survive.
Ooh, we're going to immediately search the Node Rise Seal here. And then we're going to special our sword from our hand to get another search from our deck. It could be that what we're doing is preserving our ability to duo drive for the powerful spell and trap cards that are in Rise Seal, like Plasma Hole and Plugin. I know Manuel was playing Plugin. Are they also on Plasma Hole?
If they are on Plasma Hole, I am going to jump out of my seat. I've been telling duelists it's a great card. To see it up here, at least on the semifinal stage, would be incredible. Again, if you don't know what Plasma Hole does, I do not blame you. But for each Rise Like Xyz monster you control, you get to destroy a card on the field. And you can also banish it from your graveyard in order to perform an Xyz summon using Rizal monsters. And guess what? You can even use that for Eclipse Twins.
Yeah, imagine we're just like talking it up for no reason and he just opened like double ice and he's like, I don't need to search another ice. I'm good with just Node.
All right, we'll get the normal summon of Ice here. Ice Rizal is going to special summon. Looks like we're burning up another Sword Rizal.
And now we have more than enough monsters to start Xyz summoning, but we got to be a little bit careful here for Nibiru, potentially. It won't be able to establish cross too early.
Playing like Nibiru doesn't matter. The 5th summon is an Xyz monster, either way.
Looks like we're going to use the sword. I imagine we're going to go straight into duo drive and probably get access to some cross to protect the rest of our plays this turn. We're going to Xyz summon for 3 into a detonator straight up.
Maybe not. Maybe. Oh,
that's right. Okay. Duo drive also takes 2+. I always forget that. I know for Rise Seal it always does, but I've never seen duo drive do more than that. And there we have the Imperm on the duo drive.
So it makes sense for the 3rd material there so that the Rizal Cross could take a material from Rizal Duo Drive instead of a detonator later in the turn, but that infinite permanence shown really late in the turn. We've always talked about when do you jump in the duel. Pascal's decided to stop the Duo Drive because they've hard committed way too many resources into almost nothing.
Yeah, and against pure Rizal, it's always hard to tell. The mini name's the most important thing. Yeah, Duo Drive just gets them so much advantage on your turn as well as their turn. It's just worth stopping if you can.
And the infinite permanence there, not triggering any triple tactics talent. And Pascal doesn't know the hand doesn't have that, but looks like there's just an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring for interaction here. Oh, no, though.
That 3 material duo drive just being sent to the graveyard so we can special this ice and maybe get access to a Rizal detonator here who can attach the Eclipse Twins.
But it was properly summoned, so it could come up when the Eclipse Twins does get attached, so all's well that may end well later.
100%. I mean, this is still a potential 3 material detonator that goes into another detonator because Flip's Twins is more than enough disruptions, I think, for Kevin. But we've seen the Goblin cards put a stop to all Xyz monsters. Imagine you just go detach your Eclipse Twins. Yeah. Summoning because there's only one extra grave.
So getting rid of the Troll and Lockbird there, not going to hold on to it after having seen it, but now we're going to Xyz summon here, and I wonder if we're just going to go in for Abyss Dweller.
Of course we are.
Capper for this kind of board. Ooh, there's the ultimate rare Abyss
Well,
Dweller.
it's
Very
fair.
nice card.
I think we're passing the turn here.
This is quite the formidable board. There are many decks in this format that would cower in front of this, but is Pascal's deck one that would do that? Or is he the kind of player that would do that either? Let's find out. We're going to draw phase Dweller, I believe, here. So no graveyard effects for the rest of this turn.
Let's see if the Goblin Bikers go crazy this time.
Normal summon Mace. Not the most explosive start from Memento, but one that I'm sure Pascal's happy to do.
Do you think it telegraphs a Superstar Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis? But if you did that, you wouldn't be able to summon anymore for the rest of the turn.
Yeah, but you would be able to out-Dweller and out-Detonator it with one card. That's pretty cool. You're right. Look at you. Look at you seeing the future right there.
I'll turn my Millennium Eye off, I promise. Or maybe at least my necklace.
Also, I mean, Kevin has one card in hand and no follow-up, and a Typhon just outs Dweller and goes, all right, send one card over to you, my friend.
Just cheers from the crowd there, going crazy.
I mean, this is the kind of board that Typhon is made for. Your opponent is low on resources. They need to out this, and they can't do it with any of their really powerful monsters. Kevin just draws Imperm, or is that Solemn Judgment? He just draws Solemn Judgment and can't do anything.
Fuck yeah.
Just incredible gameplay here.
He sets the Solomon Pass, and there we see the Bone Party during the end phase. Gonna give Pascal access to his Memento engine, and that'll be more than enough damage to go for a game if Kevin can't stop this.
Something, right?
Yeah. Over.
Yeah, it does not cost to destroy. It does it on resolution, so if you want to add, you got to do it now.
Just speechless watching the crowd get as excited as they are. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! At its finest.
I mean, I mentioned most players would cower at the face of Detonator plus Abyss Dweller, but when you go, oh, you only have one card in hand, Typhon, clear your whole board, your turn, all of a sudden it's not so scary, huh?
Now it shows you that any deck can win it, and some people say, you know, the Typhon is all about being in a bad situation. If you had to Typhon, you weren't going to win anyway. Well, I hope that gives those duelists pause for thought, because it's still an excellent card, and Pascal has gotten into this position just on its graces.
I mean, do you know how many Rhinesteel names Kevin's gone through already? Like, he has like very little engine that he can use to keep playing. He's just gonna go, yeah, Bone Party's fine. We're gonna destroy Aki here on all cards.
Oh my goodness! Just everything going Pascal's way. Kevin working his way into this duel, but may not have too much of a turn left.
We are using Darkblade here to destroy the set face down by discarding the Gadget that we have in hand. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. The secret second effect of Darkblade, getting rid of that super set Solemn Judgment right there.
It doesn't matter until it does.
And then on Pascal's turn, he can just use the Ignition to get access to his full Memento combo.
Taking a quick look at Akihiron, just letting the judges confirm everything is on the up and up. Memento is a super popular deck, so you don't see the interactions every day.
Yeah, I think the changing is like Akihiron 1, Gaddock 2, Darkblade 3. I guess it would be Darkblade 1, then Gaddock, yeah, on a new change.
With this you can now start adding.
Yes, we're going to add the Mace back to hand with the Akihiron is what he's saying. That is good, and then the Solemn Judgment, which it was, does go to the graveyard. Oh yeah, Gaddock was discarded. It wouldn't be activating anyway.
And by the way, all of that on Kevin's turn.
Yes, and now we can Darkblade Ignition, like I said earlier, destroy a card and summon Anguish.
He loses.
Kevin assessing his options here.
We do have an Ash Blossom, which I believe can stop Darkblade.
This can special summon anything, right? Destroy Memento on field and or hand. Just on field.
Kevin just carefully making sure he understands the situation.
It does resolve, it will get destroyed, and he will summon from the deck.
I think it was a smart play from Kevin to hold off. This is a great time to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, if he so decides.
We're going to have, but now he's struggling with Akihiron though, so now
right.
he's lost his opportunity to do so because the Memento monster was destroyed. It's always hard remembering how many different effects these Memento cards have and when they can activate.
Even if you play the deck, that's for sure. Kevin, take a look at the graveyard there while Pascal cycles through the deck, grabbing a card, and it is the combined creation.
Yep, and now here we have the effect of Akihiron saying all my level 9 and higher can attack directly because it happens on summon, it's mandatory.
Anguish effect, target, to summon back, right? Yep.
Yep, so now we're going to have Anguish destroy Akihiron and summon back
Gaddock.
Gaddock. Effect on summon, we'll be able to add back to Darkblade, I believe. Or I guess Akihiron too.
Lots of different choices here. Not quite enough names yet for the Memento Tekutlaka combined creation, but it's coming.
Yeah, but he only needs to do what? 5,800 damage. We got 29 with Typhon.
But I never used affected attribute. Okay. Chain Link 1, target. Bone Party, Chain Link 2, target.
Ooh, that's right. Gadget can add back any Memento card. I always forget about that.
2 cards back to the hand. Just resources on resources on resources.
Oh, and here we have a potential Link summon here just to clear his own Typhon. Going into an SP Little Knight here. Probably not going to use the effects, that way he can still attack directly.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to banish something. No attacking directly. Go ahead.
I was going to say, here we have Sleepy, which will let us get even more monsters in play, and we're going to be able to fusion summon. That'll give us all the names we need with this Creation King to summon out the Memento Lin combined creation.
4,600 on the field so far.
And we are going to be chain blocking the Creation King, making a Chain Link 1 and Gadget Chain Link 2. So once again, that Ash is not going to be able to stop it.
Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, not an effective card in this duel. Nobody could call that, but just effective chain blocking. Pascal is ready for this. Locked in, possibly claiming his seat in the finals.
Right now, let's keep track of the names here. We've got 3 in the grave that are different, as well as not including the combined creation.
Now, Kevin taking this in stride well, a smile on his face, sort of absorbing it.
He can send it from the hand. He was sending all those to the graveyard. I thought they were going to his hand for some reason.
It feels like a second hand of Memento, that's for sure, but names go down, names go back to the deck.
Battle phase, here we go, 3,000 to the face, and the combined creation will be enough.
The handshake, the crowd goes wild.
What an amazing showing from Pascal. Everyone has been saying all weekend that Ryzeal is the best deck, and he's like, guys, I think I got this one, and he did.
Pascal has smiled on the stage before, but that might be the most teeth I have seen on him all weekend. Just those pearly whites, just feeling it. But now it seems he's settled in, he's locked in. Battle City isn't over just yet. He's still got one more match.
And you do gotta really feel for Kevin here, because as you're saying, like, Ryzeal is the deck that everyone knows about. It's the deck that everyone's been teching to beat, and he had to sit there reading all these cards. You're like, oh, I lose my materials? Oh, you get to still keep playing? Oh, you get to keep still sending cards from your deck to your graveyard? Okay, I guess that's okay.
Well, what is also okay for Kevin is his good friend is still going to make the finals.
That's
so
true.
If you're cheering for an international finals, it is still going to happen. So the fate of his dueling career now rests on Manuel's shoulders, but Pascal's going to have his work cut out for him.
But that was just an amazing match, and may I say I was super happy that we got to watch it as our final one for this weekend. Just putting a super cap on how amazing this event has been with all the different decks and all the, like, I would say, swan songs that people have been doing for the Maze of the Master format. I'm just super excited.
Just absolutely incredible. We've still got a couple of weeks of Maze of the Master. Remember, Lines Inside isn't out until the beginning of May. Once it's finally legal, it's going to be so crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But you can still hear the chants. I don't know if it's coming over through the audio, but people are so excited about this because this is the energy of being here. You know, we hype it up, but they're going to tell the story much better than we ever could. People are so excited to see this. And man, Memento versus Ryzeal in the finals. Those Goblin Bikers may be crazy, or Manuel may just stomp things down. This is going to be an excellent finals either way.
Oh, yes, and I definitely think Pascal's feeling more confident than ever for this matchup and more proud than ever to be playing the deck that he's been working with for over a year now.
And it shows you that if you continue to grind out the same deck, you learn all these different matchups, and you don't get surprised. And I think that's really been the story. I'm not saying that anybody slept on Memento. Everyone knows it's a great deck, but I think they just didn't practice. They thought, you know what? Malice is popular, Ryzeal is popular, water decks are popular. I'm just going to hope I don't run into it. Unfortunately, for this Duel Academy exam, you do kind of have to know everything out there in the format because you don't know when a Pascal is coming your way.
You never know when a Doug is going to charge you, I'll tell you that much.
Charge it on in. The Goblin Bikers really made that duel. I mean, that first one was just cut completely on Xyz's materials being removed from the opponent's side of the field.
Oh yeah, he literally got rid of 3 materials off of a Verdugo drive. Had that been a detonator, it wouldn't have been able to resolve once. In like a meaningful way.
Like, that's insane though to think about. Like, the card's doing what they're supposed to do, but in such a way that just breathes like life into the Memento deck because of that Goblin intersection. So great, so great.
And it can weave into Utopic Draco Future? What the heck? That's so awesome.
Yeah, like I wasn't expecting to see that earlier. If you want to flash back on the VOD, that's going to be against Kai, but wow, just incredible.
Well, let's go ahead and throw over to Jackie and hear from the man himself, Pascal.
Thank you, Stevens. Pascal wins. He's going to the finals. Oh my gosh, this crowd loves you, Pascal. I mean, oh my gosh, you're all smiles. It's making me smile. How do you feel?
It feels great. This is actually like the furthest I've gone in the YCS. Like, I've topped a few times, but I've never got to the actual finals. So to see where it takes me if I could just keep playing my cards right and make sure I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do.
And you've spoken a lot about your brother. He's actually made it to 2 finals in the past. Now you're going to the finals. That's making me get a little emotional, to be honest.
Yeah, we've been playing the game since we were like kids, so yeah, it means a lot to get to this point. So yeah, hopefully I could represent and just keep going and try to pull it off.
Are you gonna text him and be like, give me some tips?
I don't think at this point it's just, you know, we just gotta play it out and just see what happens. So, but yeah, I'm excited for it.
Yeah, that's kind of been your strategy. You've just been going with the flow. I think, you know, a lot of people saw the Memento deck and they were like, oh, wow, okay. But you're like, this is working and I'm loving it.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of discount the deck because they just think about Razio and Malice, but like there are some strategies where it plays really well around like the XYZs, and like I have a side deck for Malice too as well, so I never really had a problem beating either one of those matchups. So
unexpected, but believe in the heart of the cards, right?
Yep, definitely. Hopefully it still works for me right now.
Is there anything you want to say to your brother? Anything you want to say to the crowd and everyone at home?
Oh, nothing. Let's do it. Let's see what happens.
Let's do it. I love it. Thank you so much, Pascal. I'm gonna send it back to our casters.
Oh, goodness. Just ain't nothing to it but to duel it from here. Just incredible stuff. I love how humble he is. I love he's just ready to get in there. Having great luck in Texas, right? 2 major tops in Texas events. And speaking of upcoming events, why don't we take a look at what's coming up soon?
That's right. We have some amazing WCQs happening later this year all over the world. Starting off in June 6th, we have the Bogota, Colombia WCQ for South America. Then going on to July 4th through 6th, we have the San Jose, Costa Rica, Central America World Championship Qualifier. Then that same weekend, July 5th through 6th, we have the Brisbane, Australia Oceanic WCS and WCQ. And of course, we have the July 11th through the 13th NAWCQ happening in Indianapolis. And finally, the EU WCQ happening in Berlin, Germany, July 25th through the 27th. We've been talking all day about how YCS are international events. Well, these are the national events. The decks that pick the best of the best from their respective regions to compete in the WCS finals.
Definitely a long road to the World Championship, but some of the duelists we saw here are definitely already ready to compete in it, that's for sure. But we can only crown one winner of YCS Houston. And I gotta say, it has just been a tremendous tournament, but at this point, you and I are done.
Yes, we are done commentating at the desk, and it's been an absolute blast, my friend. 2/3 of Max Steve has been representing here behind the desk, and I can't wait to do it again in the future.
We'll see you next time, but don't go away. That finals is coming up, so we'll be back right after this.
Hello, everyone. To all the duelists out there, we're here at YCS Houston, and we have something a little special for you that we've never done before. But we're going to do an interview with our YCS Orlando champion. We're going to ask him a few questions. I'm here with Tavion Crowley.
Howdy.
Yes, first of all, thanks for joining us here. So excited to, watching your finals match in Orlando was so exciting. I had a lot of fun commentating it, but you were the winner, got to walk away with the trophy. That was your first YCS win, right?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, so we have some questions for you. Looking back now at all that excitement from Orlando, which was so exciting, take us back to that moment and describe how it felt to win the YCS.
I don't think you can put it to words. Like, it's an unreal feeling. I've been playing since I was 4 years old, and finally to get a win, it's just been amazing.
It was just like at that moment, that's something you've been wanting for a long time. Yeah. It really is like an epic moment to finally have that victory. So like it's a long path to get there. You mentioned you've been playing since you were 4. Were there any moments where you maybe have doubted your ability to win? And if so, like how did you push through it? How did you overcome those doubts?
After Nats last year, I took a break from the game and had more doubts about myself, but my friends encouraged me with new stuff to try again, and it worked out pretty well.
That's right. I mean, you can never give up. You always there's always another tournament to play in, right? And that could be the one.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the players who've won for us say it has to be your day. The stars kind of have to align, and all you can do is give it your best effort, right?
Always be prepared.
Always be prepared. Do the best you can. Control what you can't control. What would it mean for you now that you have this opportunity here at YCS Houston to win 2 YCSs in a row and win back-to-back single-person YCSs?
It would be amazing. Like, go into another echelon of greatness. I think there's only like 4 or 5 duelists that have ever went back-to-back. So that would be an incredible feat.
So it's something you're really looking forward to doing. So if that's something that's on your mind, Was there a way like you prepared differently for this YCS as opposed to before already having that win under your belt?
Honestly, I practiced more for this one because
Like, something to prove.
After you get that feeling, like you just want to get it again, and that's all I've been thinking about is winning again.
You want to get right back to the top of the mountain?
Yeah.
Definitely feel that. So you've been playing since you're 4. You already won a YCS. You probably learned a lot of things along the way. You talked about how there was like you had those kind of rough patch, but your friends carried you through it. Is there like an important lesson that you learned for competing at a YCS?
Discipline, definitely. You know, understanding that it's not always going to be your day. Matter of fact, 99% of the time, it's not going to be your day. But you even learn like life lessons, like just keep trying and keep improving time after time.
Never giving up. Yep.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing as advice. Definitely great. So how has winning the YCS impacted your life in the short time since then?
I've had more people come up to me and talk to me about it. It's been good growth for our team and stuff. And it's like gave me more confidence in my abilities. Not even just in the game, but in life in general. More confident about myself.
Oh, that's awesome to hear. You realize like you can believe in yourself and achieve what you want to achieve, and applying that to just your regular life. Yeah, that's so good to hear. So awesome. Now moving away, kind of just more specific about the YCS, but into this like format in particular. Are there any underrated decks or tech cards that you've seen out there in the meta that maybe deserve more attention that might be flying under the radar?
At this point in the game, or like in the format, I don't think there's really any hidden techs. I think it's just comes down to who executes better along the course of the tournament.
Yep. So yeah, having that strong mentality makes a lot of sense.
Whoever makes the least mistakes.
Yeah, you're staying on top of your game for sure. Now, I mean, you won a YCS. I know a lot of the things, well, at least for a lot of my memories in tournaments, it's about who I played along the way. Who I got the wins against means a lot, too. Is there anyone you're looking forward to facing here at YCS Houston that you'd love to add to your resume of maybe duelists you defeated?
I'd like to play against Dominic Couch. He beat me. Well, he's beat me 3 times. I haven't beat him yet, but I want to beat him in Top Cut. I think that'd be amazing.
That was Dominic Couch, 3-time Team YCS champion, amazing duelist, definitely a monster. So that's a good one to pick, but ambitious. But I think you might be able to do it if anyone can in the room. That's for sure. So last question. You talked about how you made it to the highest level. You're a YCS champion. Is there any advice you'd give to people that also want to become a YCS champion?
Keep practicing, first and foremost.
Practice. You have to actually sit down and play, right?
You have to actually
Theory can only take you so far.
Don't be afraid to try new things,
YCS, after they announce the ban list, I'm gonna go eat and I'll come back. We'll do more.
You never know if you don't try it.
Yeah.
Definitely. So trying things, staying with strong mental, definitely great advice to give. Well, I'm excited to see how you're going to do this weekend. It's going to be a good YCS. I hope everyone watching has been enjoying the YCS so far. We have a lot more YCS action coming up. So thank you for joining us for YCS Houston coverage. Thank you, Tavion, for talking to us. We have more dueling going on, so stick around, everyone. It's time to duel.
Whoa, I've time traveled to the future. You thought I was talking to Tavion, but no, I'm here at the caster desk with the Salawatha Tanjige. I'm Billy Brake. It's been an awesome spending this weekend with you here at YCS Houston. You know, it's been a long time since we've had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Texas, and now we're back in the beautiful city of Houston, which, you know, it's not as bad as I remember. It's a pretty nice city. It's a little humid out there, but when it started raining and the humidity broke, it was actually pretty cold last night, but it's been a fantastic weekend with some awesome decks. I still think my favorite deck I saw this weekend was the Tomb Keeper Blue Eyes deck. I'm going to look into that when I get home and maybe try and find a way to play with that. But, you know, that's neither here nor there, because now we're in the finals, and we know what 2 decks have made it all the way. It's going to be that Pure Raziel deck up against Memento, an unexpected challenger. It's not just Memento, Goblin Biker Memento.
It's the biggest sleeper going into this tournament for sure, I think.
Definitely. I mean, we know that other top players like Pac and others were playing Memento as well. I think Clifton Land also.
Yeah, we saw it throughout the tournament in the backup features, not necessarily in the main feature, except for Pascal, who got the main feature, I think, 3 times up to this point. 1 more to go. We'll see how he fares.
I mean, it's a cool deck. You can do so much. You also have the advantage of a lot of your opponents not really knowing what your strategy is, where the key points are to stop. I mean, that's what when you're practicing for Yu-Gi-Oh! You need to know those choke points, like the things you can interact with, the the best way to interact with them, what can go wrong when you interact with them, and those are just a lot of the points that a lot of players don't know against the Memento strategy, and that's really paid off here for Pascal this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of players, they've at least become somewhat familiar with Memento because they understand they have to respect that it's a powerful deck, but I think everyone that I talk to about the deck that is not as well versed in the strategy, they always say the same thing: stop the horse. Tatsuno Toshigo. If you can deal with that, then that's probably good, but that's as far as anyone really understands the deck. So when you're playing the deck and you know the ins and outs, and you have this deck that's basically fine-tuned to play into the good matchup.
Good, we're getting a fan list, which means your Omega rankings will reset.
Definitely, and I do think the feature Memento deck is a little more popular. I haven't really seen the Goblin Biker version with Mementos, but we're going to have to see if it's going to carry Pascal all the way, or if Manuel is going to be able to take his Raziel strategy to the top. They're standing by. I'll go ahead and toss it over to Jackie for one more introduction before our finals. Take it away, Jackie.
We started with nearly 1,500 competitors, and now we are down to 2. But only one can be our YCS champion. Who will come out on top? Are you all ready for the finals? Let the finals commence, and we begin with the blue chair. Seated there will be Pascal Maniguet from Elmont, New York. His brother has been to the finals twice, but will he be the brother who wins? Now to the red chair, we have Manuel Collin traveling from Europe, hailing from Switzerland. He said he was nervous, but will he avenge his teammate? He looks hungry. All right, let's hear it. Are you all ready for the finals? This energy is incredible. You can see our competitors hugging it out. All right, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, Jackie. It's time to duel one more time here at YCS Houston. We have Pascal from New York taking on Manuel from Switzerland. It's going to be an epic finals. You know, I'm going to be shocked. I mean, this has to be a good matchup for Pascal. He literally just faced basically the same deck in top 4, defeated it pretty handily from what I could tell, and now he's going to try and do it again here in the finals. I mean, yeah, I would never have thought a million years that Memento would be the deck that could win YCS Houston, but alas, here we are. It's always the ones you least expect. Or medium expect.
Medium expect. I think this is one of those things when we talk about with the pure Raziel deck, it's one of those decks you have to build all your non-engine towards something. Like that's what you're targeting, and if you play everything that you're targeting, then you're going to have a good tournament experience. I think the Goblin Biker Memento deck is this exact same thing in that you're targeting Raziel, but you don't really have a choice. You are targeting Raziel in playing the Goblin Biker cards. Your opponent already having an Xyz monster on the field with materials to give you free summons, you're able to take advantage of even just getting rid of their Eclipse Twins early so they don't get the value out of their detonator. It's exactly what you're trying to do, turning their resources into your resources. And if Pascal is able to just farm the Raziels up to this point, it's exactly what he wants, and he gets to do it all the way into the finals.
Yeah,
this is exactly where he wants to be.
Definitely. I think you touched on a good, important factor that the Goblin Bikers are able to special themselves by detaching a material from anywhere on the field, and especially your opponent's Xyz monsters. So, yeah, lining up against an Xyz deck is exactly where the Goblin Bikers want to be in this position. Will it be enough, though? Manuel has been on fire. We just saw him take on Aditya, our NAWCQ champion in top 4, pretty handily. Was able to go first games 1 and 3 and win, despite his Abyss Dweller getting Xyz Encore. But it won't be the same here.
Every time I hear Pascal
be able to defeat Manuel? USA versus Switzerland here in the finals of YCS Houston.
Or whatever, how you say
you brought up Abyss Dweller here. That was a card that's so powerful against the Mermaid Lantern. It's also still very strong against the Memento Clan cards. It's something that you have to consider. Even we saw in the last feature match alone, in that game, the Dweller was going to stop the entire turn, but there was just no answer to the Typhon. The Typhon was able to clear the way because the other Raziel player had spent all their resources on those 2 bodies and had no follow-up. I think that is where Pascal wants to put his opponent if he does manage to summon an Abyss Dweller. But I think if they are able to have follow-up, it's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, Abyss Dweller still pretty strong against Memento, as you mentioned, but we're going to have to see if it will be enough to see the judges there at the table giving some final instructions before we jump into the finals. This is it, the trophy that one of these duels will be walking away with is right there on the table next to them. It's time to duel one more time here at YCS Houston. Game number 1 of the finals starts now.
The all-important dice roll. I think Pascal doesn't really mind either way if he goes first or second. If he does happen to go second, he can use his opponent's cards as a resource, but going first does make everything easier.
All right, 7. Let's see what Manuel rolls. It's going to be a 3.
Oh, you're
all right, Pascal's going to start things off. The fist bump. Good luck.
Get FCK now.
All right, made it to the main phase. No effects activated.
We're going to be normal summoning Mementothon Goblin. Goblin's able to destroy Memento on the field, to destroy, I believe, 2 others.
Yeah, we can send 2 Memento cards, different names, to the graveyard.
Not destroy, send. Some of them send, some of them destroy.
But as long as you're filling up your graveyard, that's all that really matters with Memento.
We're going to be sending Memento Fusion and Gaddock. Gaddock, when it's sent to the graveyard, is able to special summon itself and add back one of those cards in the graveyard. We're going to be adding back the fusion. Then we're going to be activating the fusion here.
So you see the Memento Goblin fueling 2 cards to Pascal's hand. Memento Fusion is going to allow him to summon one of the Memento Fusion monsters.
Yep, because a Memento card was destroyed, he's able to use materials from the graveyard by shuffling them back into the deck. He's going to be able to fuse into
Twin Dragon.
Twin Dragon now is able to destroy itself and add 2 mental cards from his deck to his hand.
And no responses here from Manuel. Pascal's all good to continue his plays.
He has to get 2 monsters with different names. He's going for Mace and I believe that is that Tatsuno Toshiko?
Yep, it is. I was gonna let you say the name. All right.
Did you not watch the last fucking game?
Sleepy is coming down as well.
Oh, okay, that was Sleepy, not Mace. Yeah. Sleepy, when it's summoned, is able to trigger a fusion summon.
He's there for Dante. I forgot the cards in here.
What does he want to do? This could be the most important match of Pascal's dueling career. Looks like he's going to use 3 Memento monsters.
Using Sleepy's effect to fuse with those monsters into the big Memento fusion.
That's right,
the Creation King.
This card kind of similar to Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, right? It feels that way. You're able to send so many cards from the deck to your graveyard. 3 Memento cards to be exact.
Yep, you get to fill your graveyard again. This deck really wants to focus on filling your graveyard with those Memento names so you can get to your
combined creation.
Yeah, your combined creation. I know one's Creation King. I know a lot of them have creation in their name, but the combined creation has to shuffle back 5 with
games 1 and
names
2, please.
And this is an easy way to set that up.
So far, he's going to send the Dark Blade.
The combined creation, the Dark Blade, and we're looking for our 3rd option here. I believe that is the Mace.
I believe so as well.
Setting that up to be able to add it back or follow up on the opponent's turn here.
I can't say ass. Come on now, here now.
Looks like he's thinking about his next play.
Yep, he's gotten through his plays so far. Drone Lockbird is finally activated. Or
no.
I assume it was activated after the Goblin Legend missed it.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that Drone Lockbird is in the graveyard, but yep, looks like it's going to be Bone Party.
Destroying the Gaddock on the field.
Special summoning Dark Blade.
And then going into the Dark Blade.
So it's going to be a special summon back.
The Akihiran. When another monster is destroyed, he can summon himself back from the grave.
And the Dark Blade's going to send Memento. You want to say it? Memento Talon? Memento Talon? It is a tough one to say. It's a mouthful.
Memento Talon.
What the fuck you talking about?
And then he gets to add that back.
Gets the field spell to his hand. And now we're going to be using the Goblin and the Dark Blade to link summon SP Little Knight. And now we're going to be activating Totakon.
This is going to let him set a Memento Spell Trap from his graveyard during the end phase.
That'll allow him to get back either the Fusion or Bone Party here. And now we're going to be summoning the Creation King by shuffling back 5 with different names. So we're going to be taking Sleepy, the Fusion, Gaddock, the Mace, as well as the Dark Blade. And putting them back in the deck.
5 Mementos return. Creation King hits the field.
Oh.
Alright, he's going to interface. He has the SP Little Knight. He has the Creation King. He has the Combined Creation. And he's going to set Bone Party with the Field Spell.
Sets himself up to have a destruction effect on his opponent's turn.
Alright, Manuel draws. How is he going to break this board? It's going to be tough.
It could, but I don't.
Already made it to the main phase. No effects being activated during the draw or standby.
I don't think he plays the trap.
A lot of threatening effects in the back here. Just waiting. The Creation King alone can target 3 cards and destroy them.
This hand could definitely hit their hero slide guts.
Alright, he's going to lead things off with Extra Zeal. He's going to send Mirological Aggregator to try and negate the Combined Creation. And then Infinite Impermanence is going to cut off the effect from Extra Zeal to add to the hand.
Let's play a Bonfire directly in
a
that call.
Strong lead here, cutting off the Creation King, which could pose a threat later in the turn because it's able to destroy an equal number of memento cards and monsters your opponent controls.
Alright,
or cards your opponent controls.
The Akihiron's going to come down. I think he might be able to make another one. He's definitely going to be able to special fusion summon during his opponent's turn. He's going to special summon Sword Raziel from the hand, continuing the Raziel pressure.
There's Nashville.
Always feels bad when you're able to stop one of the stars, but they have another one in their hand. Now looks like we're going to be chaining SP Little Knight to the effect, banishing the Akihiron and the sword.
Manuel goes deep into the think tank about his next move.
What the fuck is he doing right now?
Very visual about it.
Squeezing his brain.
Okay, I thought he targeted Akihiron, but it looks like SP Little Knight will target itself as well as the sword.
Thank you.
It's pretty just getting a wrinkle seeing all this.
Sword will be adding.
Dude, I swear to God.
Raziel to Manuel's hand.
He still has his normal summon available to him.
Raziel so strong at just being able to power through field here by just getting free summons. And now we're activating Metal Tronus on the Akihiron.
Why are you Metal Tronusing that?
It's a Water 17, I guess Dweller?
Yeah, it must be. It's probably Dweller.
And then we're going to be chaining the Bone Party here.
So that's going to destroy the Akihiron and let him special summon a Memento
And negate it?
deck.
It's going to go for the Angwitch. Angwitch is able to add on summon, and then Akihiron, when it's destroyed, is able to add back from the grave or banished. Akihiron's going to target the Goblin.
Goblin returns to the hand. Anguish is going to add a Memento monster from the deck to the hand.
Please tell me he makes detonator top deck's fucking charger.
Yep. No, it looks like it's going to be Sleepy.
Yeah, Sleepy's the one you want to be able to summon during your opponent's turn, so you'll be able to conduct a fusion summon. And thanks to the Combined Creation, he will be able to special summon a Memento monster from his hand during this turn. All his opponent has to do is activate a card.
And now we're going to be finally normal summoning that Ice Raziel, using its effect, summoning a monster from the deck. The effect of X has been used on the field, the effect of Sword has been used on the field, so now it's just summoning another body, not really going to generate any more value than that. There is no Raziel. And now we're going to be using the effect Sleepy.
So Sleepy's going to try and summon.
She was just never. She was never.
And then immediately going to be able to fusion summon.
Wait, is this going?
Now it's going to be a fusion summon, so we'll be able to make another copy
of the Creation King.
What's he doing?
Using those 3 bodies, Creation King hits the field.
I've never seen anybody like him.
That's going to send another copy of Gaddick, Ace.
Yeah, lethal here, right?
All he has to do is get through 2 bodies and Emmanuel can't play.
To add the mace back to hand, and the mace can now at any point choose to take a monster. And now the Christian King is
It doesn't matter what interruptions he has because he's got fucking like a million.
Clearing the way here.
Fossilizing Manuel's monsters.
Akihiro comes back.
Well, this is Manuel's turn.
And so does Darkblade.
Yeah, he's just fucking ass.
Manuel is trying to draw
Look,
into something he's already used all of his.
He thinks this draw one's gonna get him there, and he's gonna
the
pass.
The node's already gone as well. There's not really much you can draw into.
Just looking for an
there it is.
answer in any place he can find it. I don't think a draw knockbird's going to be it.
I fucking told you.
Game one
You went through every damn name.
Goblin Memento deck, absolutely crazy.
I mean, we didn't see any of the Goblin cards there. It was just Memento doing what it's supposed to.
I mean, yeah, Memento going uninterrupted, just absolutely incredible. And Pascal Manigat is 1 win away from becoming a YCS champion.
I mean, this is the matchup that he wants to see. He has been preparing for this matchup. He knows the ins and outs of it. He knows how his deck plays so well into the Ryziel card. Do you think Manuel is prepared to play against the Memento Thon?
I don't. Yeah, honestly, yeah, no, I wouldn't. It'd be one of those decks that you'd want to know how it works, how it functions, where you have those key points of interaction. But you may not dedicate too many cards to your side deck, because you said like Abyss Dweller is still functional and works really well.
These judges have fucking sucked.
Enough he'll know to go into something like that to slow down his opponent, but when it comes to
Did
like,
you see the fucking detonator play?
I don't think it's something that Manuel has prepared for this tournament. No matter, despite how well prepared him and his teammates really were for this event, as they almost both made the finals against each other.
Oh yeah.
Pascal did not let that happen.
I mean, this
well,
was the
he went to summon detonator.
Yeah,
hold it back. He didn't lay it down, and then he made Dweller, and then like, no, you made detonator. You gotta go back, and they made a better play for him.
About it. You saw.
I was like, what the fuck are we doing?
He played at a regional last weekend, I believe, in Toronto. And I think that got some steam on social media. Him talking about the deck, saying he's actually really serious about it. It's a good deck.
Yeah, the fucking head judge is like, no, you summoned it.
Pascal definitely seems like he's been playing this deck for a while.
Yeah, very confident in his plays. And we did
what the
see
fuck
a lot
John
of
Konami
this
tells
deck have
you?
success over in Japan as well. And I wonder why it never translated over into our metagame, and maybe it was just we never gave it the
I fucking know.
I mean, that can be true for a lot of strategies. There's a bunch of things out there that just might not have had the opportunity to really show off how good they are.
Pascal said he likes playing cheap decks.
Is even some of the most underrated or expected strategies.
That's what he said. He said, I just like playing cheap decks. Sometimes on top of YCS, sometimes I don't.
We've had throughout this entire tournament, but Pascal is only
In the finals, getting fucking bodied by this guy.
YCS champion.
I mean, yeah, Goblin Memento was not on my bingo card this weekend, but here
Holy
it
break.
is
Please
in the
shut the
finals,
fuck up.
1 win away. And Pascal doesn't even look excited. I know, like,
God
when
damn,
I'm in the
dude.
finals and won game 1 or up a game, I would be it'd be hard to contain myself.
I mean, job's not finished.
Job's not finished. That's the right mentality.
Look
And
at
now you
that
see Manuel
giant
ahead
fucking
on
nose.
Losing game 1 doesn't feel good. He's probably playing against the deck that he doesn't know super duper well, but maybe he does, and maybe that'll work to his advantage. Maybe he just didn't draw the card that he needed to see against Pascal in game 1. He didn't have any of those interruptions from hand while Pascal was playing, so things should really turn around here in game number 2 as the side decks have been utilized, and he will have the opportunity to go first.
Yeah, we'll see how he potentially changes end board, knowing to respect the Goblin Biker cards as well as the Mental cards.
Don't use that word again.
And starting off immediately with Milcharmi Perulia. Does he have an Ash Blossom to counteract? Doesn't look like it.
I think I see Called by the Grave, though, but maybe not.
I mean, he's going to consider his options here. Called by could be very useful against the mental cards as well. But it looks
There you go.
you're going to try to cut him up. And then there's second
He
one!
does another
the
one.
second Perulia!
The crowd goes wild. Goblin Biker's gone wild. I don't know if y'all can hear the screaming crowd over there through our microphones.
Yes,
I can't
yes.
hear myself think right
It lingers.
now. 'Cause of
It
how
lingers,
loud
yes.
It is over there. I mean, Manuel kind of brought this on himself with the post-game interview where he kind of talked a little bit of trash
No.
to the USA players. And
We don't take that lightly. We don't take that lightly.
There's a room full of them ready to cheer for his downfall, but he's going to continue play.
Yeah,
he's going
right.
to normal summon Ice Ryzeal. Pascal's only going to draw one because the Call by the Grave stopped the first one, but
Ice Ryzeal is allowed to resolve here. Manuel, considering his options.
I'm sure he'll still special summon from deck. It's not Fualos, so he won't have to give up a draw.
I think he's just figuring out what he wants to choose to summon. I think he
Where to
does
go
have,
next.
Yeah, I think he already has a copy of X in his hand, so he sees if it's even necessary to.
What are you gonna do?
Because he wants to like not have to use the X in his hand now because of the Perulia.
It's just worse.
Yeah, really considering how to best play into this resolved Perulia.
Are you fucking serious?
Considering and Ryzeal in the same sentence.
I think it's probably X into Node, but like, or just making sure you have guaranteed follow-up for next turn, because you can't commit too much here, unless you're really disrespecting.
By the amount of times he's checking, I know like that's kind of like an indication he's just trying to figure out what's the solution. How do I get out of the spot that I'm in right now?
Yeah, it's not as simple as the choice of the 50-50 between the sword and the X. It's more so, how is he mapping out the rest of this turn here? How many more cards does he have to give Pascal? Because he's going to have to give him another card, I think.
Is this going to be a duo drive, or is this going to just be an Abyss Dweller? It's going to be Ryzeal duo drive. Does Pascal have any more interactions?
I mean, that might have been an interesting option for him if he just went Abyss Dweller pass. That might have, if it resolves, it could.
I will say,
but it looks like we are just going to be resolving duo drive here.
I will say, of those three decks, they are all really fucking good.
This means that Pascal will be drawing more cards from that Multarman Perulia.
I'll play Dragon Tail. I would like to play Ellie, but I know
this isn't Goki. He's not going to be able to grab Goki rematch or anything like that.
Yeah.
Ryzeal has to summon from the hand from this point.
I mean, he could, as long as he can grab Node, that only can give one more draw to still provide another rank 4.
Wouldn't be too bad. Looks like he's considering.
Oh, potentially plug-in as well. Plug-in can get you there without having to give up as much draws either.
They've been in production for those cards for at least 6 years.
Cross and plug in to the
Wait, have they?
Because they have been. A buddy of mine, Adam Justice, he sent me a screenshot he took.
Ryzeal Cross activated now, not necessarily live, but because plug-in is in the hand, it will be able to protect in case anything is trained at any point.
Like last week or so. December 7th.
X Ryzeal coming down from the hand, giving Pascal another card here. We're going to be sending that Eclipse Twins. X is going to be able to resolve on the field to grab a Thunder here.
Yeah.
It's going to just seemingly get Node just for later. I doubt it's going to hit the field now.
Picture of a canine card, and that was a Ripper.
I mean, he needs to have. He has to do more, right?
I mean, he could just activate the plug-in.
Okay, yeah, and then just have another rank 4.
Yeah. And then at least that way the cross is live as well.
You need
the material will go under the duo drive.
But no Dweller?
Do you think it's worth... How many draws does he have to give him to get that many more monsters?
Yeah, not a bunch, but I think it would be
I'll put
worth,
against
maybe not.
K9,
Because even though
personally.
the Dweller does stop them, they still continue to special
I'll put
summon.
against
They want
K9.
ways to still put monsters on the field without using
If you
graveyard
hand
effects.
trap K9, dude, it's
Actually
fucking
be opting
ridiculous.
to not give up any more draws at all. At this point, does that even make sense? You already gave him the draw.
If you literally don't, they put up a subpar inboard.
Oh man, just ending his turn with a cross up with just a duo drive with no materials. X,
Yeah,
and he
just
has
don't hand
plug-in
trap him.
And Plasma Hole instead.
Can we see a Harpy's Feather Duster? A Lightning Storm, perhaps?
Yeah. Really.
Side decks have been utilized. There could be cards like that. They're not the worst against Ryzeal.
And they can't get to the wall turn 1. They have to summon it on your turn.
You know that there's going to be Plasma Hole.
Yeah, it literally does not allow them. It has to be your turn for them to summon it.
Bone Party.
Alright, starting off with Bone Party, not necessarily the most exciting here. Gonna have to destroy a card from your hand.
Holy Bone Party, I'm boning it.
Destroys the combined creation.
Why are you reading Plasma Hole like you've never seen it in your life?
We're gonna be summoning the Anguish.
Anguish is similar to Elemental Shadows. So Teleknight the Nib.
He picked it up
Add
3
limit
times.
from the deck to the hand on summon. Now Manuel's going to activate plug into special summon Sword.
Spamming this card, he has to read it.
Yep, it's going to summon Sword and attach a material to the duo drive, and at resolution he can opt to use Cross to negate the Anguish. which might be the reason to use plug-in right now.
They're going
to be attaching an Ice Rise Yield to the duo drive.
I didn't know the flag ports were up there. I didn't see that part.
Yep, and it is exactly as you predicted there, Solid. Going to negate the effect of Anguish.
The Sword Rise Yield.
They played that game one so fast, they have 45 minutes already.
Just going to grab some more follow-up here.
Smart stuff here from Manuel. But Pascal got a couple cards in the Brillia, so there's a chance he's not anywhere near close to done yet.
There's Triple Tactics Talents.
Holy shit.
That means he has already what he needs to win the game, but he wants to take a peek and see if there's anything that's going to stop him. And he's going to see a handful of monsters.
I mean, a hand like that, you can't give him another turn.
He has to find a way to finish the game here, or Manuel will have plenty of plays to push through. Even the most impressive of boards, but it looks like, I mean, what do you pick here?
It does not matter. Like, they all get each other.
It goes for the node just because it's the one of, I suppose. All right, Pascal, this is your moment.
Golden Biker. Unfortunately, I think this was the play Manuel made, knowing to respect the Goblin Biker. Did not make another excuse, did not leave any materials available.
I mean, yeah, if I was him, I would say it's because I knew it, but sometimes sometimes you get these feelings about the right play, and it works out on top of that. But yeah, maybe he did know the Goblin Bikers were in store. Oh, he did. His friend did play him in top 4. He probably watched that match closely, so it does know.
He has had plenty of times to watch up to this point.
All right, and the Doug Charger is going to add Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, I believe. This will let him access. Oh, this is the bridge into the mementos, I believe.
This is the one that adds any Goblin monster.
I mean, we're still learning this deck, the same as you guys at home, so we can figure out what Pascal's strategy is. But now he can overlay those 2 level 3 monsters. It's a Goblin Biker. Is that Big Gabunga?
It has to be Big Gabunga.
It's Big Gabunga. And you see Manuel taking a moment to read, which is always he doesn't have to read a single memento card, but now the Goblin Bikers are onto the field. He's taking a chance to read. The Goblin Biker Big Bungo will let him add a Goblin.
But in game 1, the game 2 is reading them all.
So that will let you add, I mean, a couple options here. I don't imagine
you're going
for the Memento Goblin just yet. You're just going to get
another Doug.
I thought the Europeans were better.
Rum. That's my best Goblin Biker impression. That's what I would do. I like to make noises for my cards while I'm playing. So now he's going to activate Doug Charger's effect to special summon himself by detaching a material.
And there is the Plasma Hole that was set. He does control one Rising Xyz monster, so he's able to destroy the Big Gabunga, making it so the Doug Charger will not be able to detach.
Manuel doing a lot with a little, but he is going to chain the breakout, which will let him tribute off the Big Gabunga, so the Plasma Hole won't destroy it, and now he can special summon
any Goblin.
Dude, now he's
that will probably get you to Memento Goblin. Memento Goblin hits the field. Goblin's able to use its effect here to destroy itself and send 2 from the deck to the graveyard if he so chooses.
I mean, we saw the power of Goblin. It essentially adds 2 cards from your deck to your hand.
And
with extra steps.
And Pascal knows there's no other interruptions from Manuel, right? Everything has been used.
He has the Plasma Hole in the graveyard, right?
So to quick Xyz?
Yeah. Thing. But that might be his only last form of anything.
I mean, that's not too bad in this situation. That is a detonator.
I hear this Memento Goblin has really good handwriting. That's a stretch. That's a deep cut. Okay. But now we're gonna see the Plasma Hole being used for that Xyz summon for Baguska. He's so tired. Number 41 is terribly tired. Tap here is gonna take a nap and negate the effects of all monsters in defense mode while also putting them in defense mode. And Memento, not a link deck, but he has Forbidden Droplet!
That's gonna end the game!
The last hope for Manuel is now extinguished with Forbidden Droplet, which is going to negate number 41, Baguska, the terribly tired Memento.
Fusion.
You hear the crowd going wild here for Pascal.
The Goblin Backer's Gone Wild is here.
Pascal has to not let the crowd noise affect him. He has to stay focused, not get too
He's still locked
excited.
in. He's not getting too excited.
Well,
He's just playing the game right now.
Fusion. That's all you need.
mean,
he's moments away.
This is Pascal's expression 24/7. He could have the emotions inside and we just don't know, but he has to, rein it in. It's hard. I do think his heart is pounding out of his chest right now, whether it's showing on his face or not. Mine is, so I assume his too. So the fusion is going to, and he's using
Yes,
3.
man. You look closer. Closer.
That's going to summon the Creation King.
That's going to let him. Oh, he's going to send the Creation King from his extra deck and 2 other memento cards from his deck to the graveyard.
Yep, and there's the Gaddock, because we didn't end up using the Goblin's effect just yet.
I mean, this is what happens when you're able to draw a few cards off Perilia. You're going to have those answers to anything your opponent tries to do. He had the 2 copies of Voltari Perilia to play through the Call by the Grave. Has the Droplet for the Baguska.
I mean, he lined up his plays, probably expecting the plug-in into the Plasma Hole here. Opted to start with the Bone Party because he knew what his interruptions needed to look like. Just wanted to bait out everything from Manuel to have that timely Droplet to really seal the game here.
Are they playing
Vroom vroom.
Yeah, Pascal calming down a little bit and wants to make sure he makes no mistakes at this point. This is the critical
Keep the
juncture.
game on.
He's right there.
Yeah, things are looking good for him, but you have to keep in mind that Manuel's hand is stacked.
Yeah, if he gets another turn, he can easily turn it around.
Sleepy.
Pascal, come on, man.
I never used this right.
You have not used Sleepy. You've barely used any of your memento cards yet this turn.
All right, so Gaddock, Sleepy, and another Creation King going to the graveyard. Gaddock's going to be able to summon itself and then add to the hand the Sleepy. The effect of Creation King in the graveyard to banish itself to add Memento Mid-Clan.
Look at Manuel. He knows.
I'm going to stick with the field spell.
I'm trying.
You're doing great. You're doing amazing. All right, and now what is his next move? He's going to summon the Sleepy. Sleepy's effect.
Fuse. Going to use the Gaddock and itself.
One dragon.
I've been watching Pascal make the same plays for like 50 minutes.
It's going to go into the Twin Dragon. Twin Dragon's effect is going to destroy itself, add 2 more monsters with different names from the hand.
We have to remember that Pascal already has the
Combined
creation in the graveyard as well.
Well, he looks like he's grabbing another one.
Or maybe he had to put it back for the fusion summon with the Memento Fusion. So he accessed it again.
Oh, he's going to make the U-type of dude.
Like we're going to start shuffling things back. Or no, the Sleepy hits the field again. Oh yeah, because if the Twin Dragon is destroyed, it does summon something back from the grave. They all do so much.
They're really cool cards, and it's awesome to see them here in the finals of the YCS.
Tatsuno Toshigo, if it's able to summon itself, if all you control is either
What other memento do you have to send a grave? Darkblood?
It's able to use its effect. That is the dark horse of the tournament right there. It's going to be able to send to the graveyard monsters up to its level.
See, Darkblade, that's my speed.
Darkblade is there. Darkblade is going to hit the field here. Going to destroy the Sleepy.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he brought it back to
the field that are tired, but now one of them has left the field, and he's going to summon
the Mace. Oh, we are moving.
Anguish down to the graveyard. Mace is destroyed. It's going to special summon.
Hey, you guys ready to say 8K directly?
On that, adds Bone Party.
Another Bone Party here. I can hear him
come
back now because of another one
comes
was
the
destroyed.
big guy. Now he's gonna die.
And here comes the combined creation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different memento monsters return to the deck and extra deck.
Now, remind me on
They're gonna attack
why it's
directly
worth
or
it to
exactly
summon
8K. Good game.
And that is it! Pascal takes it! He is our YCS Houston champion!
Pascal, man, he's taking down the YCS side. I can't hear myself think. The crowd is going crazy, and he is your YCS champion.
He's tilted.
With Goblin Viper
He's so tilted.
Memento. Oh my. Yeah. And he has the ultra rare copy of another Versolaria. We had over 1,400 players, just shy of 1,500, and Carl Or sorry,
It's an alternate. You can almost play it in no deck.
Pascal Manigat is our winner. I was thinking last name. You're the best, Pascal. Not Carl. Carl could not get the job done in the finals, but his brother
Europeans were better.
did here this weekend. Oh, now we're getting MVP chance. Oh man,
Just
what
to get bodied by
an epic
Memento
finals.
Gobble.
That combined creation with 5,000 attack just made it so easy to finish off that game on the back of Mulcharmy Perilia. Threw a call by the Grave because he had the second copy, and then he played it perfectly.
I think expert play by both players here.
That's just the play that Manuel set up, despite getting met by the Perilia, was actually really, really nice.
Yes, respecting the Goblin Biker cards as well, whether it was on purpose or not, I'm going to give that credit to him.
He can take it. He can take it.
This was just a fantastic gameplay, and we just saw not only creativity, but just planning going into this event. You plan to play against a bunch of Ryzeal. You have this strategy that really takes advantage of a bunch of Ryzeal, and it's not close.
None of those matches have seemed very close, despite how well the other players have drawn. I mean, obviously the cards came the right way there for Pascal, but man,
Now they're just fucking blazing it. They're like, that game wasn't even close.
Goblin Bikers, Memento. You never saw it coming. Pascal saw it coming.
Oh, he knew. He knew going into this tournament he was going to take it all.
Yeah, just actually you see that crowd shot. They were popping off, so excited. I mean, it was big congratulations though to Manuel and Kevin, both coming over here from Switzerland. Both of them on the same team, playing the same deck, making it all the way to top 4. Not an easy feat by any means.
It's difficult to do it by yourself. Having two of the same.
I mean,
you're on something. You're definitely onto something, but you just weren't able to handle the Goblin Bikers.
Goblin Bikers, Big Gabonga. Big Gabonga.
Also helped.
I mean, Creation King, combined creation. Wow. I mean, it could have been Mermail Atlantean. That was also very close. Labyrinth was also in there.
Tombkeeper was in there.
We had Tombkeeper and Top Cut. One of my favorite YCSs I've been to in quite some time. I hope everyone enjoyed it.
It's probably
Any favorite memories from this weekend?
I think this finals finally took it over the Tombkeeper Blue Eyes for me.
It's been great. This is going to be the last you're going to see of me and Asala. Thank you for joining us this
Thank
weekend.
God.
I'm going to toss it to Jackie for her to close out the show. It's going to be time to duel. We have more upcoming events. Keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh! It's the greatest trading card game on the planet. Take it away, Jackie.
Pascal, you are our
Just show up and ban unless we don't care.
Look at this crowd. Look at this trophy. Oh, your smile. I love it. What's going through your head?
I'm just excited,
All we want to see is you release a ban list that is not going to fix this whatsoever.
Really just made sure I was playing the right way. So, yeah, excited for it.
You seemed calm and collected. You know, earlier we were talking about how your brother has been to 2 finals. You've gone to the finals. You have won.
Nope, they're not the ban English now.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting since we're the first one to win, I guess.
The first brother to win? Oh my goodness! What are you going to tell him when you see him?
One more than him.
Oh my goodness, too funny.
Honestly, like, he's the reason why I still play and everything, so he's always been a good help with me from like deck building and all that type of stuff. So yeah, it definitely means a lot.
He's like the fakest person
It seems
I've ever
like
seen in
Yu-Gi-Oh!
my
has
life.
played a huge part in your life.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, we even have like a store with it, so like where we have stores. So.
Is there anything you want to say to this crowd and everyone watching at home?
I fucking hope so. I hope so.
Let's see if we can do 2 feet.
I love it! 2 feet. All right, Pascal. Thank you so much. Go
Make
hold up that
Pendulum
trophy
great
for the
again.
crowd. Come on.
I mean, we haven't seen the pendulum, so there's some combos there.
Pascal, what an amazing victory. This crowd going absolutely wild here. Thank you everyone for, just being amazing. This is my first YCS, and I'm just so honored to be here. Thank you so much for joining us. You all have been absolutely fantastic and patient and wonderful. I could say so many great things about this amazing experience. I hope that you all had a fantastic time.
There we go.
Finally got a stable connection. Congratulations to our newest YCS winner, who also happens to be
the final YCS winner of the current advanced format. The new advanced format starts on April 7th, and I have the next Forbidden Unlimited cards list right here. So, I've been trying to tell you all weekend about the new Forbidden Unlimited card list, and there's a lot to go over, so lock in.
A lot?
First, the following cards are now unlimited. Cyberjar, Danger Jackalope, and Danger Tsuchinoko.
Okay.
Ava, and Performapal Monkey Ball.
Fuck yeah. Like Monkey Board.
Next, the following cards are now semi-limited. There's a number of them moving in both directions, so let's start with the cards moving from limited. They are Black Dragon Collapse Serpent and White Dragon Wyver Burster. Morphing Jar. Unchained Soul of Shrivara.
Hell yeah.
Snake Eye Ash,
Okay.
and Snake Eye Poplar. The rest of the semi-limited cards were previously unlimited, and they are X-Ryziel, Ice Ryziel, Sword Ryziel.
What?
Malice P. Dormouse.
Oh, fuck.
Malice P. White Rat.
Fuck.
And Malice in Underground.
Fuck me!
That's a big ass simulator.
I lost 3 fucking cards.
Limited cards. 3 cards have been moved from forbidden to limited. You may have seen a couple of these in the Quarter Century Stampede unboxings a couple days ago. And I would highly recommend that you go check those out.
Oh, I fucking
right
knew
after
it.
this. The returning cards are Max X Circular, Brilliant Fusion,
yes,
and Master Beat, True Draco Slaying King. The rest of the newly limited cards were previously unlimited, and they are Bestial Druisworm,
Yes.
Ryziel Detonator, Bonfire,
Good.
Crossout Detonator,
Fuck.
Triple Tactics Talent,
Yes!
and
Thank you.
Dimension.
Yes! Fuck that card. That is the best
There are 4
fucking limited list I've seen in a long
cards
time.
in the next advanced format, and they are
Serious?
Nightmare Griffin,
There it is.
Link Decode,
Oh, no.
Abyss Dweller,
Yes.
Bahamut Shark.
I knew they were gonna do that route. I knew
You'll be able
it.
to find the complete list of changes on our social media stream, with the complete list updated on the website tomorrow.
I fucking knew that was coming.
Everyone preparing for the next few months of competition.
But they got circular.
Exciting news on the Forbidden and Limited list. Looking forward to seeing how this will impact our next YCS in Providence, Rhode Island on May 3rd and 4th. Oh my goodness, the crowd is going absolutely wild.
Martinel's really good right now.
Dropped all of that amazing information, but
They can hard make Virtue and a bunch of other cards.
Chat, you've been so funny and sweet and kind. The crowd has been absolutely electric. I want to thank all of the on-camera talent. They've just welcomed me in, and they're like a family to me. And everyone behind the scenes working so hard. But a big thank you to all of you. We wouldn't be here without you. All right, see you next time.
That was Connor. Well, we now have circular, so.
Get a job. Box one.
Getting employed.
Say the E word.
But
it's like unicorn actually. Actually a good thing.
yes.
Dude, that's what I was looking at the whole list they said behind. Dude,
Me too. What's my like Rebo? Where's my LSS?
Honestly,
2 level 4s. Those been
honestly, Toad would have been the better hit, I think.
Yeah. Hitler is dead.
the right particles emitting them. On fire too. Cross out this thing. Master pizza. That next to the door.
They apparently had this space and looks at it. It's brilliant. Yo, dude, action poplar.
Because Gem Knights are getting support.
I don't know what to think about it.
Well, that was true.
I'm so fucking with. I'm so with.
Okay.
It's not that good, Dan. It's not. It's not. I know, but I'm gonna play that again. It's not good. I've never been so fucking good to pick up. So, April 7th.
That's good.
Jesus.
Fucking chat's going crazy. Beansmith didn't even get touched. Come on, Konami, lock in. Nothing. It promotes good gameplay.
I guess it's a little.
It's a
It's still absolutely. But it's just even playing the other than like everyone runs speed. That's the thing.
yeah, and they're reprinting the shit out of it.
Yeah. It's also gonna be an extravagant, so there's no like sweets or.
I do think they should have banned Necroclip though.
Track is now flexible. That's what I do. There's no wrench. Is it over?
The Muhammad Shark was not even in fluff.
Yes, it was. Yeah, it was. Dude. He made this deck with my own bare hands. Because Penguin and Dolphin are those floors and their waters. I made this deck myself though.
Just play pig. It's actually a really big hit by them. What's penguins? What's Emperor penguins?
No, Emperor Penguins are just 2 dumbass. So you just did with it's like he's just talking.
Hold on, why I've got something for it. I think it's like pretty useful and it just give me Jesus' rest case deck.
Should I use Penguin and Dolphin to fix?
It says it's gonna be useful. It's gonna be a ball pick.
Fix.
There you go. What do
Yeah.
Dude, it's so over. Flumble didn't get support, and now I don't have.
I don't replace the battery.
No.
Bro, it's not me. I'm not playing. Hold on. That's local.
What the? I have to think about this. I think Mal's got really weak, honestly. Yeah, That's what I'm thinking. Like I don't know how I do my combo without decoder.
You don't. Okay, get the fuck.
Well, I have Link Rebo, so that still might do the same shit. I think. White.
Garibo.
Lingaribo.
It doesn't do the same thing.
No, you have to.
It's the one that they gave.
The trap, yeah. You have to play the certain version that I'm on to be able to do that. Door Mouse is limited, and Mouse White Rabbit is, right?
Yeah. White Rabbit.
White Rabbit, Door Mouse, and Underground.
That's what I have to make. I don't like the consistency of it. I do like the speed. I like that letter to 1. That's good. The finger should be at 0.
Yeah.
No way to see that though. That makes the 1. Does it get feedback? And circular should. I feel like most part of this list is fucking good. So I think circular came off specifically because of the cyber for the next set.
And the players won't get off Konami's door.
Well, that and Dakota's gone. Yeah, my combo, I can get halfway there, but I can only make Firewall. I can't make the Singularity like I was doing.
Now you have to
Yeah, I'm gonna do that unfortunately.
Oh, trick.
Yeah, you're gone.
Okay, so you sound.
Fucking hate that thing.
You ever say my decks have 3 talents in it? Most of them 2 talents. So I guess I'm just conservative with damage. So there are this.
Boguska?
See if it's help feel evil because Garas make like all your models are really big. Let's use the Garas to get big.
So there's a lot.
Why did you look there? I don't want to be friends with the rats in your cage. No, it's been a while. You need to stop. We're just electrolyte in the cage. And you're universally told me.
Realistically, the Malice. I want fucking OSS. I'll lie. I'll take Snake. Alright, that's too though. Fuck that. Just bring back OSS. Come on. Yes, they should. That's their intended purpose. You have Paintsmith. Yeah. I'm actually glad that Griffin got banned, honestly. Because I tried so hard not to play that card in Malice, which I never did. That was so dumb. The one that killed me was when Rick was like, I want to see what your deck does, and then realized he was gonna fucking die. He's like, oh shit! Oh, it can't die either? It's for GOAT. It's for GOAT. Fuck no. At one, I wouldn't care for Duo, honestly. You have fucking Moonling Glacian. What the fuck are we talking about? We probably fucking shouldn't, but we do. We also still have fucking talent. I mean, that's literally how we used to do it. We didn't start playing talents at 3 until Razil.
People were playing it before, it just wasn't as common.
Yeah, it's not commonplace in the meta.
Y'all say you like the ban list, but I actually don't like it. Where's my house? Where's my house?
All I asked for was Brilliant Fusion, and I got it. Oh, that's it. That's huh? I gotta cut the ratios in Malice.
You have bad news for you, it doesn't have a piece of track that's $90.
No fucking way. Oh boy. I think Doug's gonna get bought up too. Oh, why is it? Oh, it's at Sullivan Park.
I can't do it, bro. I gotta play Evil here next morning.
Oh. Yeah, it's getting reprinted. It don't matter. Tracks 90. They didn't reprint tracks. Then promo go up?
35 to 40.
Yeah, that went up big time. From April 4th to April 6th, they had a 49% increase. Assuming this is recent, yeah. 35, and then after that, it's basically 50. And Requiem is going for 15.
It's almost hard for Gordon. This, I'm not gonna lie to you. Because APR is what he's doing, bro. He can't lie to us. What you gonna do, bro? If you want to succeed as a hero player, just net deck from APR. It's true. It's true. Yeah. It's true.
Anybody looking to play Malice is just tank. I'm joking. 30s? Yes. Thank God.
It's crazy good looking.
Hey, Val. It may have tanked. It's about the same, but Abal's kind of tanking a little bit. I mean, that's fine. This is a 1-0. I mean, now if it was a 3-0, I'd be... Yeah.
What's so Nolan mostly, Dweller,
Brazil does become a lot less consistent, and they basically have to rely on some tachyon, which makes it a lot easier to deal with. I mean, that is obvious. One bonfire, I'm fucking okay with. Malice, they lose power until Alliance Insight, then they get fucking crazy. But they also don't have link decoders, so some of those lines that I know probably will not work. It is, but
so bad. Why is he there?
Guess I gotta get out my math mix up like that. I have 7 goddamn link decoders. No fucking way. Haha, I have billing printing. $1?
Yeah. Just want to see $1 even. Yeah, before shipping.
$1.55.
It'd be like, $1.55 is one of the websites, but $1 even. It's the
I don't know. They've got some lower than that. I don't believe with fucking the full basement shit that you can bring back Lacrimar at any point. Right. It just promotes like general gameplay anyway. I understand that, but no. Good now. Does this mean Mermail's the best deck right now? I mean, you could play 2 level 3s for the super edgy guy and make Virtue. Or you can do. Oh, okay. Then, what, you just play like Stealth Kraken? Yeah, it's fucking gay. It's so. I think Storm's fantastic. The Combine looks like shit. It's Chimera Tech Rampage. Yes.
Wait a minute. This one sucks. They forgot to hit draw. Bro. Forgot? They also didn't hit Xanthia, so I'm still gonna get fucking shafted by that. Sorry, dog. They did exactly what they were. They didn't really care about you that much. Deserve that.
Well, every main deck here on out loses the land.
Oh, it's called Battleground Deckos. I just found it. It's the one you can play it at K9 because you can search a level 5 Earth Warrior monster per deck period. Okay. It's a Battleground Deckos. I have like 5 copies. Bro, come on. I was just trying to be nice.
Why would they do that when the Testina card is just so much better? Straight up gooning. Oh yeah, because they eliminated fucking crossload designator, you son of a bitch. Damn it. What do I do? Just play lab now? Damn it.
Yeah.
With lab like super fucking OP? What?
So you can like not use it like this.
They reprinted a Linkariba?
Yeah. Lingaribo. Yeah, Lingaribo.
Oh, Lingaribo?
Yeah, it's the big trap in the game.
Yeah, because of Malice, duh. Fucking. If it's Link, then I don't know.
Then they're saying he's in gold format.
Big guys are dead.
Oh, bro. You're like 57. I'm 57 years old. I'm 57 years old and you're still
So, Malice just makes Hero Math Mac now, right? I mean, we can. We had Math Mac Circular, and there was a fucking level 8 Synchro that specials Spectator back from the grave.
So yeah, thanks.
What's it called? I just pulled it up the other day. It's a fucking common. It was in like one of the last sets.
7 suits. Oh, it's that new fucking. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. There's DPH Gendamore.
Chillax, bro.
Fuck yeah. Fucking.
I can't do it.
I think I'll buy the Dakota for that shit, huh? Womp womp.
I'm straight up like 4-5%. I need to buy a clockwork paint, bro. Yeah, you like one too?
original.
The Starboard guy is literally works really good. That's good.
Rescue Ace players still trying to use that deck.
Jesus, he got top 32.
This is coming from the same guy that had full power rescue race and then goes and plays heroes the next week.
That full power rescue. I don't know why.
You're pretty bad with UFL too.
He had the UBL stuff. He didn't have the feature. But hey, you could play Queen's UBL now. It just topped 8 at fucking regional yesterday. I don't know what original it was, but I know it won one. Maybe less than 3 weeks ago. I thought you already did. Imagine a card that could only come back from the graveyard once. Big thing. Fucking Link Decoder. It's only good once. Really? No, it's once a turn. But like you only play one Link Decoder. Fuck yeah, son. We got an awesome band list. Good. So. Make it back up. So. These. Really the main highlight. Look. Before we get off here. Roller. Let's see. They should have it on. That's it. There. Buttons. We're gonna put our limited down here in the bottom. Our semi-limited and our basically unlimited we're gonna put in the top. I don't think that they would hit it like this. Limit go here. This is one I was happy about, thank God. We're gonna be able to fuck time anymore. It's okay to lower the power level of Malice if we're gonna get us that card. What's up, detonator down here? On fire. And brilliant fusion. Thank God. Like I said, we just need that fucking card. Cross out, which I have to take out of my deck just a minute ago, which I was not excited about. That one, I called that one. Called that one. Don't know how I put that one on. I called the bonfire. I didn't put shifter on there because I didn't think they were actually going to hit it. They did hit it, thank God. I called you a makes getting best a little easier. And they didn't ban mag, which those are the limits. Semis. Black Dragonfly. These are your semis. Oh, this has more. And that's good. I'm not saying you'll see it show up a lot more, but you will see it a little bit. Probably flying around. We also I think we had balance stuff. We'll go ahead and put the unlimited stuff in here as well. Your unlimited is half fiber jar. These will be on my cards later on. The Eva, test one. I'm going to agree that. How Bucky Boy is okay. I still see Mermaid being the best deck. Burnout is best. I've tried to be open. I'm gonna ban that. Time I need to like, oh, what was the ban last? Literally have everything. I want to be the one that says like, no, it's pretty good. Balance is considerably weaker. I will say that. But the only thing about Malice though, Trinity and Brain Fuse back. What it is, I guess. By all. Kind of circular. I think in circular, get into more, go into like, weird fucking lines. Memento Murmur and look. It doesn't lose anything. Thinking we play Black Door, sign it, right? If you get the Malice Spanish, you also get the Malice in the back, right? Think of the Cyber expansion. If you do have one Cyber's whose attack is lower than the attack. The problem is you have to open exactly circular to be able to get that to work. Those shots we need behind us, especially the three rooms. Nothing else detached. Figured that was. Mouse list definitely play circular now. How to make circular viable is what I'm trying to figure. Like I could play like normal. Open up like I could play skipper. We're gonna treat any mouse. And we'll say like sign up mining, right? Sign up mining, you're gonna fix the mouse now. Alright. We're gonna add the circular. Circular, you're gonna dump the main deck, mathematically what it's called. think it's Sigma. So then you'll special summon. Regular will trigger. I think you want to add their trap, right? They have a spell. Spells can suck. Induction can destroy. But the big one is, yeah, I decide I'm going to make, you know, the big guy. Which all mathematical monster. This card. Grave. We're gonna card you one controls. Apparently it makes the deck. That's true. I'm not sure. Not me. I know those spelling are correct. Fuck. I'm not sure. What the hell? Hang on. I'm not sure it's one thought. She's mastered favorite. Yes. That part I get. Him saying like, "Oh, Yugioh's back," like, not really, no. You'll see it more, but Yugioh's not that good. That's not even like on my contention list. Because Celestials are hellacious against it. I like circular, I would say. Yeah, circular is a thing again. Because I'm trying to figure this out. Because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to special summon back the... I'm going to get off here in a second. Nice. Out of 82. Yeah, it's Sigma. So like you do this, jump Sigma. Special Sigma, you go circular, probably starts the fucking induction here. Then you turn those two to Gendamore. Gendamore effect, you revive the circular, and you take these two and you make your math back over. I think it's Final Sigma. He is Final Sigma. It's thermal. None of them's fucking thermal. Who the fuck did I get thermal? Like, with Malice, we have to add some more lines. We have to get more creative because we now don't have the coder. Things were really easy when we had the coder, but now we don't. So now we have to find ways to get super creative. I think Final Sigma is what we're gonna do. We could not do Final Sigma. We could do a degenerate route where we go those two and we go into okay, so we can only do this. Based on the Sigma, they can't do this. Oh, they have some insane plays though. I'm gonna go Allen version. Add one spell and trap and deck to hand. I'll think of this. I'm gonna get off here, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see y'all later.